backward defends that rook, which is at the central file. I want to just backtrack here, David. Maybe we do a little action replay, because there were threats on the board to just break down Levon's idea why this had to be played before the black queen can get some luft, can get some squares to move to.
Yeah, let's just jump back a few moves, action replay. Since we were last at this game, we actually left it with the white bishop after an exchange, just before an exchange of pawns coming to e3. Those central pawns disappeared, and a lot of tension, of course, on this e-file, on this e-line. The black knight jumped out, probably heading to d6 anyway to attack this bishop. The bishop preemptively stepped back before it was hit. And as Levon mentioned, there is a big, big threat on the board. If black, for example, just takes his eye off the ball for 1 second, pushes a pawn, trying to get the queen out, then there would have been a nasty surprise in store. Bishop takes pawn, attacking the black queen and attacking the undefended black rook. Annoyingly for black, there's no time to capture the white rook. This would not be check, and the black queen would drop. So instead, Fabiano's move, I can confirm, Levon, that was the top computer move as well, that you suggested, knight to d6. Fabi found it after 10 minutes of thought, almost. And yeah, the main idea is to defend this rook, so there are no tricks, no nasty surprises. And queen sliding up 1 square was Javalkir's quick response.
Well, maybe while we have Levon here and before we let him go, we can jump over to Alireza Firoozja versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. As you stepped in, we were kind of talking about, of course, that these two players playing a little bit faster, a little bit more willing, it seems, to fight from the early game. So let's just get an update on where their board stands. I had said king to c2 would be played in this game, and I was oh so close. It's king to b2, opting for no castle, but kind of allowing that rook an opportunity to get over to the left-hand side of the board and launch an attack.
This is absolutely fascinating.
Whoa.
This reminds me of, you know, the forefather of chess, the game Chaturanga.
Yes.
Where the pawns could move by 1 square, and then the bishops, they could move, like, they jump over the knights. And you had certain tabias in this game, where everything was harmoniously built. And here you see two, I would say, carpet masters leaving a beautiful carpet here. You see, both sides are just enjoying the game. I think it's great. But now 92 is going to happen, because the G1 bishop is, although it doesn't have any squares, yet it doesn't have much influence, but it has a great potential.
Yes.
And you need to take him out of the game, yeah, as soon as you can.
There might be a trap, though. Knight into e2. Does that walk into the white queen coming up?
Oof!
Double attack.
I have blundered that. Oh, it's possible that black player also blundered that, because
Maybe.
from distance.
Just a quick action replay of the last couple of moves, because there was a piece sacrifice just before we jumped in.
I was going to say.
White
Yeah,
rook
we
slid
should look at
across.
that.
And a very cool move from Nodirbek. He just jumped his knight into the center of the board, saying, please take me, please take me. But if there had been a capture, a recapture would have exposed the 2 white knights. This knight is attacked, of course, and it cannot jump away because it needs to protect its fellow over here. So there isn't currently a threat. So maybe your Levon still in play, jumping in. He didn't take 8, Alireza. I don't think he's threatening to capture yet, so maybe a bit later.
Maybe F5.
Mm-hmm.
F5 to activate, to threaten takes, and D5, you know, to fork the pieces.
Also, black can still castle.
Ooh.
So black could move the light squared bishop and... and that could be a problem.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that could be really bad, actually. So...
And then you've had all that fun on the left side of the board for nothing. All those pawns moving forward, if black's king finds safety on the other side. But I want to just quickly point out this last move by Alireza. It's quite nice, because it walks out of that threat the black knight was stepping up, of coming in with the check and picking up the bishop with the potential that you said. Also, the queen, it frees that up, right? Because the black knight was eyeing another square, which would have forked the white king and the rook. So allowing the white queen to perhaps jump to the square in front of the knight next to put more pressure on.
Mm-hmm. Covering squares. It's just nice not to get forked too often by enemy knights. And yeah, very tense position. Levon, before we let
Beautiful game.
Beautiful game, I agree. Before we let you go, earlier you were talking about the top players being superheroes. Which superhero would you be, or what superpowers would you like to have, if you could?
I never thought about this, but to tell you the truth, I came up once with the concept of a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
So I called, well, I named him in Russian, but you would know Trepka, yeah, which means like a drawer mat. So doormat man. So the doormat man, his mission is, if he sees like there is a couple arguing, and the girl saying some nasty things to the guy, and she says, "You're not good," a doormat man appears, you know, and he's dreadful. I mean, he's terrible. I mean, he's the epitome of everything that is wrong with the guy. And the girl sees the doormat man, and she says, "No, my boyfriend is better than that." And he saves the day. That's a bit of off topic, but I don't know.
I look forward to that comic book.
Yeah,
But he has some bad days, though, right? Is he a superhero that has some bad days as well?
Yeah, when he doesn't look that dreadful and terrible, that.
And instead he shows up, and the girl goes, "I'll take you instead."
Yes, yes. No, but I think my superpower would be, I'm always excited. You know, I love being happy. I love making jokes, and I want to make people happy. And if that's a superpower, then I definitely strive to do that.
That's a superpower for sure, and one I might even argue you already possess, my friend. Every room I've been in with you definitely is better for it, happier for it, and more laughs are shared. As we let you go, I do have to update your bio now. The next time you join us, it's going to have to be 4 times chess beauty pageant winner, because we did put the vote out to the fans at home, and overwhelmingly in favor of Levon Aronian in our unofficial beauty pageant bout between you.
I mean, I
and
shouldn't be
Levy
the
in this
competitor.
one.
You know, I feel like we need to give Levon a more formidable opponent.
Maybe we'll eye Paris to see if we can get a whole slate of beauty pageant contestants. But Levon, it's always a pleasure to be with you. We'll let you go enjoy the chess yourself from your own perspective, but look forward to discussing more down the line as well.
Thank you, Levon.
Thank you.
An absolute pleasure. And David, from here, we have one more game to check in that it's been a bit since we've gotten to. That would be Kukesh, the world champion, up against Hikaru Nakamura as well. So perhaps we take that opportunity to dive into that game, take stock of the board as well, and update on our 4th of the games. Of course, this one in a battle for that 5th through 8th positions.
Yeah, and this game very far developed relative to some of the others. Almost symmetry in the pawn structure, but the piece placement very interesting. Hikaru leaning back, looking very chilled. Meanwhile, Kukesh deep in thought right now. I think we need an action replay here to figure out how the paths diverged. This game actually copied the Fabiano-Caruana game until this point. We saw a bishop stepping back, and White's knight jumping out here. This is where the difference in moves occurred. We saw a trade of pawns in the center, very similar to the other game, except now it is actually a knight plugging this open file rather than a white bishop. And this meant that it was very safe for Hikaru to build his pawn center. He pushed his pawn forward. Getting queens into the game is the first priority for both players. Kukesh sliding his queen, Hikaru copying, and when the bishop dropped back, Hikaru playing this move, a bit mysterious to me, I've got to say. Bring the black queen out. Maybe it's intended to prevent White from castling on this flank. The White king wants to, of course, allow the rook to jump over it, but this wasn't allowed. So, yeah, we'll catch up with the live position. My board has frozen, unfortunately, but yeah, ultimately it looks very balanced.
Yeah, and as we wait for our board to update, I just want to say, how cool was that of Levon when you asked him about the superpower? You know, most of us would think the ability to read someone's mind, teleportation comes to mind. You know, maybe you want to be invisible without a cloak, and all these ideas. But what Lev wants is the superpower to make everyone else happy. And he already does a great job of that. But that was beautiful to hear.
The world is not ready for Levon, you know? The world is too messed up of a place.
Or maybe we need more Levon. We need more people like Lev.
Yeah, maybe.
It
takes one bad guy to do what 1,000 Levons could do, though. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay, so what you're telling me is we need to find a way to mass produce Levons.
Yeah. Well, he started. He's on the way.
That's a good point. Point.
He's got a little one, and no, he's one of the most interesting characters in the chess world. One of the most interesting people in the chess world, for sure.
What would be your superpower? What superpower would you want, Levi? I know it's kind of tough to ask that question after the answer that we just got.
Because exactly. We'll all look worse in comparison to that answer. But.
Yeah, but you can't change yourself to look cool next to Levon. You got to let Levon be Levon.
Yeah.
True.
You can't win that battle anyway.
I don't know. Yeah, I've thought about this as well. I mean, mind reading is probably a pretty good one, although you kind of like don't want to always know.
As long as you could turn it on enough.
Yeah,
if it was just like a constant barrage of
I'm good with my own thoughts.
Yeah,
I'm good. I mean, that's probably like an easy one, but.
Yeah.
I would think that would be an absolute curse to know what people are thinking all the time. The noise in your head.
But we just said turn it on and off, right? So
it helps with chess, surely.
Yeah.
Mind reading.
Yeah,
You'd win a lot of.
Yeah, I mean,
Road to GM would be.
Poker would, Road to GM would be easy, and then you would win the World Series of Poker too. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's probably.
What about you guys?
I mean, mine's I think kind of obvious. Super speed.
Super speed. Oh, dash. You want to dash your way through things.
Dash the flash.
I think largely because then it's just like you could get so much done. Think about how efficient you could be in life, getting from point A to point B in a split second. I love to travel, right? And eliminating the need for an airplane or anything like that.
Run across the water?
Have you seen The Incredibles?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. Move quick enough and across the water.
I mean, I wouldn't mind the looks of Thor, the ethics.
He doesn't even want a superpower. He just wants an aesthetic change.
You want to look handsome? That's a superpower.
I was gonna.
He wants the face guard.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind being able to, fiddle a bit with time, maybe.
Ooh, that's messy.
Dangerous.
That could get very messy.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean on the chessboard because you're always under time pressure? Is that what you mean?
Well,
Exactly.
that's the primary use case for him. There is every time he hits the clock, it
What about
rolls
Tanya?
back a little bit. Yeah. What about you?
Somewhere on the lines of what James said, I think teleportation, just from one place to another, easily, cut out the travel times, don't love the airports, don't love the flights, and I feel that would make me sort of so much more productive and happier and in a better mood and a better person like that.
And you are quite the jet setter as well. Yeah, I was asking you your schedule last year, and it was fascinating to me how much time you
That would
spent
be
on the road. So.
A useful superpower to have.
Very much so.
But you were just in Singapore,
Yes.
right? Was Changi like the nicest airport you've...
It really is. Oh, it really is. And you could spend hours there.
Yeah.
But it's only nice when you're doing it once in a while. Otherwise, I think you lose track of which city you're in, which flight you're catching. But that said, I think being able to travel the world, to be in different places, to meet different people is one of the best parts about being in the chess world.
We're pretty lucky, right?
Now we're sounding like Levon.
We're pretty blessed. We can't
It's
complain.
good influence.
Okay, and in the meantime, we do have this position looking very symmetrical. Something Levon said, that black should be totally fine as long as you can establish a rock-strong pawn center here. White has the same, of course, and pieces cancelling each other out as well. I'm not sure who I would pick. I'd probably prefer Gukesh's position just because the black queen looks a bit stranded, a bit offside. But other than that, everything else looking pretty solid.
And it might appear that this last move by Kukesh, it boxes up his own bishop, but I think it was a necessity for White to actually do that because he could not have allowed Hikaru to push his own pawn one step forward, sort of opening up all the diagonals for his bishop and getting that inroad towards the White king. So I don't know how happy Kukesh was playing this move, but it had to be done.
Fabiano and Magnus are the only two players that have dipped below 40 minutes, by the way. Just in case anybody's interested. So they are...
Time pressure will become a conversation.
They are feeling... Fabiano down 30 minutes on the clock against Javik here. And the more we progress, the more it seems like White has mishandled the position a little bit on every board. Black has at least equalized and might consider taking over the game. In this one in particular... I'm getting like London pawn structure vibes, where White doesn't really know what to do, so White plays a4, just tries to expand on the queen side. and maybe can follow it up with a few more moves. Hikaru has the rare horse and bishop cube, which I'm not sure has ever been accomplished on a regular chess. And if you include the rook, it's a Tetris piece.
Oh, there you go.
So this is the high-level insight that you get on the
community.
Yeah, the community stream.
Rotate.
Yeah. I mean, coming up with a middle game plan is slightly difficult, I feel, because
you know what Black should be doing. Black needs to get castled and then shuffle one rook up to e7, the other rook to e8, and then you have like the 2 rook, 2 knight, 2 bishop. Triple.
Put the queen and the king next to them, and it's just like it's a sandwich.
Beautiful. That would be art. I just want to draw our attention back to our main bracket. There is one player who's fighting for survival here, who has to win. It is the world #1, and a lot has happened on that board, David. It really heats up, you know. And once again, it comes to that conversation: who does the chaos favor right now? Has Magnus sort of stretched it? Because it's a tight rope to walk on, right? How much risk is too much risk in this position? Trying to create those imbalances. And once again, it's Vincent Keymer who's striking with his pawn, sort of getting those trades in, opening up the lines. But even just optically, it feels as if it's the black pieces that have got more power, more piece play, open diagonals, open files to target.
I want to point out that the move that, if we back up to when we had Levon here, which was Magnus's dark squared bishop coming out, I mean, by far the most natural move in that position was attacking it with the knight. And that was a good move. But the move that the computer marginally preferred was not engaging in that battle first, but basically saying, your bishop is terrible, I can attack it whenever I want. And the move Vincent played in the game was actually the move Stockfish preferred. And he played it fast, which goes to show you that this dude is in scary form. And so for the next few moves, and I mean, this move doesn't look like anything is happening, but he's just trying to restrict the white knights, and he's still letting white make a move first, overcommitting something and putting a piece on a slightly wrong square. And if we go forward, like move by move, every move has improved black's position. Every move has sort of improved white's position as well. But it's Vincent who is going to ultimately have the first option to strike. And clearly Magnus is not getting the response he wants out of Vincent, which is why he's down 25 minutes on the clock. Like, this is a Vincent Keymer I'm not sure I've ever seen before. He's just an absolute machine in this format. He is clearly in total control right now.
Playing some of the best chess of his life, you know. He comes on, takes down Alireza Firoozja in the quarterfinals, gets that first win against Magnus, needs only a draw, and it looked like he's the one who's pushing for the win in this game with the ideas that you're pointing out. And I know I keep doing this, but I feel it just makes us understand the nuances of the position just a little more. David, back up. See how we got here, just to really feel out how much of a form Vincent really is in. How precise has he been?
Yeah, let's bring up the board and show a few moves of what just has occurred. Vincent really turning the screw, doing it very quickly, very confidently as well. I love how on the camera he keeps staring down Magnus. Every few seconds he's checking out his opponent. Okay, this is the live board on the small screen. I'll just recap there. The small board here. Hopefully everyone at home can see this one. The black knight attacking this bishop did provoke the bishop to step forward. This is where we last left it, with Levon Aronian in the studio, and black simply pushing a pawn forward to this f4 square, taking away the key jumping square for the white knights. The white knights both wanted to reach the center. This d5 square we mentioned earlier. They both need the e3 square as a launch pad, but that has been removed from their grasp. And Magnus now just moving a knight, developing a knight, getting ready to castle, and Vincent getting his queen to a better square. Magnus castling now, we should mention, would drop a pawn. Black's light squared bishop is actually sniping from afar on a really nice diagonal. So the world #1 doesn't have any obvious moves. That's the tricky part in these types of middle games.
A tough position for the world #1, but that's because, as we've said, Vincent Keymer seems to be playing the best chess of his life at the moment. And if you at home want to play the best chess of your life, particularly in the format of freestyle chess, we've got good news for you. You can sign up for the Freestyle Masterclass, taught by none other than Nicholas Huschenbeth, a phenomenal GM with plenty of ideas and concepts for you to pick up. So highly encourage you to up your game by taking a look at that. And let's hear from the man himself on what he has to offer.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firoozja, and Fabiano-Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome back, everybody. An incredible resource for you if you want to improve your game of chess, and particularly in the format of freestyle chess. But as we've talked about all tournament long, this is going to be a format, too, that even the pro players themselves learn more and more about as the days go on. And the guy who's not in his chair at the moment, perhaps taking a stroll around the player hall just because of the amount of time that he's forced Magnus to eat up on his clock. He seems to be the one right now that everybody might have their eyes on as the one with the greatest understanding of this format. As I say it, a move is finally played here on the board for Magnus. He's made his choice.
He does capture that pawn. And Levy, before I throw that to you, I just want to point out both these youngsters, right, Vincent and Sindarov, they're putting so much pressure on the world number one, world number two, completely outplaying them on the clock. Both Magnus and Fabi currently about 30 minutes behind on the clock, touching that 30-minute mark themselves, and also the position extremely unclear. And there was something, Levy, about Magnus's decision that catches your attention.
Yeah, there's a completely ridiculous move here, which is, of course, I mean, you play bishop takes pawn in a second. It's a check, which, of course, is exciting for folks at home, but it's also just, I mean, you have to recapture. Your bishop is under attack, but actually the move, which is even more strongly preferred by the computer at this point, is knight to e6, just leaving the bishop under attack. And the point is that you want to take the pawn with the knight instead, or maybe also with the bishop, just, you know, improving your position. And pawn takes bishop, knight takes bishop, obviously, and then black recaptures in the center and has a slight advantage. And, you know, white's pieces are just more passive. Also, in the long run, white has two pawn islands. White has the pawn island in the center and on the right side of the screen. And black has just one, which is the central pawn. I mean, if Vincent plays this, like, I don't even... It's one of these moves you look at, but you can't bring yourself to play somehow because you just can't believe that it's better than just the most natural recapture.
But he hasn't rushed that decision.
Yeah.
You know, so he's thinking, it's on his radar. The more he thinks, the more that becomes a reality. And to David's earlier point, we often see Vincent just sort of give that stare down to Magnus. You know, even right now, after Magnus captured. And I think, Levy, the form that he's in, the fact that he instantly hasn't made this move, we might be seeing that knight jump forward, an in-between move that maybe even Magnus missed. What are the chances that actually happens here, David?
I think just very high. I mean, Vincent Keymer's form is just incredible, as we know, but just the fact that he's pausing, thinking. We should mention that bishop takes pawn. This check will be blocked, most likely by white's pawn. And now you have a question to answer. Your bishop is threatened. Not quite yet, because there is a pin in the center, but sooner or later you'll have to move it. I don't think you want to get greedy. Viewers at home might be thinking, oh, I can win a pawn as black. This pawn is undefended, but suddenly you lose control over all of the dark squares, and after a trade here, the black queen would actually find herself offside. The white knight would be jumping into some newly weakened squares. So I think just the fact that this is so unappealing for black makes it more likely that Vincent will find this incredible move. The Zwischenzug, since we're here in Germany, I'll give it its German name, the in-between move, literally, of not recapturing, first hitting the white bishop. And yeah, classy move. Magnus, by the way, just to mention, he captured this pawn on f4, and he kept his hand on the pen. And only when Vincent started thinking for a while, like you could see on Magnus's face, he was like, oh, yeah, whoops, there might
be something else.
There might be something else.
Because that's what usually chess players do, you know, when they capture, they have to write the move, right? That's why we saw the paper next to the players. They fill in the notation, write the names and everything. So very often when we make a capture, we kind of don't let go of that because we know a move is coming up instantly. So just getting ready. But yeah, David, completely agree. I think Magnus realizes there's something more in the position, more possibilities. And I love that line. Can we go deeper into that and see how dangerous things can get for the world #1 in this?
Yeah, so let's assume that Vincent does find the best move. Look at that accuracy. He's up at 97.5%. Pretty decent for this early. We normally say that the first 10 moves are the danger zone for both players in freestyle chess. But this bishop attack, this pawn attack, I'm not even sure what Magnus should be doing, to be honest, because retreating the bishop looks so unappealing. I'm not even sure which good direction you go to, because now black takes this pawn with the knight. The white queen has to give way. And wherever she goes, let's say she steps back. I mean, the black pieces are so active. Remember, black can castle. So, for example, the king ends up on the same square, the rook sliding across, and all of black's pieces, I mean, you can barely improve them at this point, whereas white still has a lot of work to be done. Just to mention again, white cannot really castle here because this pawn would always be hanging, meaning white is always just behind in any activity race, any dynamic position. Black is on top.
Look at Magnus, right? I think he realizes he sees that move now. He sees that in-between move, and Vincent, he plays it.
He finds it.
He finds it. And what a moment to find it.
Wow.
Incredible stuff.
It's important to say, it's not like he's winning, but it's just going to show you that...
The form that you're in, you know? Just how you're seeing everything on the board, Levy.
Yeah, he's just seeing every detail. And he's evaluating correctly as well. Bishop takes pawn would have been just fine. Now he plays this move, and he played it in about 3 minutes as well, which shows you the degree of confidence. He's maintaining a 25-minute time advantage. This is like the last couple rounds of a boxing match, and Magnus needs a knockout, and it's not looking so great.
What was it, Tanya? In chess, when you find a good move, look for a better one. And Vincent saw a good move, found the better one.
I agree. I think this is one of those moments where it really pays off to follow Emmanuel Lasker's advice on that. But Vincent, just so impressive.
We should just point out, like, don't try this at home type of thing. Like, you know what I mean? You know, more often than not, the move would have been bishop takes pawn. Vincent is of course a very, very strong and qualified player. Sometimes players like to mess with this whole, like, I'm not going to take back thing, and then they miss that there's a check. Like, if Magnus had a check in this position, or a capture, or just something nefarious, it would be very, very bad news. So just be very careful. Don't just go, I can ignore all the threats from now on because I can make equal ones. It's not really how it works. Like, when these guys do it, they're doing it in a controlled way. And guys, we're heading for that line.
But Magnus retreats without capturing the bishop in front, which means the black knight comes even further into the game, now hitting the white queen. It's a tempo for black, everything falling into place. And I think the differentiator is what David said earlier, that black's king can get to safety, connect the rooks really quickly, while white struggles to do that because of the open bishop.
Yeah, maybe there's a better square for the white queen than the one I showed, but either way, Magnus is on the back foot. All of Magnus' pieces are struggling here. Even the bishops on these long diagonals, they're kind of, they're not really doing too much right now. This white dark square bishop has been a target, just being kicked around the board. And black knights, everything, just playing a big role.
He could have taken the bishop. Like, he could have went for that position. I think he thought his winning chances there were almost non-existent. Because you go for this trade, and black can start trading a bunch of pieces, and I have no idea how you're going to generate any counter chances here. It's almost like he's playing possum. Is that the saying outside of the US? Like, yeah, you just like, he's backing up, but he's trying to keep more pieces on the board, because ultimately what's going to happen is what we discussed with Levon. Black's best plan will be the most aggressive. Like, it's going to be something where you have to refute white's position. You can't really sit around. And that sometimes is the best way to create chances. We see this in the Chess World Cup. Often if you lose the first game, you might be completely lost in the second game. But you win because, you know, you have to, like, win the game as white. You cannot just sort of sit around and just make improvements. That is what I think is happening. But this is really not looking good. And if we had one of those trackers that says, like, Vincent win probability in the match, it's probably like 80%, 5% at the moment.
It's moving up into the right, and it was a matter of queen moves here. Queen will drop back to c2 just to protect herself for a moment. But while Magnus does find himself in a precarious position, maybe we jump to the other semifinal board where once again it's the veteran who's on the time pressure here. 23 minutes on the clock to a full hour and 5 minutes on the other side here for Javokir Sindarov in a what is a drawn a scoreline between the two players. So either player coming out on top of the decisive victory here books their ticket to the finals just like that.
Oh my gosh. Fabiano is just completely uncomfortable. Like he thinks something must have gone horribly wrong.
That's 20 minutes on the clock. I mean, it's really not about the position right now. Look at the time deficit. And with the white pieces, once again, you know, it feels the similar narrative. White's king in safety, but because of where Javokir's queen is placed right now, black can't do the same. You need to stay connected. You need to defend that a7 pawn. Fabiano's struggling on the board, and maybe it's still in the balance, right? Nothing's gone too wrong, but he's not able to find the right way to take his pieces out, and it's tick-tock on the clock.
It's tick-tock on the clock, and on the board there are some traps. There is the threat now of the white knight jumping forward, attacking the black queen and unleashing a threat against the undefended black rook as well. That would be a huge double attack, and black would not be able to deal with that. I just want to show very quickly that last move, this was possible, the white knight jumping in, but black's queen could have slid back to defend her rook, and it looks terrible for black, but he does survive Fabiano. So I think he's just getting scared here. The difference now is that if black does nothing in the game position, then this is a winning blow. Look at all the tactics that might unfold. A double attack. If now the black queen were to slide back, then there would simply be a trade and another knight fork. This one is a check. There's, I mean, a fork here. There's a skewer, a pin on the.
Could lose everything.
all tactics in the same tactic.
Like dominoes, everything loose drops off in this variation. So Fabiano, beware. I mean, even bringing the knight into the center, blocking the file, allows the white pawn to start pushing forward, and you cannot do the same as black.
Exactly. That's where I was headed. I think that's what's giving Fabiano pause. Like, you can't play d4, d5 because I just take it. And you cannot recapture because I take your rook, and then I take literally everything else. So that's the problem.
You know, we were talking about superpowers in chess. Pins, forks, and skewers are your tactical superpowers. And it looks like for Javokir, he has all these ideas coming into play, and Fabi has to deal with it with just 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and to Levon's point from earlier, right, sometimes you recognize critical moments, and yes, that's where you'd want to spend your time, but you only have so much of it, and you still have a whole game to follow that very crucial move you next make.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, unbelievable. And this is a decisive match. I mean, this is your ticket to the finals. Whoever loses is out here. So for Fabi, and you know the thing, what happens when you're playing is, the more time you spend, the clock keeps ticking lower, your brain, it starts fogging up with all the variations you're trying to work out. You feel disconnected. You feel like you're not able to work your way throughout. So the pressure keeps rising, which means cracking under that pressure becomes a big reality. And unfortunately for Fabi, that could be game lost instantly with all these tactical ideas on the board.
He looks uncomfortable on the camera. He keeps changing his pose every few seconds. We saw the chair kind of shaking quite violently a few seconds ago. I don't know what his tells are, Fabiano. Otherwise, I would be able to beat him more often in Avalon. But either way, he does look nervous, and his heart rate has been rising the last few moments. This could be dramatic. We could be about to see the two big favorites be kicked out by the youngsters.
Were they the big favorites? How big of a favorite were they?
I thought they were. I thought Magnus at least.
I mean, come on. Magnus and Fabi, and come on, imagine if we get a final between Vincent and Sindarov.
Yeah.
I mean, that feels like an alternative universe reality.
It's a disaster for the investors. No.
Yeah. Well, which are the favorites? I don't know what the bookmakers would be saying or where the Vegas line would be, but I can tell you where our community thinks.
I don't care.
I know you don't, but I do.
Bring it on.
coming into the day, it was 61% of the votes saying Magnus would make a comeback and extend us to a playoff, with 20% saying that Vincent will wrap it up, 19% saying it'll be a draw, which would effectively end the matchup.
So
anyway.
sort of a 60-40 there.
Exactly. From there, we jump over to Fabi and Sindarov because we asked the same exact question, and 56% of the community thinks that Fabi gets the straight-up win here. 28% for Sindarov, and then 16% say it's a draw, and we go to that playoff picture.
Close fight.
So either way, it's still confidence in the veterans. It's still confidence in the guys who were in those 1-2 positions from last year. But I wonder if we were to re-poll people at this point in the broadcast.
Hey, you know, if I was streaming this event and we pulled the shirt, Levon and myself, maybe I would have won. You know, maybe I would have been the beauty pageant winner. So
everything's changing here.
We need to run this poll on the Uzbek chess broadcast. Who do they think would have won, Sindarov or Caruana?
But we got to get this going, right? What do you guys think? What will be the finals? Will it? Who will be the two players who will go on? And because right now it really feels like this is going the youngsters' way, a Levy.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's like something called live odds, right? And the live odds have probably tilted significantly in the favor of Keymer and a little bit in the favor of Sindarov, just simply because of the time. But Caruana, you know, he's going to defend the position. And right now, if the queen comes in and there is a check and they trade, okay, Sindarov has less pieces to work with. And, you know, like a really, really, really strong and experienced 2700 here actually pulls it back a little bit and says, maybe I let Fabiano self-destruct. Like, maybe I don't even have to force the issue, because a player with 18 minutes wants pieces traded. They do not want to sit there and continue to wallow in their, you know, anxiety that maybe they are under severe pressure. So we'll see how Java here handles it. And this is, you know, this is a crowning moment also maybe for him. I mean, imagine, like, wild card.
Oof. Yeah.
And there you go. He doesn't go forward. He steps back. Now Fabi has to make another good move.
Keeping all the pieces on the board. Maximum tension with little time on the clock for your opponent. Great strategy there.
What are my win conditions, right? A question you should be asking yourselves at all points during a game. And obviously, the chess moves are probably the most important element of those win conditions. But time, your opponent, their mental state, you know, the flow and the momentum of the game, all of these things are still relevant to coming out on top. And I think, again, Sindarov, in one of the biggest moments of his career, is recognizing that and making a very smart move.
This game could be over in like 8 moves. I mean, like, if Fabiano just gets into a deep time trouble and makes a move and it's just a mistake. We saw Magnus yesterday. Like, the second that the game got on the critical line, he blundered. Granted, he had like 30 seconds on the clock, but 17 minutes goes fast. David, you know, I mean, you might win against, you know, I don't know about Sindarov, but like against lower rated player, you can still pull it off in time trouble. But I don't know how you do it to yourself, but like it's nerve wracking.
It is terrifying. And the older I get, the more I feel it. I feel the nerves. You feel the blood pumping. The harder it becomes to just kind of sit there and purely calculate, purely try and dig your way out of trouble. I mean, it's the same for Fabiano now. I mean, he kind of operates well under time trouble against most players, but it becomes more random. You can never guarantee that you can find that control, and especially in this position where there are threats. The white knight trying to jump forward. I mean, give it 2 moves, it's going to land with devastating effect, with a check, with a fork. The black king in trouble. There's still this threat as well of the white knight jumping out the way and the black rook in the center undefended. I think Fabiano might need to be finding 3 or 4 only moves just to cling on. And as Levy said, 16 minutes is not a lot. You down at 5 minutes by the end of this next move alone.
Needing some superpowers to save this one. I also just want to add, you know, to that point that Magnus made a blunder. At this level, blunders don't just happen out of nowhere. In chess, it's usually a product of incremental pressure, just keeping that that control over the board, you know, asking those questions on every move. We saw Vincent do that, and we're seeing Javakir do that today as well, keeping the queens on the board. Again, playing with little time. You know, it's so much the nature of the position. If it's a simplified position, you can still deal with it. But with the queens on the board, with the knights joining the party, as David was highlighting, this is going to get tougher. And head in hands, he keeps thinking. It's almost like he's physically, it's becoming incapable for him to make moves. He's frozen on the clock.
He has to castle, like, right? He has to bring his rook, and he has to protect his king because, yeah, the next few moves for Java here are pretty straightforward. I mean, he's either going to jump his knight in,
He does that anyway, no, once you castle. But at least you're not getting forked.
Well, long castle 94 d5 you have.
Yes,
I guess
and
that's what he's calculating. But yeah, then the knight still is able to jump in. So here you might need to come up with a better solution. Like maybe the knight jumping in is too dangerous. I mean, we have the evaluation bar, so that's not the solution. So what does he play? Does he play d6 when the knight jumps in? Because then the knight can't jump in or be taken. Like that's how he has to do it. I don't know. Yeah. It's very scary looking, and I think for Fabiano, part of it is the shock. Like I don't think he thought this position was that dangerous. 5 moves ago, you were like, "This one's going to tie breaks."
Oh yes,
you said that.
That was the prediction. I said that on move 3. It's completely turned around. I'm eating my words right now, guys. Does Fabi save this? David, do you think he saves this one?
No.
No. Oh wow.
I just think there's too much danger ahead. I don't see any way he's going to stabilize. I mean, James, you were saying you kind of imagine these kind of win scenarios, how you're going to win a game. How's he going to hold this game, Fabiano? He needs to stabilize first, get all his pieces out, keep the king safe, avoid any tricks under time pressure, maybe trade queens, but how are you going to do that? There's so many requirements just to stay alive. And yeah, 40 minutes behind as well. Fabiano, this is real kind of
50.
Yeah.
50 minutes. 50?
Yeah. 50 minutes. I can't count even. I mean, 40 would be dramatic enough. 50 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's the time when your mind starts to go, it all gets a bit fuzzy.
Distressing look on his face, too.
But Sindarov is handling the heart rate like always.
I've never seen anything like this. You know, for Fabi, he's one of the absolute best in the world. And just so early on in the opening, what move number are we on? Move number 14 right now. He's down to 13 minutes on the clock. And yes, this is also the beauty and the challenge of this format, right, of freestyle chess, that this is a possibility even if you are Fabiano-Caruana. But for Javakir to be able to figure this out, get that edge, put the pressure on the clock, is he even sitting opposite Fabi right now? Or is it the power move of him just walking and chilling in the playing hall?
Judging by the heart rate, I think Sindarov's walking around. But, I mean, it's been up to 120 plus already, and it's just early in the game.
Can we rotate the camera? Will there just be an empty chair? It's the most dramatic moment of the day. It's not even about the moves.
I predict an empty chair.
Well, and while the pressure is on, Fabiano.
Get that one right.
So, yeah, Sindarov's going to get the blood flowing by making his way around the player hall. Regardless, for all the pressure that Fabiano's feeling, of course, there's going to be some pressure felt from Sindarov, too, right? He's on the verge of doing something incredible, booking his ticket to the finals, guaranteeing a top 2 finish in the first Grand Slam of the entire year. That's massive prize money, massive circuit points coming into his favor, and then still the opportunity to come away with the top prize. But he's got to maneuver his way to victory here if he wants to avoid that tiebreak scenario and giving Fabiano kind of a breath of new life.
And that's a great point you make, James. You know, we talk about making it to the finals, you get those store points, you get that big check to take back home, but you also automatically book your spot into the next Paris Slam.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, it's not just this Grand Slam that he'll have, gained a lot from, but he's already guaranteeing himself, if he can make it to tomorrow in a top 2 position, his attendance at Paris and another shot to do and shock the world the way he has at this one.
Just like everybody expected, we might have Magnus and Fabiano in the match for the 3rd place spot for the final place in Paris, right? So that's
wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Do they play topless in a swimming pool, or is that just...
And bottomless, I mean, whatever. Like,
that's
nobody's excited for that.
That's
right.
The premium content.
Levon would have with the shirt he was wearing, he would have really enjoyed. We got nude saunas in Europe.
Yeah,
might as well.
A family-friendly stream, guys.
This is super family-friendly. What?
And Levy, I loved the impression you did of Fabiano earlier. Like, that was spot on. A bit earlier today. I don't know what's going through Fabiano's mind right now, but I mean, it must be just pure panic, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can maybe mimic his voice. As far as the brain, I wouldn't dare. Like when they tank for this long, I really wonder what they're calculating. Because I'm just calculating like, this looks bad, that looks bad, that also looks bad. Oh my God, am I losing? I'm probably not losing. Like, I haven't done anything that bad. How am I in such a bad position? But then 10 minutes is crazy, guys. Like, this is He's gonna run out of time.
He's just frozen. He's not making a move. And Levy, you're absolutely right. Like when we are playing, right, and you've got this difficult position. The clock keeps running. You haven't made the move in the first 15 minutes. It's a rabbit hole of questions that you're facing in front of you. Where did I go wrong? Everything seems to be going against you. Everything seems to be going for your opponent. Wow, 10 minutes now. This is getting into very difficult zone. I mean, it already is.
Yeah, and I know a number of our fans at home are probably remembering that when we left the Magnus board, there was a bit of an advantage given to Vincent, of course, by the computers, but less of a time disparity between those players. And so while this one feels so precariously placed between the two, it feels difficult, to jump away. We'll check in real quick as there is that exclamation point given to the night jump there by Magnus-Carlsen. So, while the pressure's on, he's going to have to find top move after top move, perhaps, as well, to keep himself in it. And so far looks to be doing so, David.
Yeah, he looks to be fighting hard, the world #1, trying to keep his chances alive in this final. Maybe just a quick action replay of the last few moves since we were last here. We left it with the Black Knight chasing Magnus's queen back. That queen duly retreated. And very interesting to me that Vincent chose not to castle and just to get his rook over into the center. It feels like a very healthy move, very easy, natural move to play. Instead, he tried to initiate immediate action, bringing his knight in. Just such ambitious, such strong chess from Vincent, I've got to say. He's literally not taking his foot off the pedal for 1 second here. Magnus fights against that, covering the square the Black Knight wanted to use. And now one knight jumping back, again threatening to jump in, maybe hinting at some sacrifices around the White King. Magnus now trying to snag the bishop pair. If he's able to trade a couple of pieces, Magnus, the pressure disappears. And, okay, at least he keeps the fight alive. But what if this bishop just retreats? Magnus needs a plan beyond that.
Yeah. Awesome update on this board. But as we hopped over here, we finally have the response from Fabiano just at 10 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a simple king move for him. So we got to go back to the other semi-final to see how Javalkir Sindarov is going to craft a response here. Interesting to me is that this means he's opted not to castle, which was an opportunity for him there if he wanted to.
Yeah, brave, Tanya, to say the least. Very brave.
Yeah, what a move. When you said it's a simple king move, I thought you meant that he just chose to castle. This was not on our radar. Yes, it sidesteps those ideas of the White Knight jumping into a Black's camp, coming in with that check on that d6 square. But I was not expecting this. One, you lose all right to castle, get your king to safety for the rest of the game. Also, it's not going to be a king march, right? With the white rook and the queen, the way they're placed, Black's king, step by step, is not going to get to the right side of the board. Which means Fabi's rooks stay disconnected for a really long time now.
Yeah.
That's a crazy move.
Crazy move, and the knight comes in anywhere.
Okay, he pushes a pawn. This is the reason he kept his rook in the corner. I was going to say, there are some tactics against that rook on the long diagonal occasionally, but he keeps his rook in the corner because he's trying to push pawns to scare white. Now, jumping in with the White Knight, the question is...
Wait, he's losing a pawn. Knight d6, knight takes pawn.
Is he planning to push his pawn... pushing the pawn forward, I thought was his idea, hitting the knight, kind of breaking the connection between the queen and knight, but now knight takes rook, hits the Black queen.
Whoa, that doesn't feel right. Yes, you win white's queen, but you lose yours, and in the end, once Black captures that knight, 5 versus 3, 5 points for a rook, 3 for a knight, you're up material once the dust settles.
And Fabiano played that move really fast, which means he prepared for Javakir's knight jump with this counterattack. Actually, the move Fabiano played was not horrible. It just looked crazy. And he had to handle the position correctly, but he hasn't, because now knight takes pawn, and you cannot take back the knight because of white's light squared bishop and the rook in the top left. You just, I mean, maybe the idea is to just give up a pawn. Like, maybe the idea is to move the queen here.
Can you bring the rook up one step further to try to defend that pawn that Levy's targeting? Bring the rook to the center of the board? It looks very vulnerable there, but is that an option?
Oh, wow.
My gut tells me no, but maybe?
This is what he's planning, by the way. I can almost guarantee it, Tanya. But, I mean, I know we're digging deep into the chess here, but this is essential. Javalkir has a winning move right now.
Whoa.
And I'm going to test you both because I've seen it.
Oh,
this is the computer, not me. I don't think I would see it in a million years, but he has an incredible winning move, Javalkir.
Can I take a guess? Is it knight at the center of the board? Knight d5 ideas?
Nice, Tanya.
Ooh.
So tactically aware, hitting the black queen. This is so surprising because this knight can simply be captured in 3 different ways. If the black rook captures, this is one we can rule out. There will be a checkmate, the white rook coming up to the top of the board. This is the one kind of simple concept, but the rest is a bit tricky. Taking with the pawn, for example, now there would be a trade of rooks in the center, and now you jump back. You just calmly jump back, hitting the black queen and winning this black knight. Checkmate, actually, if you move the black queen right now. And yeah, likewise, if you take with the bishop, I think this one might be quite straightforward. Well, I was going to say straightforward. There's nothing straightforward about this. And now you drop back as well. Knight takes pawn. You grab this one at the very end.
We are 3 good moves away from Javahir Sindarov being the first finalist.
Unbelievable.
This is so crazy.
This is crazy.
Yeah, but he has to find this sequence specifically.
It's not that hard with time. Like, it's...
And he's got plenty of that.
Yeah, with time. Like, under pressure, it's easy to miss because you just say, okay, I have to do something. Knight d6, a5, or sorry, knight d6, rook e5, that's what I'm going to play. But...
Yes, exactly. To David's point, you know, this is the defense that Fabi has with 10 minutes in the clock. You see it and you stop there. But for Javahir, with an hour on the clock to spot out these tactics, also these ideas are always in the air, right? So in a chess player's mind, they exist. He knows the knight can potentially jump there. He knows the patterns around the black king being stuck at the center of the board. But it has to be step 1 first. He has to get that knight closer to the black rook. He hasn't yet made a move.
He needs to calculate the follow-up before he can dive in with the first step of this this long journey. But yeah, with an hour on the clock, I'm inclined to agree with you, Levy. Like, with 10 minutes, I don't think many players find this. I think you need to be practical, save time for later, so he wouldn't dig too deep into the weeds here. But with an hour, you can... I mean, if your spidey senses are tingling, then you go deep, then you look for solutions, and it is a threat, and win, essentially.
Which element of this sequence, understanding it's a long sequence that we just explored, do you feel like is the hardest part to find? Is it the initial knight jump, or it's later down that line?
Oh,
he's about to make a move.
Wow!
This is it.
Wow, he rushed. That's inexcusable. And now the worst thing is he's worse. Like, if Fabiano can play a few natural moves here, he might just take over the game. But you can't miss that because it's one of the most forcing moves. So James, like, knight d6, rook e5, he probably calculated a few things, and then he said none of them work. But his central knight attacking the queen is one of the most forcing moves in the position that doesn't lose on the spot. You literally do checks, captures, threats.
Yes.
He cannot check anything or capture anything. If he had just looked at knight d5, he didn't see it. That's just, it's not that he saw it and was like, it doesn't work. He just didn't even see it because it's a ghost move. It's protected 3 times. Like, there's no way it can be. But yeah, Tanya spotted it. Tanya, you got to get in there.
But I think you make a great point because when somebody's tapping you on your shoulder, look for something in this position. There's something to find here.
Yeah, of course.
We would get it instantly. But there's nobody telling the players right there that, you know, this is the position you need to pause and this is where something absolutely insane exists. And this is what makes the difference because playing in there is a whole different ball game than being in here and figuring it out.
And yeah, your intuition has to be the angel on your shoulder in that case to tap you and say, take that extra few minutes to explore the position.
The players don't even need to know the evaluation. Like, if Javahir knew it was +2, he would find knight d5 instantly. You literally just have to be like, hey. Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Like you don't have to say a word.
Yes.
And they would have found it. But
I'm actually surprised he didn't because it also felt like such a Javahir line to go into, you know, a very direct line.
Yeah.
And this idea of the knight jump, it felt like it's always in the air tactics that you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you got an hour versus 9 minutes.
He moved in 3 minutes. He only spent 3 minutes looking there. I mean, there's so much to look at.
Yeah, it's just inexcusable. Like, okay, he will obviously have a very long career of beating many, many players, but he will look back at this and go, why did I spend 3 out of my 64 minutes on my clock there? And Fabi's back in the game. He's played before.
And that knight jump to the wrong square could be the costliest move for Javahir.
The game turned on a dime.
It's like a $100,000 move. Like,
yeah, it went to
crazy.
a screeching halt and back to even. So Fabiano has life in this game, still a lot of time pressure, and that's something that could come back into play. going to have to respond as well to the threat on his queen here. But this now almost kind of pushes our attention back towards the other matchup, where one of our youngsters still has, at least by the computer's evaluation, a decent or slight advantage. Vincent Keymer versus Magnus Carlsen. Perhaps we can get a slight update there.
And we'll go to this game. And, okay, only a couple of moves since we were last here, but it is a big one, especially for the world #1 Magnus. Here he has castled, finally. So at least he coordinates his pieces, connects his rooks. That's the one area that he is ahead relative to Vincent Keymer. I'm not sure Vincent's quite found the right path. It feels like he's gone for an immediate knockout. He was trying to jump around with the Black Knights, but they can't really jump further. Just to recap the last couple of moves, we left it with the White Knight attacking the Bishop. It did retreat as expected, and Magnus swinging his rook over to castle. I'm very much expecting Black to do the same, but you do have to watch out because it's a bit of a mirror image. The other game, the winning move was a knight landing on this juicy d6 square. Magnus has got that idea in his mind in this game as well. There are some juicy squares for both sides. It does feel like Magnus is maybe past the first wave of that storm there. At least he's surviving. He might still be worse here, the world #1. But, okay, as the clocks tick down, things could happen. A bit more random, I would say, this position than the other one.
I'm still surprised with what we just saw. And I want to point out, you know, when you're playing against the world #1, world #2, these absolute beast players, best beast players in the world, opportunities are far and few, and you can't keep missing them. For Javakir, yesterday he had that one shot at the end game, right? Where again he had those extra couple of minutes, but he didn't realize that critical moment, as Levon earlier was mentioning, one of the hard things for chess players to do, and he rushed past that moment. Diluted, went into a draw, and right now what we just saw in that previous game, once again, just not taking his time, given that opportunity, and it's gone. It turns around. And for Magnus, for Vincent, he's got that shot against the world #1, but he's got to keep that sort of momentum going. And to me, this one's not as clear. You know, had Javakir found that best move, it would pretty much be game over on the spot. This, on the other hand, it's anyone's game. It's a game for 3 results.
Yeah, on our way back to that Fabiano board in just a moment, let's take a walk or a stroll to the other boards just for a quick update. Those two games happening on the bottom side of the bracket. First, Alireza Firoozja versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I want to take a look at that one because, well, we talked about these two players being so willing to fight, and kind of at least the speed with which they were playing initially felt like maybe we would get that. There's only been one piece to fall off the board on either side here in this one in the end.
Yeah, and that's just a very complicated position. 30 pieces still on the board, including the pawns. Firoozja spending some time. I think that's the big shock. He might not have dinner plans after all. He has been pausing a little bit, but we see them on the camera. Actually, Firoozja and Nodirbek, they're both kind of looking away. They were both looking at the big screen, maybe knowing that the real action's happening elsewhere. I would say small advantage for Alireza Firoozja just right now, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, very much so. Still a long way to go.
Just in case you forgot where Alireza's from and what color he's wearing. By the way, do they only have one of these blazers?
Ooh, that's a good question.
So.
Or do they have 8 of the same color blazer, 1 for each day?
What if the sauce gets on it?
Exactly. We got to have backups, right?
Dinner's delicious. They serve a lot of good food, man.
That's a very good point.
But, you know, maybe it's important to remember Alireza playing for France, right? The next Grand Slam is in Paris, so it's definitely a spot that he wants to get to, play on home ground. And it's not going to be easy for him.
No, not in the slightest. Obviously, already outside of the contention for taking a top 3 spot here and booking his trip. As a result, we'll have to look for one of those other qualification spots or a wild card to boot. But still here, trying to find a win today against Nodirbek Abdusattorov to at least snag a few more points and to fight for 5th place. From here, though, let's jump to our 4th table where we can get an update on Hikaru Nakamura as well, up against the world champion in Kukesh. And then we'll return to our semifinal bouts where time pressure continues to build against Fabiano-Caruana.
And just speaking of wildcards, before we dive into this one, if you guys could pick any one player to join into for the Paris Slam, who would your pick be? I'd love to hear from chat as well, who they'd love to see at Freestyle Chess.
Like in this tournament or in general?
For the next Slam.
But like a player from this tournament or any player?
Any player for that wild card spot. Let's say not a qualifying spot. It could be from this.
We give you permission to wild card a player into
Yes, but let's keep the semi-finalists out because let's say the top 3 have a shot to make it through. So let's keep the semi-finalists out of this.
Okay.
One player.
Yourself.
No, but the question still hasn't been answered.
Yes,
Out of these
they
10?
could be.
No, of any
No,
player in the world.
anyone, but
there's only one answer.
I think I know what Levy's
There's
gonna
only one
say.
answer.
What is that answer?
It's Hans Niemann, of course.
It's a good pick.
Levy
It's a
going for
good pick,
contact.
my friend.
Surprise, surprise.
Drama.
But you gotta give an explanation for that. What's the reason, Levy?
More people are going to watch. The interviews will be spicier.
That is true.
I mean...
Chess will speak for itself.
Or not. I mean, or the complete opposite. But yeah, like, of course, there's only one. Until these other young guys start going on interviews and being like, this guy sucks. He always plays so boring. I hate playing him. Not like about each other. Chess is of course, it's a respectful game and everything, and the players are happy to show up and play. But my God, wouldn't it be fascinating if they started trash talking each other?
So Levy's pick is Hans. I can see that making the whole slam incredibly fun. David, what about you?
I'll be boring and say Maxime Vachier-Lagroff, just because I mean he's a Parisian. He's home favorite, one for the home fans.
Very creative player, very fun player.
Yeah, very strong player.
Yes. Yeah.
David Howe. Throw him to the
But then
wolves.
what's going to happen?
See what happens. You're right. Actually, no, I can't lose. I can't lose my teacher.
I disagree with that.
I can't lose my teacher.
Oh, thanks, though. I appreciate it. It is my dream. I mean, freestyle chess. It was always my
We
favorite.
need you here, David.
Tanya?
We do. The broadcast would suffer without you.
It's really interesting. I mean, I think, yes, from making it an exciting, spicy event, Hans would be the pick, but I'd love to see one of the other Indian kids on as well. You know, Prague, what we saw in Tata Steel from him, I think he'd really make it exciting as well. So I think having Pragnananda, well, Gukesh already qualifies for all of the events because of being world champion. I think he's got a direct spot in each of the Grand Slams. Yes, so
Damn.
would be fun to add a little bit.
Becoming the world champion chess is like, it's dope.
Yeah.
You make millions now. It's like becoming a UFC champ.
Pays to be the best.
Hell yeah.
You gotta have the world champion perks, right?
You gotta beat the best to be the best, and the best is blessed.
And not easy to be the best, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What would be Kukesh's nickname if he was a...
It's Gookie right now.
But you can't come out and say, like, you can't just shorten your name into a nickname. Like, what would he be? Would he be the... You know how, like, Anand is the tiger of...
the tiger of Madras.
Right. The moniker of, you know, the...
Domaraju, the Dominator.
Ooh, the Dominator. Oh, I like that. Okay.
The cheetah from Chennai.
Yeah.
The Fresh Prince. No, the Gukesh Prince.
The Goo Fresh Prince of... yeah, okay.
The Goo Fresh Prince. All right, okay.
My favorite's still Gookie. That's how we call him in India. It's his pet name. Just feels like there's a lot of love from Indian fans in it. We had this song made for him for the World Championship when he was playing against Ding. I'm not going to sing the Hindi part of it, but it was Go, Go, Gookie, Go. It was very catchy. That was the hook. Worked really well.
And speaking of Kukesh, we see the position in front of us. We won't delve too deeply into what's happened because it's essentially just been a maneuvering game. The one kind of worry for Kukesh, both long-term and short-term, are his pawns here, just in front of his king. The Black Queen is attacking one of them right now, so he needs to defend, react to that. But yeah, both pawns relatively weak. The Black Knight has a nice outpost in front of them as well. I'm going to stick my neck out and say that Hikaru, a small favorite for the rest of this game, but it shouldn't be anything too dramatic. He should still be able to keep things under control.
If we explore just the next couple moves real quick, since you pointed out that pawn that's targeted by the queen, the most natural move for me feels like just pushing my rook up to the F3 square, defending it, but also enabling an opportunity to double my rooks up on that F file to follow.
Yeah, I like it. And yes, this white rook could potentially get hit by a black knight, but it's not the end of the world. The rook could still slide forward and block the diagonal, now on a very stable square. And as you mentioned, getting a bit of backup as well. It looks like a good way to stabilize.
We've got some chat suggestions for a moniker for Gukesh.
What do we have?
I quite like one of them. For Gukesh, Goatkesh.
The Kukesh.
Like self-appointed?
Yeah. I was gonna say maybe it's some time needed.
I like
to
the
establish
I like that.
If there's ever a major chess event that needs a ring announcer, I mean, I can yell it. That would be that was a good one.
That is solid.
David, what would your nickname be?
I don't know, Howler, because I commit so many howlers, both on air and on the chessboard. I was called Howitzer. That's my.
I like that.
I don't know why. That's
A wizard? Or like
No, howitzer is a military term. Howitzer is an artillery piece.
yeah, like a rocket.
Oh,
I don't know.
your nickname has to assume that your audience is as dumb as me.
Laying waste and destruction to his opponents. Maybe not the most accurate, though.
Could've just done
Piece of
bazooka,
artillery equipment,
you know?
I don't know.
Did you have a nickname, or was it just Dash? Like,
No, I never did. In fact, I had to come up with a nickname before I stepped on air for League of Legends. So I wasn't Dash prior to that, and it was my dad, of all people, who came up with it for me. So thanks, Dad. Appreciate you. But it is just very much attached to the running days. Not too much of a story behind
you also
that.
kind of look like the adult version of Dash from Incredibles. Right?
That's the underhanded element,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I don't need Pixar coming after me for.
Pixar's not watching. They're busy doing their own, their next production.
You know,
right.
Speaking of dashing, let's dash over to another board. We got to go back to Fabiano versus Javakir Sindarov because when we had left, just under 10 minutes on the clock. Now, as we return, admittedly, still just under 10 minutes on the clock, and that's because Javakir has spent some time thinking here.
Yeah, and I think he pretty much just missed what Fabiano has done. Fabiano has actually temporarily sacrificed a pawn to open up lines to blunt the white queen. The white queen, we see her on the corner of the board there for Sindarov, and I think he's underestimated how much latent potential there is in Black's position, and how forward the pieces, how kind of they can spring forward in such kind of quick fashion here. Let's just quickly recap the last couple of moves because we were talking just a few moments ago about the winning idea being dropping the knight into this juicy d6 square for Sindarov. He missed that opportunity, went the other way with a different knight, trying to jump into another nice outpost on f6, both knights hitting that one. But after a hit on the white queen, this pawn sacrifice, Fabiano has just moved his bishop out the way, attacking one of the white knights. And the big question is, do you have to jump back? Do you have to retreat? Or can you leap into the position? I think his intention was to jump in with this white knight here, Sindarov, but there just aren't any threats. Suddenly he's losing coordination. Fabiano has some open lines. It looks like a comeback might be on the cards here, Tanya. Suddenly Sindarov, he's spending a lot of time, but he should have spent it one move ago.
He spent 3 minutes on that move, missed that opportunity, and now it's 13 minutes, and that might not even be it because it's practical problems you're dealing with, right? Black is hitting that knight, takes a breather before recapturing that pawn or further putting pressure. Notice that dark squared bishop that Fabi has. It's sitting on a beautiful diagonal, sniping across towards the white king, and there are ideas of lining up the rook, which we thought was so out of play in the game, on the very next move to assist that very bishop, to give some deadly ideas on the pawn that David is highlighting, and it all seems to come with tempo. And this happens, right? You miss an opportunity. He perhaps completely missed Fabi's counter resource, which Fabi blitzed out immediately, pushing that B pawn forward, exploding white's defenses around the king. And now you're sort of taken up with this thought that I was completely in control. I had that winning move. The worst thing that can happen to Javakir right now is to go down that rabbit hole and to actually think and find what he missed out on.
Okay, I was about to say, I know what happens to me. I'm sure it happens to chess players of all levels, right? You make a move, and then the moment you do, you realize you missed something. And you start thinking, that's the move I want back. But what a dangerous rabbit hole that is to go down to mentally, because the move has been played. We're on to a new board state, right? And so you have to be able to keep yourself in a forward-thinking perspective, even while realizing you may have given away what was a massive opportunity.
Yeah, that's always been one of my biggest weaknesses in chess, just looking back, regretting things. And I mean, it's that sense of like, oh, what if? There must have been something. There must have been something. But he needs to focus. The young generation, I'm going to say, are quite good at this, just rolling with the punches and looking at each new position with fresh eyes. He jumps in with a knight. Sindarov attacking Black's rook, which just escaped, moved up one square. But these two knights,
very unhappy about that.
Yeah, maybe a big blunder, I'm going to say, incoming from Sindarov. Maybe that was the start, because these two knights are just hanging in midair. They're not hitting anything anymore, and yes, they defend each other, but they can easily be dislodged. The two black bishops are eyeing up the two knights, and it just feels so loose suddenly for Sindarov.
Yeah, and that's a really big idea on the right side of the board, but I also want to break down the dynamics on the left side of the board. You know, for just a moment, if we forget that big threat that David's pointing out, White can never really recapture, or at least capture again, that A5 pawn that we see. The rook will jump over, attack the white queen, and notice how the white queen has got absolutely no squares to go to. Your A2 pawn is falling next. All of black's pieces are coming towards the white king. This has turned around in the worst way possible for Javakir, because from a completely in control, well, close to a winning position where you're going for your opponent's king, you're suddenly starting to feel unsafe. And it's black who's coming in with all the threats. Unbelievable what has just happened, and it all comes down to that one move.
Completely stunning. Completely stunning.
Wow, big turnaround potential here. He tries to block up that rook in the corner. Tanya, you mentioned that it might come to life. Black's rook now some threats on the diagonal as well, but the big question is, does Fabiano have to take this pawn? Yes, it would come with a check, but the white king will just shift into the corner. Or does he have time to try and win one of these two hanging white knights before they run away, before they get protected properly?
There is one defensive resource to the idea you're just highlighting if black was to push forward with that pawn, David, because it's so tempting, right? You get rid of the defender, you win material, but it gets complicated because that white knight that's at the top of the board can jump further, putting more pressure on Fabi's rook right now with the move that you're highlighting. Once again, pins are such a huge part of your superpower tactics book that you have, the resources that you have, the rook and the queen lined up against. So it's still very, very messy, the position.
Still very messy. Fabiano's still down on the clock, under 9 minutes now. But at least objectively, we see the evaluation bar here say that he has an advantage for the first time in this game. Sindarov just not spending enough time. I actually think if Fabi had half an hour earlier instead of 9 minutes, Sindarov would have spent more time and might have found that winning blow. Instead, he's spiraling, he's tilting a bit, and I think Fabiano will find the way forward. I'm not sure exactly what it should be, but taking this pawn off the board with a check, maybe hitting that white knight, trying to win material, as we pointed out a bit earlier, looks strong.
Checks, captures, threats, right? So that's got to be going on in his mind as well. You capture and you give a check, and you can further also threaten white's queen at the corner of the board. It's sort of between two very pleasant choices. Do you hit the knight on one side, or do you take that pawn with a check? And for Fabi, he has to figure it out with about 7.5 minutes on the clock. He's got to budget that time, because there are big decisions that lie ahead.
7 minutes only. Fabiano,
he's so shifty.
Yeah, he's moving around. He definitely feels the pressure, but you also start feeling the nerves a little bit, like the worst is over. Now I just have to make a few more accurate moves. It does feel like white's position is just kind of winging haymakers, but very uncoordinated, like left, right, but
they're telegraphed in a way, but if it lands, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, one move that's not telegraphed here is white is threatening knight to g8. It's just and he played h5, and you can put the knight into the corner, and you cannot take it because the white queen is now open, which is completely insane. And that might be the best move now, by the way. I mean, this is crazy.
Might be the only move to not lose a piece, right?
Yeah, because the knights defend each other, and this is the best way to pry them apart. This is wild. Of course, Javakir can also take the pawn, not with the knight on the other side of the board. The craziest part about this position for white is one of his rooks is garbage. It's completely useless. If the d pawn was gone, white's position might be close to winning. I mean, I don't know, but it's stuck. And
yeah, you really want to reach out for that pawn in front of that rook and just throw it.
Yeah, just throw it at your...
Chuck it out of the board.
What a different game chess would be. If all of a sudden you could just bulldoze some of your own pieces out of the way.
Yeah, one time per game you can remove one of your pieces from existence.
But it's interesting that we talk about how, effectively useless that rook is on the D file, whereas it feels like that black rook on the A file, at least to my eye, feels almost useless too, because it's so out of the game, but I guess isn't having the same kind of disastrous effect on the position for black.
Yeah, at least that black rook could maybe join the action on some open files in the near future. Okay, first, wow, capture by Javelkir Sindarov. This is a piece sacrifice, but oh wow, there are some forks in the air, potentially. I was just wondering what happens if black captures this knight. It looks like a free piece, and for now this white pawn is pinned on the c-file, but there would be ideas such as queen takes rook, I believe here. Maybe there's something even better, but this would land a knight fork. Again, pin, and not win this time, but a pin here would recapture the black queen, and when the dust settles, I mean, it's still chaos on this board. The rook attacked, and...
but Fabi shouldn't lose this.
Yeah, Fabi shouldn't lose.
Just don't hang your rook.
I mean, 3 moves ago, we thought Sindarov is never going to lose this. It's just crazy, the cost of one single move, the cost of just rushing up, how high it can be. But David, I think the complications is just so difficult to make a choice as Fabi, right? With 6 minutes on the clock, the madness in the position that exists. You were pointing out grabbing the knight. There are options across the board for white after that as well. How does Fabi approach this? How does he calculate all these lines with such little time on the clock?
I don't know if he does, or at some point he just starts guessing. He could also just recapture this pawn and kind of maintain the kind of precarious position of all the pieces. Everything's just hanging in midair there.
Yeah, and that's where we would have liked Sindarov to have spent more time on, you know, that move a few moves ago. At the very least, he's continuing to ask questions of Fabiano, right? Which is a concept we talked about earlier. Yeah. Don't give your opponent just one clear move to make. Don't make that next move obvious, particularly when they're the one in time trouble. And so now down under 6 minutes, Fabiano's still having to run through some calculations to make sure that he's not missing anything, while maybe having that sense that the game is within his control, within his reach.
Yeah, but he can't go below 2 minutes. Like, that's when you start panicking. He's not panicking right now, but 2 minutes is very different than 5, and Sindarov can still very well win this game. Like, if he sets some traps and some tricks, and he does it well, Sindarov could still win. I mean, it will not be the type of win he could have had, which was a 3-move, 4-move combination that would have just almost ended the game on the spot. But it will be a fun one for the fans.
And I just want to let people at home know, you're not missing too much on the other boards. I'm keeping an eye on them on my second monitor here. Most of them still in a relatively even game state. Much more, shared time between the players to deal with. So we're going to keep our focus here, because at any moment we could see our first player advance to the finals here at WEISSENHAUS.
Fabi, it looks like he's just about to make a move, and it would be so tempting to pick up that piece that's worth 3 pawns, right, compared to the trade that would capture the pawn, and I believe that's the one that Fabi's gone for. David, does this mean that he feels this is where safety lies for the Black King?
Maybe. He has also opened up a defense on the black rook, so there's no forks now. There's no way to take advantage of the pin. He's basically hoping he can just win a piece on the next move or two. He might have to suffer from some checks. He might have to just find a way to block this one or run away with the black king, for example. But I don't see a way to save the white knights. So Sindarov might be kind of committed at this point to a proper full piece sacrifice, unless there's something hiding beneath the surface here.
There is the move knight e5, right? That's the only move that at least keeps some threats alive. Because the threat is just to play knight takes pawn. Oh, you're pinned.
Pinned.
Oh, that sucks.
But it's still game on, because Black King is in the center of the board, right?
Yeah.
And as long as the king is unsafe, it's on. I mean, action continues. You can sidestep with your own king at the right time.
Like now.
Right now.
Yeah, and the game goes on.
And that rook you were mentioning is about to line up with Black's queen.
Yeah, so it's not over. And the white pawn can start running. And when it gets to d6, it's time to resign. So,
but the difference now is that Sindarov is playing for tricks in the position.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's not playing the best moves. Like, he could have... There was some subtleties there. He could have given a check with his queen first and then moved his knight, and that's what the computer was saying. It does... You're getting the sense he's just playing on Fabi's clock. And if Fabiano wins this game and advances to the finals, it will just simply be won by experience.
Yeah, so Fabiano grabbing the black knight now, the white knight now. He is a full piece up. A check. We actually predicted this whole variation. It's playing out in front of our eyes. And now the white king will slide. If you showed me this position without an evaluation bar, I would say it's terrifying for black.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much activity for the white pieces. The black king is in the firing line. Still, anything could happen.
You know, a few moves ago when Fabi shocked us with that king at the center of the board, we were talking about how that march to the right side will be impossible. Now it's a dream, and it's a very achievable dream for black. Once you're able to make your king safe, that's it. The extra material comes into play. So it's all about, can Javokir create enough threats to Fabi? Can he keep the momentum and the attack going before Black's king gets to safety on the right side of the board?
I think that's such an interesting little anecdotal point, though, David, because so often for us lower-rated players, we hold on to the evaluation bar, in a way that we would imagine the grandmasters who feel like supercomputers to us would be able to find. But in fact, maybe it isn't, that obvious to the guys who are actually sitting at the board.
Yeah, especially in positions like this. Sometimes it's a closed position. You understand who has the easier plan, who has the better pieces. So you would understand, even sitting at the board without an eval bar, you would be like, okay, I'm slightly better. I have a small advantage. But here, it's so random. It's so concrete, kind of move by move. Fabi's just fighting for survival. At least now he has the extra piece to cling onto. So I think he can use that to either give back the material later to break the pressure, or he can use it to win if he's able to survive the storm. But yeah, neither player can be 100% sure what's going on right now. And in interviews, they always express that, right? They're like, oh, I think I was doing okay, but, there might have been a scary moment here or there. And those moments still lie ahead.
Under 5 minutes, and Sindarov, he's standing by. He's not sitting on his chair, but he's calculating because he knows that he needs to respond fast to whatever Fabi chooses to keep that pressure on the clock. Now, whenever a player is up material, right, traditional chess wisdom is, well, if in doubt, trade it out. And there is a path for Fabi to get there. You can give a forcing check in the position, open up the rook's face off, and then at least get one pair of rooks off the board. Would that help ease out the pressure on Fabi's king right now?
Yeah, I think so. He has to give a check and trade rooks. And then I'm thinking run the king to the right side of the board. But you have to make sure that that doesn't just lose on the spot. Like, let's say the king moves, then you trade, and then you play king f7. And there is a knight check in the center of the board. You can, you can take, and then you lose your rook, and you have two pieces, and you sort of have to evaluate this position, which is stressful. But I see that the computer, instead of this, if we back up two moves, instead of running away with the king, it actually wants to, do this, then trade. And I mean, the point is the same, like you trade the rooks, and rather than running away with the king, it wants to block with the knight, which is a very scary move to play in time trouble, because you don't want to pin yourself. You want to run away with the king, but it's actually the best move. And Fabi has not played the check. He has played rook to a6, and he's giving up a rook. He's looking for stability in the form of two pieces. So he's trying to get the second knight. He wants the position where he has a bishop and a knight for a rook, which traditionally is better. It's the practical choice.
Yeah, playing very practical chess there. He has to with 4 minutes on his clock, Fabi. It's that kind of S word again, stabilize. It's just survival, just clinging on. And he knows long-term he's doing very well. But Javokir continues to blitz. Like, what's the point of a time advantage, a 40-minute time advantage, if you're not going to use it? That's the thing.
Yeah.
You're saving money in the bank for later, but you might not have a future.
Yeah, it's important to recognize we don't have rollover minutes here in chess. You don't get to take your time advantage that you end one game with and bring it into the next. So
that would be cool, though.
That'd be an interesting bank up as much time as you can for a future game.
I want to just quickly point out the material imbalance that we've got on the board right now. You see white has got two rooks, but black has got two minor pieces in exchange of that. And that means that's 6 points for Fabi and 5 for white, 5 points for the rook. But white also has that extra pawn. So at least in that mathematical balance, it's equal, but the rooks are really dependent on how quickly they can get active. Usually in this dynamic, it's the minor pieces. If they can find their coordination, if they can set up targets, they're sort of the stronger against the rook. David, who do you think it favors, this imbalance in this particular position?
I think I would choose the pieces. I normally always do, but there are so many open lines that I could imagine the rooks coming into the game. And I think big decision now. If the queens come off, I believe Fabiano is safe. I don't think he will lose. Whether he wins is a totally different question, but queen's on the board. At least it becomes a question of king safety. Neither side has a totally safe king, we should mention. You know my favorite rhyme, Tanya. I say it all the time, but knight on f8, there is no mate. So I think Fabiano should be safe.
Does that apply with a king in the center of the board and 0 pawns around?
And rooks and queens lined up.
Yeah. You still need the knight on f8, yeah. I mean, there's no better... Maybe d8 would be...
But to show your point, just put that king on g8, where it often ends up, you know, in standard chess. It would just feel so incredibly safe, close to that knight on the board, controlling all squares around it.
It would be very nice. But now I think Fabi can breathe a sigh of relief because he's not going to get checkmated now. And White really should start making some trades because Black will start a very vicious counterattack pretty quickly. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, the White king not safe either. But Sindarov, if he wants to keep kind of taking risk, playing on Fabi's clock, he might keep the queens on. He might be tempted, and that could backfire.
Yeah.
So things still dramatic here. Just an update on Magnus-Carlsen's board. Magnus low on time, but the queens are off there. He's actually sacrificed a pawn, the world #1, in his desperate attempt to win. It looks like a totally fine position, but fine is not enough for Carlsen. So I wonder whether we switch now that Fabi has weathered the first attack.
Can at the very least hop there for a little bit until this one makes a bit more progress. Both players over in that Vincent Keymer versus Magnus-Carlsen game have over 10 minutes. Actually, in fact, Vincent double the time of his opponent, almost exactly in this moment.
Vincent is also up a pawn. We should do a replay of how it got here. I think Vincent didn't attack in the most ruthless way possible, and Magnus got a little bit of counter chances, but I mean, the position you have now is like, okay, maybe White won't lose because White has a lot of activity. And I mean, Black's got the same situation that is on the other board. Java here has a center pawn and it's blocking his rook. Here it's Keymer who has the center pawn. But Magnus has to win, which...
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, I don't know how on earth you even begin to do that. Like, you could maybe look for an imbalance somehow, but you have to trade a bishop for a knight probably and just try to get something that you can work on. Yeah, losing this, I think if Vincent loses this, it would somehow be more impressive than Magnus winning it. Like, this is what I feel. But, okay, he can still blunder, and that will be that.
Yeah, let's have a quick action replay for those of you who are just joining us of the last few moves to see how Vincent won. We last left it with Magnus castling his. So Magnus looking like he's now ready. Back, actually throwing to nice square, hitting this white border. The bishop also opening up this diagonal. Magnus here just pushed his pawn forward 1 square, given an exclamation point here. Apparently a very strong move, stopping the black knights from having access. Vincent castled his king, so actually staying with his king on that square, but getting his rook out, connecting his rooks. And Magnus just said, okay, I know this pawn is hanging, but please have it. Please feel free. He pushed his pawn forward, and surprising to me, because after queen takes pawn, Magnus now spent about 10 minutes on the clock. You would think, having sacrificed a pawn, he had a plan. This was his plan after all, to trade queens, but maybe it's just that realization that winning is going to be such an uphill struggle here. It's going to be such a challenge, and I mean, I would just want to get this black knight back into the game as soon as possible. It looks like Vincent should be totally fine.
Well, and what a different dynamic this game has as a result, right? Because, you know, I'll remind everybody that for Fabiano and Sindarov, both of them are looking at if they go into a drawn position, there is no loser just yet, you know, opportunities for them to go into that tie break and ultimately come out on top. But for this matchup between Vincent Keymer and Magnus, it's one and done.
I think Kukesh has made a mistake.
Ooh.
Looks like Hikaru is better against Kukesh. We can head over there.
Yeah, we can.
That one's really...
Let's go there now. We just saw the eval bar swing, so let's investigate as to why that happened.
Wow.
Hikaru gets a... It's just a great move. I'm looking at 2 different game reviews here in the studio.
Is it brilliant or great? What is it?
And one is telling me it's brilliant, but I would not be so quick to crown that a brilliant move. Oh, that's the one that's on the big screen. I mean, it's not that brilliant. You can't take the knight, but all right, fine. The game review being extra nice to Hikaru. Also, it looks emerald on this monitor. It's normally just blue. And if we just back up a move, Hikaru had just castled, and we had the castling on the opposite sides, which means it's going to be spicy. And Kukesh pushed the wrong pawn. So he had to move his leftmost pawn, the A pawn, for reasons I haven't fully dove into, but he moves the other one, which makes sense because he's targeting the hook, which we've talked about on this broadcast, the pawn in front of the castled king that you can target. That's apparently a mistake, and now Hikaru immediately lashing out with knight c5, and he's better, although to my eye, at first glance, I don't really understand why. He's obviously just attacking two things, but what if Gukesh just steps back?
Yeah, I think first you have to choose a square for the queen, but his next plan, this is the computer pointing out now, bishop takes knight, and then the knight that's just jumped is going to swing back, attack white's loose rook, and attack white's central pawn as well. So a tempo play, but that's hidden. That's not so obvious, I would say. Hence why Kukesh might have missed it.
I think Hikaru sees it.
Yes.
Just it's like a...
He's going to rotate those knights.
It's like a... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like a blitz trick. I can already see Hikaru in a Title Tuesday. Like, queen c2. Oh, and then I can take the juicer and then rotate, and then I got D's knights on e6 and g5, and that rook on f4 is... it's not looking too good. So this could turn around.
Yeah, we're also forcing the white queen out of the fight at the same time, right?
Yeah. We should also mention that Hikaru's already a pawn up. He did actually grab a pawn that Kukesh just gave him with the black queen earlier on g3. So Hikaru looking like he's a big favorite as the clocks tick down in this middle game.
And it's incredibly concrete, right? The next few moves, because the white queen is so overloaded trying to defend the pawn on the left flank as well as the central pawn, and there's really no good square to stay connected to that. I believe Kukesh is on the way to lose his second pawn, which would mean a match victory for Hikaru.
Yep.
And
he would await the winner of Nodjibek Firoozja.
Should we check back in with our semi-final bracket as clock's ticking low and both very exciting games? David, I'll let you take a pick of which one should we go to first.
Ooh, tough choice. There have been no moves at either board, surprisingly, since
Maybe
we were
not so
last
tough then.
Yeah, Sindarov is now taking his time, but here you go. Here's the bird's eye view for everybody at home. And as I say it, Sindarov makes me a liar by finding a move, or choosing a move, I should say.
He's not going to the endgame.
Keeps the queens on.
He's trying to keep the queen. He's completely playing Fabiano's clock.
He really is.
It's a strategy for sure. Might work against me. You know, I might panic. I don't know if Fabiano's going to panic, though, but
this is a tightrope to walk on, especially when you're playing against a player like Fabi, right? It's a hard instinct to fight. He sees the clock. He wants to keep the queens on the board because that makes Fabi's decisions more difficult. But the objective best decision was to trade the queens. How do you choose that? And I think Sindarov's taken the more risky one.
Yeah, essentially deciding when to trade queens relies on one big factor. It is king safety. Sometimes it's the material balance. If you're up material, you might want to get queens off, or if you have a better pawn structure. But king safety is all important. And now the black king is one square away from reaching the perfect haven, the perfect sanctuary there. Sindarov, before it gets to safety, tries to target that king. There's a pin now, a double pin on the black light squared bishop. I was just about to say white's king not entirely safe either. So it's a very delicate equation to balance up there, deciding whether to trade queens or not. Fabi, will he move his queen out the way now? Is he going to start threatening some nasty stuff of his own against the white king, which is pretty much defenseless other than a couple of pawns? That's such a brave decision. But yeah, I mean, Levy, you mentioned earlier the time trouble situation. Often I win a lot of my games when I'm lower on the clock because my opponents are trying to blitz me. They just don't pause. They don't get too deep into the position.
Yeah, still though, Javokir giving Fabiano a reason, or an excuse rather, to take his king out for some exercise, completely on the run over to the right-hand side of the board, but soon to be quite safe.
Yeah, you push the king to its defensive post. Also, if like one person is getting mated here in two moves, it's white. It's not black. I mean, white's king is actually in some more danger because you have more pieces pointed at it somehow. And it has less escape squares. There's no queen move for black that would get to b2 like safely, but there's a rook move, like rook sliding over and then coming down. Obviously that wouldn't happen, but just point being that I don't think though that in the long run Fabi wins this game by checkmate. right? Like I don't know if there's a way you can very easily maneuver your pieces in such a way toward White's king that that leave your own pieces safe. But at some point, Java here is going to have to make a mental shift. Like, I'm not playing for a win. Like, I'm playing to equalize, and that's a very difficult thing to do.
And I think especially for the younger generation, I think that fire of youth, you know, that hunger, that ambition that they have, sometimes it's difficult to sort of pull the brakes when things have gone wrong. We were talking about his first decision of the wrong knight jump. This last decision feels like that. It's over-ambitious in a position that's actually incredibly dangerous for Javakir. You know, he did have the option to trade the queens, to go to safety, keep that balance, and perhaps take the match to playoff. But again, I think now, with what he's played, draw is off the cards. That playoff is perhaps off the cards. Fabi in control, and that 30-second increment, it's quite a bit. Once you get your king to safety, once you can start attacking your opponent's king, and I think the very experienced lot, the likes of Fabi, the likes of Magnus, they're able to sense that shift in dynamics, in positions, perhaps even better, and that's where experience counts.
I'm just going to quickly say that Vincent Keymer is now only up about 4 minutes on the clock against Magnus. And you just, you know, if earlier in the game it was 80% that Vincent was advancing, you know, you get into a rapid game endgame against Magnus, even a pawn down. It's Magnus's forte. And I would argue that it's creeping back up like into the 60s. And it could be 50-50 if he just can't force himself to move. You know, yesterday Vincent played fantastic with low time on the clock, but he was pressuring. And this one is very mysterious, this position. Like, losing it is one thing, but getting into low time and losing it is a totally separate one. Of course it's possible, because Black's king is not so safe. Like, if White moves in the dark squared bishop, you don't know, like, at what point do you want to trade a bishop or trade a knight or what. And Magnus has a feel for positions like this. I mean, I wouldn't quite call this an endgame, David, but it's like a late middle game. It's a queenless middle game. All the pieces almost are on the board, but it does have the makings of an endgame, and I would not want to wrestle around in one with Magnus.
Yeah, I think he's just looking for a solution that guarantees him safety in the next half dozen moves. If he can find a way to just trade off pieces, get to a position he can handle, then this might be the moment he senses.
He just shook his head.
Yeah.
I mean, just 30 minutes ago, we were entertaining the idea of our first and second place finishers from last year instead meeting each other in the third place consolation matchup, if anything, while the two youngsters booked their ticket to the finals. But the winds of change, perhaps, in the air, and we might be back to what we've always known before.
I still feel Vincent is in control of this one. You know, that extra pawn, and he does decide to go for trades. And as I say that,
do you still feel like he's in control?
Reactions across the studio.
Commentator's curse. That was that's a highlight reel right there. Oh my goodness, that's a wild move.
Big move. What just happened there?
That is a wild move. He's trying to force the issue. Oh man, the best move here for White is unfathomable. Vincent calculated en passant, right? And David, you were exactly right, all right? And that is why you are where you are right now. And you've commentated hundreds, if not, I mean, close to 1,000 games, including with Tanya. Like, this is a very forcing move. He wants en passant to happen. Then he saw a way to trade down a bunch of pieces, and he probably thinks he's fine. And he's right. Like, he's actually correct. He gives back a pawn, and he tries to solve the position. This is the pressure of the match. But the best move in the current position, if we go back and we reset the board, is the absolutely gangster King C2. Just asking the bishop, what's the plan?
Yeah.
That's the most non-gangster move I've ever seen. Just a little king push forward when the fire's across the board.
I would argue it's a gangster move because
Square up.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's the
What's
most
up? Yeah. Like
ungangster-looking move, but it's super gangster. It's like it's a power move.
I once saw like a course somewhere, maybe it was on Chessable, like just how to play with your king. It was just examples of this where the king is like an important piece. I mean, this can go. And let me tell you something right now, David, you know Magnus? Like, I feel like it's one of the moves he's looking at. Like, because it's
100%. He loves this king move.
It's a hey, you lost, wrong neighborhood there, Bishop. And then kind of question we're asking.
So what happens if the pawn defends it? Is there a sacrifice of an exchange, like king c2 and then knight e4, or king c2 rook f1? Like, what is the solution here for white?
I think essentially he's trying to close this bishop's diagonal. So now that the pawn has stepped across, the diagonal is no longer open, so the white knight can now jump in without allowing a capture.
Well, we have a move.
He actually takes it, Magnus.
Oh, wow.
He misses the opportunity. He plays en passant. He takes the pawn.
Wow.
The bait pays off for Vincent.
Wow. Both sides missing it. Yeah, I would have thought, like, Magnus in his career has played cooler moves like king c2. Not like cooler as in, you know, swagger. Like, it's just like in poker. Like, it's the move that just absolutely turns the tide. But okay, he thinks I'm getting a pawn back, so it must be fine. But that's crazy.
And that is a big pawn on that square, David. You know, if you can't immediately win it, it starts looking a bit scary. So a very tempting option. But how does this play out? How do the trades actually affect the position?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly what move order Vincent wants to use now. I think one of the reasons he might have given up this pawn is because now the white knight cannot jump into this really juicy square. A lot of white's tactics were to do with the knight jumping in. So now the bishop guards, the bishop that could have been kicked away, guards that post. So potentially pushing the pawn forward, kicking back Magnus's knight onto a worse square. Maybe, as we mentioned, he'll trade off a set of rooks first. There are also tactics. I don't think they work quite yet, but for example, this one, trading a set of rooks, trading bishop for knight, and then jumping in with your own knight, and some potential forks here. I don't think this exact move order. Maybe you need to kick white's knight back first, but after some trades, you see how things might start to simplify, and this doesn't quite work. We should mention, whoops, I put the king on the wrong square, because after dropping back, now the white knight jumps in, and there's some problems with the bishop. So maybe kicking back the white knight first is the beginning of all of this for Vincent. That's the main reason I can see to justify giving up this pawn, allowing en passant.
Say what you want, that does look like a scary pawn to me. And I see that our engines did not like it, and that big small king move, pushing it forward. I'm with you here. I mean, they're the most dangerous, right? You feel so much tension on the board, and you make this move out of nowhere, seemingly obscure, but it's the most powerful one because it takes care of a lot of threats in the position. I'm expecting Vincent. It's funny because Magnus responds with the most obvious move when you push that pawn 2 steps ahead, and Vincent starts thinking again.
Yeah, that is a bit bizarre, right? Especially such a forcing move. You're a pawn up, you give the pawn back. You have to have a reason. You have to have something up your sleeve. Unless he's got 2 tempting moves here that he's trying to choose between. Both of them he thinks are quite safe, but he's trying to choose the one which totally eliminates the risk.
That last move by Vincent is not one of those play first, think later moves.
Yeah, you just straight up give a pawn back. Like, that's very, very committal. But it might be a thing that, like, oh, Magnus played that pretty fast. What have I missed?
Yeah. An untypical, maybe, thinking period here. But if we check back in with Fabiano versus Sindarov, it looks like Sindarov is a bit on the ropes at the moment. Fabiano has found a way to get his queen sliding over to the left-hand side, starting to develop and build that threat onto the white king. Pressure mounting.
Pressure growing by the move. Fabiano, just look how he's coordinated his pieces. Now the black king is so safe. The black king clearly much safer than its counterpart. The white king is the target, and the black bishop and knight team up perfectly against this isolated pawn. The black bishop, if that pawn ever moves, will grow its diagonal here. Really nice target. And the black rook and queen just need to somehow team up together. Maybe he's... Okay, as I say it, he slides his rook across. I was about to say, you team up on this pawn, you bring your rook down. There are just so many avenues into the white position. And rooks, they're just outnumbered. Essentially, you have 1 white rook for 2 of black's minor pieces. And if the minor pieces are poorly placed, you could argue that that's okay. But black's pieces look really nicely poised.
This is going from bad to worse for Javakir. And I will point out that 2 minor pieces against rook, this is exactly why they're so strong, because you've got 2 attackers and only 1 piece to defend it, trying to hold that balance, and that usually doesn't last. I think Javakir has to look for counterplay. He has to go all in. I do see our evaluation bar, it's still sort of in the middle there, saying that it's within defensive territory. But to me, David, from a human perspective, it just looks like This is a Fabi show right now, unless Javakir is able to create counterplay against the Black King.
Yeah, I'll jump in only to let people know that that evaluation bar that you see is lying to you. We have it over here on our second monitors, and it is a solid advantage for Fabiano by the computers that we have running.
That's not good. We gotta update it, because that's the only scoreboard we have right now.
Right, showing a drawn position, but by no means running at depth over here. It's a 2.4 advantage.
2.4 is massive.
That's huge.
That's huge.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that a close to winning advantage?
Pretty much, I would say it is a winning advantage at this point. And it's funny, we've got a strong computer here on one of our screens, but it started by saying it was like +1 for Fabiano. We left it 30 seconds, then it was like +1.5, +2, and no moves have been made. So showing that this position just very strong for Black.
Yeah, but Fabiano doesn't have that much time to realize that, right? So I still think, practically speaking, it's tricky.
And that's really interesting, because what the evaluation bar doesn't take into account, the one thing it doesn't take into account is the clock.
Right.
And how that affects psychology, how that affects the human mind trying to figure the moves out.
Well, and I know these guys' minds work quickly, but they don't go 33 moves deep. And every branch of 33 moves.
They don't have brute force, right?
Exactly.
You can't calculate like a machine, although Fabi is known as the machine in the chess world. It's still not job over. Now, if I was trying to save this position as white, right, David, I would be thinking about how can I create maximum chaos? And one idea that would come to my mind is get that queen as close to the Black King as possible. Can it infiltrate into Fabi's camp right now?
Yeah, very tempting move, and some calculation would need to be done here. Let's just put this on the board. The White Queen coming in. This is a hit on the Black Knight, and the one big question you have to ask yourself before playing that move is, can Black just grab a pawn? Here, you would have to look a bit deeper, like Rook takes Knight now. The Black Bishop cannot take this Rook, because there would be a double attack, a fork. But now, I guess after Rook takes pawn, Black's Rook would come down, capture a pawn, check. If the king goes in the corner, I just wanted to show a cool checkmate. Now you can get your rook out the way with gain of time, with a check. And next move, deliver the killing blow. This would trap the White King in the corner.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly happens if the king goes the other way, but this does look awfully wrong for White somehow. Maybe just a trade actually in the center, and you can pick up the White Rook next. So there's a lot of calculation to be done. This is just to show what's going through the players' minds, of course. But Fabiano, that is one of his strongest points in chess.
Also, I see that there is a pawn hanging on that left side. The queen's connected to it right now, but I think the key pawn in the position is that white central pawn, because once that's off the board, suddenly the bishop opens down to triple down on the pawn in front of the White King. So that's really the one that you need to keep defended, unless you've got tactical justifications for it.
Yeah, Fabi, I mean, I made a prediction earlier that he wouldn't survive the onslaught, but somehow, with a bit of a helping hand from the opponent, it just looks like his position is so easy to play. That's the main thing. 4 minutes is fine if your next few moves are obvious, or if the calculation is very kind of specific and concrete.
Well, no human is perfect, right? And in sport, capitalization on opponents' mistakes is sometimes what separates the good from the great. And so Fabiano in dire position at one point during this game. Opponent makes a mistake, he realizes it, sees that as his chance, and now has found himself with the upper hand.
Magnus down under 8 minutes.
So Vincent did make a move then.
Yes, Vincent moved. We can go over there. I think the Sindarov game is going to go on for a long time. I think he's going to end up using a bunch of his 24 minutes and try to figure it out. But
okay, then back over to Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer we go. A reminder of the stakes here, a final spot on the line, and it's Magnus Carlsen who needs a victory just to force the tiebreak between the two of them. For Keymer, it's draw or victory, and he goes straight to the finals.
Yeah, so just one move since we were last here, but a big move from Vincent Keymer. He attacks this White Knight. So as we pointed out, the whole idea behind Vincent's counter-sacrifice, allowing that en passant, allowing White to grab a pawn, is that the Knight can no longer jump to the square it wanted to. The Black Bishop covers most of those jumping points. And maybe he's just going to put his bishop on this square, kind of say to the White King, okay, my bishops are kind of caging you. And unless Magnus can make something of his far advanced pawn, then pieces are just going to be flying off this board. I really like that move from Vincent Keymer. And Magnus just wanting now to find a way to keep the pressure. He has to do something about this knight, whether he's jumping in, whether he's just defending that knight. Who knows? But he needs to start moving quickly. The world number 1. This is probably the best position he's had since the opening, it's got to be said. But still no more than equal. That must be frustrating. A draw not enough.
Deep consideration for what that next move might be.
Well, the knight is attacked, so you've got to fight against that threat. And not so many options, right? Retreating is never a good feeling in this position. You just feel that you're giving too much tempo if you come back with that knight. But also displacing your rook from an open line, getting it into passivity, trying to defend the knight with the rook, also not a happy option. I just have to say that very gutsy of Vincent with that last move to allow Magnus this play that he has, you know, getting that pawn there. And you sort of only take that decision if you've calculated your path towards that equality, that much needed draw for the match victory. We do have a move. He does decide to use the rook for the defense. David, now your earlier idea of all those tactics, right, where the bishop trades itself for the knight, we saw a lot of checks. Is that something that Magnus needs to be careful about?
Maybe, although this time the white rook does defend the white knight, so there wouldn't be the white king walking into these forks. That being said, there are
other forks.
There are other forks. So, for example, we could look at variations that might be going through Vincent's mind right now. I mean, top players, they look at forcing moves first. This would be a capture, a recapture. And I think you might be talking about this one, Tanya. Bishop takes pawn.
Tempting.
Tempting. And if white recaptures, the idea would be that suddenly the white rook would be snapped off. Not just that, but when you finally recapture, you walk into another fork. I mean, this
Sindarov,
Wow, brutal.
Sindarov has just made a completely huge mistake.
Oh, my goodness.
Whoa.
Let's
Okay.
jump.
All right, we're pulling out of this one. We got to go to where the action lies. And it's back over to Sindarov versus Fabiano-Caruana. Let's take a look. Levy, walk me through it.
He just took a pawn. He just shouldn't have taken that pawn. Like, and Fabi plays the best move. He just completely hides his king, and he's completely winning now. Java here rushed. It feels like, again, he just like took a pawn, right? Or was the pawn already captured? He just played queen a4, which was the mistake. He took on a5, I guess, right? Is that what he did a move ago?
Yes, he did take it.
Yes,
and then it was knight d4.
And then he brought his queen back to a4, and that's apparently a really, really bad queen placement. He should have kept his queen somewhere else. He shouldn't have grabbed that pawn in the first place, I suppose. And now he's like, black is just threatening knight f3. He's threatening like a fork. His king is completely safe. And Sindarov is somehow out of time here.
Yeah, too many threats. And let's just praise Fabiano's last move. As you said, Levy, it's the best move, but what a classy one. Just taking a really kind of cold-blooded timeout with the king. That's because knight to f3 is the desired move, but would walk into a check, winning the black queen. So just preemptively hiding. So looking ahead, realizing the opponent doesn't actually have a threat right now.
It's -6.
Ooh,
like,
wow. That's
like,
lost.
It's like there's no way to stop. Yeah. Like, let's make a move. I don't know. Let's just like rook e d1. Queen e4 check. Like, I don't know. There must be something, or maybe there's.
Or just come in with your knight anyway.
Yeah, you come in with the knight anyway. Like then rook b2, and oh yeah, the bishop is open. Oh my gosh.
Bishop's open.
That's
if you
it.
give a check with your queen, you can block it with one of the pieces, hitting that queen on f4.
Yeah, just to show queen to f4 is a check, but Fabiano just blocks it. Everything's defended. Beautiful geometry. He's just winning Fabiano-Caruana. This might be over. We might get our first finalist in a moment.
Last time I said that, it went completely haywire. But yeah, this is just lost.
Yeah. Anything can happen, but unlikely to happen in this situation. Fabiano just moves away from punching his ticket to the finals here, clamping down on his opponent.
It really feels that this game was Javokir's to lose. You know, he had done everything right in the first few moves, gotten that, well, close to winning advantage, had he just found that finishing touch. And then everything collapsed on that one moment. Step by step, it's all gone wrong from there. Instead of winning, punching his own ticket, he's just fallen apart.
With 50-plus minutes on the clock, right? Back to what Levon said, finding or realizing critical moments is probably one of the most valuable things in a Grandmaster's toolkit, but perhaps the most difficult tool to put to use.
Yeah, he slides his rook across, so getting out of the fork, putting some pressure on black's bishop. But now knight jumps look so tempting. Again, this move that we mentioned, that has to be calculated. opening up a threat on the second rank. Just to quickly point out, rook takes knight would not have worked. There would have been too many tactics after the black rook took a pawn. So he's slid across instead. And where's the killer blow?
I love the arrow that you've got on, David. It's the move that we were looking at, coming in with the fork. But let's point out the deeper meaning of that move is opening up the bishop to line up with the queen and the rook against that, well, what's it called? The kiss mate in chess, right? Where you get your queen right next to the king eventually once the trades take place. Looks pretty damn nice to me.
Oh, and then if rook e2, you play like queen d5, right? You probably have some sort of like, maybe it's not queen d5, but it's not a bad move. But what is the killing blow? I was looking, maybe it's like...
Wow, apparently there's no killer blow.
Ooh.
So the best for black by a distance. Apparently the difference between the top move here, +6 for black, and the second move is only +1 for black.
Oh, wow.
And you actually have to go back to repeat the position. So knight f3 is not the winner.
Oh,
the winning move.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
But meanwhile, can we just show that idea that after knight f3, if white was to give a check, win a piece, how the mate actually occurs? So we need to find a better way to make this work, David. But this is the concept of pushing the pawn, give up that knight, but eventually win the pawn on b2 and win the king and win the game.
Yeah.
Semi-final of the knockout round, and it's Fabiano looking for the knockout punch, but even still, it's not the easiest one to find.
Oh, I just looked.
Yeah.
Oh, it's absolutely heinous.
Yeah, this would have been winning for black.
The winning move is knight e2, and I don't think he played it.
He played knight f3. He played the move that we're looking at.
Yeah, he played knight f3. He could be gaining a little time.
Okay.
The winning move could be in a puzzle rush session on chess.com. Instead of that, if we just back up, because probably the move will appear, Fabiano has to play knight e2, a double deflection of getting in the way of both visions of the rooks. And the point is that if you take with the rook on the first rank, the queen can infiltrate on the back rank. And if you take with the other rook, then there's rook takes pawn. So you hunt the king out into the open. That is
stunning.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, is Fabi... I mean, he might repeat and play it, like he might... And it's back on Fabi now, it's Fabi's move.
And the difference between the two knight jumps is simply the open diagonal of the queen finding its way to the square on the other side of the board. By the way, Fabi does gain time. Will he play Levy's move next?
Wow, he needs to find this move.
Fabi has 85 seconds. Knight e2 is winning.
It's just that full board awareness, right? Spotting that queen square at the other end of the board to deliver that killer check.
But I don't know if you can make yourself do this because it's just the full loss of a knight. Then you have to calculate the king escaping. This is the same thing that happened yesterday. Java here could have hunted Fabi's king into the center of the board.
Let's show it. Like, giving up the knight, you check, the white king walks.
Yes.
You take a pawn, the white king walks again. And now you have to realize that the only winning move is to go back to the center of the board.
Which is not impossible.
Not impossible.
It's not impossible.
But incredibly hard with a minute on your clock.
And Fabi has 40 seconds to either... I think he's either going to, like, repeat moves or...
He's calculating it.
I mean, yeah.
He's thinking about it. Does he go for it? I think he finds it.
Okay, let's keep the position up.
Whoa,
30 seconds for Fabi. Heart rate is good, though. Yeah. I mean, he's not in panic mode. But this is a huge decision. Tiebreak?
No, he doesn't play.
He's repeating. Oh, he's repeating again. Oh, I mean, that gets him a little time.
Yes, and it will only be twice, right, David, if he comes back?
No, it would be a draw, I think.
Oh, my goodness.
Cannot come back. He missed the win. And now now it's suddenly complicated again because black is pinned. The white queen is threatening some nasty checks. Watch out, Fabiano-Caruana. It's turning again.
He could play rook b4.
And look at that, Javokir. He comes back. Javokir can claim a three-fold repetition draw. The same position that's
doesn't. What?
He's got a
they agree.
This is a winning position, Fabi. Do not shake hands.
He didn't even claim the draw.
Whoa.
He offered a draw. And Fabiano has accepted a draw. He could have claimed a draw. Why is it right now?
What a moment. The youngster getting another opportunity. The first of our semifinal bouts to conclude today will go into a playoff. Rapid chess to follow. Let's see what the players think. Stunning result. Stunning result. Had the opportunity there, couldn't find the move, accepts the draw in the end, and chooses to go in to the rapid tiebreaker.
I'm in shock. I'm in absolute shock. Draw in a position where Fabiano had a winning move, which pretty much wins by force. You're delivering checkmate. And Fabi will realize that in this time between. Well, I hope he doesn't for his own mind's sake here, Levy, but he's got a tiebreak to play. If he gets to know that he missed a win in that last position, that's not going to be a very good situation to be in.
Yeah, but I think he'll be okay. It sucks, but somehow,
It really does.
like, you know, it was a tough move, and his time was ticking. And if you play 92 and you go for the glory and it's losing, you're gonna feel like a really big idiot. So
Sure. I guess, though, then my next question becomes, while he couldn't find the best move, is there not a waiting move to be played? Something that's just not giving the game back away to just force more moves to be played?
yes,
more action?
Yes, but the pressure of the game itself, you know, he saw a way to finish things.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. Like, you were under pressure for so long, he doesn't know it's minus 2.6.
And that plays a huge role because you're on the defense from the very start, right? You almost feel like you're so close to losing in the first 10 moves. Having that sort of mindset, surviving it, you're just happy to get into playoff. But what a huge miss that was, David.
Yeah, what a huge miss. And we'll see those two players again later today. But in the meantime, Magnus Carlsen still going. And I think he should be happy. I think Magnus fans should be thrilled that the game is still going, and he's turning things in his favor slowly, Magnus here. We see Vincent Keymer down at 6 minutes, Magnus at 3 minutes. Things are getting dramatic, but on the board, Magnus has that strong pawn still alive, and he has the bishop pair, white's bishops, pretty strong here. I think he's a favorite. Suddenly, it's not by much. Should still be fine for Vincent, but this is the best position Magnus has had all day.
He's played a lot of Catalans. He's got that bishop, the light squared bishop in the corner. Although no Catalan has ever looked like this in a late middle game. Vincent essentially has to outplay Magnus in an endgame. So if he can do that, then he's absolutely deserving a final spot.
I just absolutely do not understand that pawn move that Vincent voluntarily made, giving Magnus this monstrous pawn that's in Vincent's camp right now. Impossible to get to in the near future, at least. I can't find a path to that. And David, it's just not a move you make unless you've calculated your way through and you're 100% sure you're getting that draw.
Exactly. Something went wrong with Vincent's calculations that one moment. Otherwise, he's played a very kind of good, consistent game. But you can see the momentum has changed. Vincent leaning forward very urgently now. The chair is shaking. His heart rate surely increasing. He knows that he needs to be accurate these next few moves. Otherwise, he might just be back in that tiebreak.
And I will just add that the best move here for black is to trade the knights, but that's really hard to play because you're going to bring a c-pawn for your opponent, and that pawn will advance. And now you're going to sit there going, why did I give him this? Because now he will just have this bind, so you don't want to play it, even though it feels like the best move. And now it's an endgame in a blitz format.
Yeah, and clocks are leveling out, so no time advantage. He did have to go for it.
Yep.
Keeping that knight alive would have caused a lot of trouble for Vincent. And I have to say, Magnus as an opponent is terrifying. Magnus in an endgame is super duper terrifying.
You said it yesterday. You get to beat a great player, you have to, beat him in the early, middle, and late game. To beat the best player, you got to beat him every move on the board. And maybe that one calculation will be what Vincent's thinking back on at the end of this game. If Magnus finds a way to wriggle his way to victory, tied up 1-1, and go into a rapid tiebreak to match the rapid tiebreak of our other semifinal. Not over just yet, though.
Not over yet, just yet, but now the clocks are leveled out, both around the 4-minute mark. Not just best position on the board Magnus has had all day, but also the best position on the clock. Earlier, he was down over half an hour. But this one is turning, and it's just the ease of position again. With no time on the clock, you want to have the bishop pair, you want to have the strong pawn, you want to be creating the threats. Vincent's just reacting, trying to wriggle, and that's difficult with no time.
Speaking of creating threats, you know, rooks love open lines. He's got that. Second step, get your rook on that second rank, creating threats on not one, but 2 pawns. Looks pretty tempting to me, but I did see our bar again kind of shoot up just a little bit. A little surprised by that, because to me it feels like a very strong move on the board.
Apparently Vincent had to move his rook 1 square prior to that, which I mean...
Can't reason.
Yeah, you basically have some threats against the bishop on the left side of the screen, not your own, the one, you know, basically you would be able to move yours. But like, if I'm going to trust one person to make moves here in 15, 20 seconds kind of consistently, it will be Magnus. Just in general, he doesn't want to lose a pawn, so he offers a trade of rooks. Again, computer there was saying, give up one of your pawns, like move your king and give up the other pawn. I'm not sure that's very human, but this is still very, very stressful for black because that really advanced pawn, and if you can't get rid of it in the long run, you're just going to lose.
What trades do you want here? If you're trying to defend hold this position as black, what do you keep on, what do you get off the board?
I think you just urgently need to get rid of one of the white bishops. You'll never really have a chance to get rid of the white light squared bishop in the corner. It's so tucked away there. It's got no rival. He trades rooks. That's why I think the black rook should have gone to the 3rd rank to try and open up an attack against white's bishop on this side of the board. If the dark squared bishops are traded, if it's just bishop versus knight, maybe you can hold on the dark squares. You can form a blockade. But with a bishop pair facing you, you can never really set up a fortress.
With that in mind, can we offer the trade just by sliding our bishop back to the b4 square?
Yeah, I mean, that would be my bet. But maybe it's just the fact that you're losing a bit of time now. So after the bishop slides back, there might be an exchange. And okay.
And now we connect the pawns.
Yeah, we connect the pawns. Actually, Vincent's made a bit of a slip by allowing the white bishop out of the corner because the white bishop's about to slide up and start snacking on pawns of its own. One here and one here too. So actually, yeah, I mean, that's definitely the desirable move. If black had one more turn here to get to safety, defend his pawns. But it's just a timing issue suddenly for Vincent Keymer. He might still play it though. He might play that one. He does.
Yes.
That's it. James, great call there.
Well, great call. And then the computer.
But, I mean, Vincent Keymer, one of the best in the field. He plays your move, and I'd take that any day, even if it's not the best one. I think the most practical one.
It's very practical, and David did say you want to trade one of the bishops. The problem is that now, the way your pieces end up coordinating is that you run out of time. And yeah, the pawn that you gave your opponent is going to be your downfall, because white has enough time to go attack the f5 pawn. That doesn't just win the pawn, it wins the other pawn in the corner, and it forces the black king to the left side of the board, and then Magnus has 2 passed pawns. He just has a pawn on d6 and a pawn on h2, and they get to march together. So it's crazy. Like now the win rate of the match overall suddenly is probably over 50% for Magnus, because he's a favorite to win this, and of course he's the favorite in the tiebreak. So this is wild stuff. I mean, pulling it back from the position that he had in the middle game is bananas.
And by the way, I have commentated on games before, Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keymer, where Magnus has won an endgame bishop versus knight with pawns split like that. So things do happen in the chess world. Patterns emerge, right? We're pretty much back at traditional chess, where endgames, they're just Magnus's terrain. And this does look like now potentially another tiebreak on the cards if Magnus can strike back.
He just squeezes them out, right? Another pattern that came to my mind was the World Cup clash, where Vincent Keymer, the only player to take down Magnus in their first classical game. The second one, Vincent so close to wrapping up the match and getting the win in, but Magnus strikes back, equalizes the score, and goes on to win in the playoffs.
But what's the win? You take the bishop, and he's done that, and now you have to attack the pawn, and what if black defends it? Like, what am I missing? Do you have enough time to bring in a rook somehow? Is that the point?
We might see this being played out, so you've got to defend with the rook. That's the only move I see.
By the way,
what if you could you just start pushing the d pawn? If we slide rook over to f8 to defend the pawn, now we just push d pawn with check.
Maybe not. Like maybe, but maybe not. Maybe the pawn has gone too far.
Oh, now we blockade.
Yeah, the pawn has to exist on the square it is now because it's controlling squares, and it will help the white rook get to the 7th rank, which is very important in pawn endgames. So the rook would be defending the white rook if it ever got to the e7 square. You can't move the rook there because you'd be forked. But also one important thing to note here for people watching at home is you think the black knight is attacking the left side pawn, and it's a check. I have to defend it. Not necessarily, because you're actually going to help the white king forward, and the black knight has to spend multiple moves getting back. So I don't know what you do here. But Magnus has 2 minutes to figure it out.
I think you can win a pawn still. You kick the black knight back with gain of time and the white rook coming to the center of the board. I don't think there's a way to defend this pawn any longer. And Magnus about to go 1 pawn up. Bishop's better than knights with pawns on both flanks, long-range pieces.
He's taking this.
Yeah, he's taking this, I think, Magnus.
He's the king of endgames, David. You know, he's taken this with even far less advantage and chances that he has right now. That line that you just pointed out, win a pawn, how does Vincent bounce back from that? We're getting to playoffs.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hey, didn't I predict a playoff in the Sindarov-Fabi game? What was that about, Levy?
You did? Yeah. You were like the position symmetrical. I predicted tiebreak, and then it was minus 37 or something, and Fabi could have played 92. But no, he's gonna. But he didn't manage his time well. I mean, you can't have 9 minutes versus 65. I'm not saying this as if I'm his coach. I'm just saying in general, like I have been there too, and you don't leave yourself enough time. Magnus plays. Okay, he plays this move. He's. 2018 Magnus would have played bishop h3. The pawn's not important. No engine would protect the pawn, but it's still fine.
But it doesn't change it, right? You're just switching up the move orders. The knight still has to fall back. Bishop comes forward, rook comes forward, and gobble up that pawn.
Yeah, the computer thinks the difference is that the black knight should now go the other way, back to a6, but nobody plays that. Nobody goes away from the center, surely. Maybe Vincent Keymer will. Apparently there's an outpost that the black knight should be using to try and blockade things. But it's so hard to walk away from the middle. There we go. Yeah. He retreats the more natural way. And now Magnus will go and snap off that pawn. Magnus in the driver's seat.
Okay, if he doesn't play bishop h3 here.
We'll all go home.
Maybe he can see
the moves feel obvious.
Yes.
And I think this was the instance where you can't switch up the move orders, because bringing the rook forward would have allowed that pawn to go 1 step ahead. You need the bishop to pin it against the black king.
Is there knight a5? And how do you protect everything?
Give a check. Bishop e6.
Let's put it on the board. Knight here does attack a pawn.
Thinking maybe there's a way that I can play like knight b3, knight c5, and if I can blockade somehow.
I think you just allow it, right?
Yeah, don't play rook d4. That's defending the wrong thing, because there is a fork, of course.
Oof.
Vincent has to do something. You want to defend all your pawns, but at some point you feel like it's not possible. And
can't you slide the bishop over and just defend it backwards?
This is crazy. Do you want to know White's best move?
Oh my gosh.
And apparently there's only one winning move here.
Bishop b6, knight c4. No? Oh, no, because rook c8, d7. But
apparently this just allows black to come back and actually push your pawn forward to a light square where it's more easily blockaded. That's difficult. Apparently the only winning move for white in this position, if Vincent goes for this, is to just give the pawn away. This is one of the most difficult things I've seen in a while. You literally just say, check, call the waiter, that's a check, please. And you just give the pawn away just to advance your king, and your king is going to come in and support the pawn to glory.
No, that's not. Even with Magnus, I'm not sure that's so findable. That's like, and the point is that when the king gets to the center, white is almost winning because you completely dominate the black king. Piece activity in the endgames is so important.
Yeah. So what about the other option? Can you snag both black pawns on the right side of the board?
Mm-hmm. And just to show that, I think Vincent should try this, as Levy pointed out, just because otherwise you're sitting there waiting for your doom. So bishop takes pawn now. And if you get greedy and grab the other pawn, I mean, this would be a very natural move. Then the problem is you have 2 forked pawns here. And you're running out of pawns simply. And I think stepping forward to a light square is nearly never desirable because the black king will always have an eye on this pawn now, defend on the dark squares, blockade on the dark squares.
Vincent is not happy.
He's not. He's shaking his head. He's shaking his chair. And you can see the pressure, this feeling that I've really messed this up. This was so close to wrap up. Having everything under control. What have I gotten myself into? This is Magnus Carlsen in an endgame. He's the one who's pushing. How did I get myself here?
I think you have to play knight a5. Like, if you play rook f8, it's almost resignation. You will subject yourself to the Magnus pressure for the next 15 moves until he breaks you down.
The Magnus effect is real in these positions.
Yeah. If he can somehow find the will to play knight a5, it would just be unbelievable.
That would really test Magnus Carlsen's technique. And the problem is, I mean, that's why Magnus against the older generation has this edge. It's just deja vu for them. They've all lost dozens of endgames to Magnus, right? The younger generation haven't had that deja vu experience, so sometimes they have a bit more kind of willpower to fight in the endgame. But here, Tanya, as you pointed out, going through Vincent's mind at the back of it must be, how did it come to this? How did it come to this? I was a pawn up just 10 moves ago. Suddenly, I'm about to be a pawn down against the best endgame player of all time. It's got to be there while he ticks under the 1 minute mark. Panic clearly, visibly setting in now.
Yeah, shaking of the head.
Oh, look at the tension.
But everything can boil down to something in a textbook. Passive defense, active defense.
Just
right?
look at him. He's just super stressed.
Well, and you got to imagine there's fleeting thoughts of the fact that from here you're staring down a 10-10 game against Magnus Carlsen.
He has 15 seconds on the clock.
Make a move, Vincent.
He finds it.
Wow! He played knight a5.
He finds it.
All right, game on.
All right, this is the one resource.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And now Magnus needs to find that variation we showed. I mean, we mentioned we were using the computer. It is difficult. It's not natural to a human to give up white's pawn, to push it forward after first taking black's pawn, but to simply walk into a fork and allow the black knight to recentralize with gain of tempo. Magnus has under 2 minutes. Do we think he finds it?
It's a god-level move. That c5 move, just sort of giving it up in a different way with a fork in the position, realizing that it gives your king that activity, those extra tempos. And Magnus, he reaches out and he doesn't find it.
He takes the pawn first, but now...
C5 is still an option.
No, that's still...
Yeah.
He can still do it.
He needs to play this move. For everyone at home, this is so difficult. This is Alpha Zero worthy.
You want to defend it?
And... You know, you said he has a blind spot for backwards knight jumps. He might miss b6, knight b7. It's a ghost maneuver, like it doesn't exist.
And it doesn't make sense as well, right? Like until someone shows it to you.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Vincent might not see it. Like he might have just wanted to give a check and blockade. You know, that was my first instinct, you know? And Vincent is also maybe unhappy.
But as white here, it's so tempting to kind of grab that H pawn, that flank pawn, creating a very dangerous pawn. And Magnus defends it the wrong way.
Yes, yes. And now this move b6. This is insane. Will Vincent see? From here with a minute, you can see it.
Is it the only move?
Yes, basically.
Yes.
Essentially.
Pushing the H pawn forward 1 square is apparently the second best move, but that is never,
You're not looking over there, right? You're completely ignoring those pawns on that side of the board at this point.
Yeah, when I saw this, I thought check, and at least you blockade, and then you set up the knight there, and maybe you survive. But it's b6. It's
but what's the difference? Because the idea is the same,
you
right?
moved that.
Yep.
The difference is he played b6.
Oh, he
Spots it.
He played b6.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, Magnus might get eliminated. This is crazy. He can't. The point is, Tanya, that now you force the pawn to move forward.
Oh, wow.
And in the previous version, you didn't do that. Oh, there's no way Magnus saw this.
No, he shook his head. David, can you just show that, the difference between coming into that square with a check and wire knight retreat?
Yeah, so coming in with the check for black actually firstly helps the white king forward, but once you drop back with the knight, the white bishop steps back, gains a move, gains a tempo against this pawn on the edge of the board. If you defend it now, then the white king can continue its journey forward. Now, again, the best bet for black is to play b6 and knight back, but clearly you've helped white gain time. The white king is so much closer than it previously was. Even this, some chances to hold on, but what he's done, Vincent Keymer, he's pushed his pawn forward. Next move, it's guaranteed his knight is coming back. He's going to push this pawn forward, for example, and now his king is going to come to the rescue. His knight is also going to team up on this pawn, and the white pawn has stepped too far forward.
I think we should focus just on player reactions, because Magnus just audibly, you know, exasperated on camera, and he's just going to have to reset here completely. His winning chances are now much lower than they once were. His pawns are blockaded. One of his pawns is going to be pushed forward, and black's king is going to get into the game. Still, he can win. He can still win, but it's getting closer and closer to a draw.
Yeah, it's a high-intensity moment. Maybe we can take that full screen of the players themselves. We just want to get in there, see the emotions flying across the faces as that knight move will come into play. And now it's back onto Magnus to find a response. He fires out that pawn push that is essentially forced. A little bit of time back on the clock for both players. Vincent Keymer about to dip back below 60 seconds. His move to make.
Step too far ahead, that pawn. The king, rook, and the knight will come closer to bind down on it. How is Magnus going to find winning chances with such few pawns on the board, such few resources on the board? Look at Vincent. He's reacting right now.
He knows he's getting close. There was a bit of a kind of nod of the head there. He's like, okay, I've got this. I can do this. I can hold this. He should hold it now. It is a level position again, apparently. He plays the best move, brings his king closer. The Black Knight is coming now to snap off that pawn.
You can feel the pressure on Vincent through that screen right now. It's like that 4th, 5th, 6th wall is being broken. You know, so close to taking down the world #1. All he needs to do is hold his nerves.
I can only imagine the amount of adrenaline coursing through the veins in this very moment.
Magnus now going for that side pawn that Vincent has, trying to grab it, trying desperately to at least get one passer in that endgame. The rook will dash up the board on the 7th rank, grab that h-pawn, but he on the way will give up a very important pawn of his own.
Yeah, and the problem for white here, once his strong pawn is eliminated, Magnus, his remaining pawns are split. Knights are fantastic against split pawns. So as long as Vincent keeps his rook on the board a bit later, he should have enough counter chances to hold the draw, but still some way to go. He's still on the back foot. It's not over yet for Magnus Carlsen, despite that missed opportunity.
Yeah, we expect that knight to jump forward and threaten that pawn. Are we concerned, though, about the repositioning of the rook and sliding down onto the 2nd rank?
Yeah, I'm very concerned. Black might still lose the far pawn, and then you can still lose the game. This is very deceiving. It's not over.
Well, the bishop was attacked, it retreats, and now Vincent, he's got the opportunity to pick up that pawn. But he's got very little time to figure this out. He's calculating what happens once Magnus's rook gets to pin that knight as well as put pressure on that flank pawn.
A lot to calculate for the German Grandmaster, but he's fantastic at endgames as well. We should give Vincent his due. He's a great endgame player. We've seen it so many times in the last few months. So he will feel he can hold this under 20 seconds.
He might feel like he can't take the pawn right now, but he has to. He did all that work.
Now under 10, he does grab the pawn.
Yes, and in comes Magnus.
In comes the rook.
We got to slide the rook over, I imagine, to protect the pawn.
You could unpin yourself. It's so important to do that, because if you're down a pawn, if Magnus gets 2 moves, you know, picks up that pawn and trades off all the pieces, in a king-pawn endgame, an extra pawn is completely winning. So you've got this one shot to unpin yourself and run away from those trades.
Yeah, you have to. King d6, you can play without thinking. I mean, you can also try to move the h-pawn, the pawn that's under attack, and he does move his king. He'll go down another pawn, but now his king is out, and his knight is out, and his rook is out, and the point is that Magnus will take a very long time to activate that extra pawn.
Yeah, it's not the best extra pawn in the world either for Magnus Carlsen. It will be his h-pawn, and it promotes on a dark square the opposite color to his bishop. So no guarantees that that pawn ever becomes a queen, even if the rooks come off the board. And now Vincent's main job is to get active, get the black pieces out. There is a threat to trade off all the pieces. If white now gets one more move and takes the black knight, takes all the pieces off the board, king and pawn endgame, it is simply winning. He's got one extra runner, 3 versus 2.
Yeah, that 1 point material advantage. And now a solid clock advantage. I'd say that's the one thing about this whole situation is that Keymer's kind of playing with that 30 seconds that he's gaining each time, whereas Magnus has built himself up to at least a 2.5-minute bank. Under 10 seconds here in just a moment. Keymer will jump forward, put pressure onto that rook, try and bring the knight back into the game in the center of the board.
It's giving away another pawn, by the way. But taking it would allow the black rook to swoop over to that h-file and counterattack.
Hit the bishop, win the pawn behind it. And as fewer pawns get on the board, you get closer to that draw. Try and trade as many pawns as possible.
I just don't really see any world in which Magnus wins this anymore. The black rook, once it gets active, has got so many targets. The black king and black knight are so active. Vincent's pretty much got a ready-made kind of counterplay with his pieces.
I don't know, David. I feel like more twists and turns lie ahead with 40 seconds on the clock. Magnus and his endgame powers.
I just want to give a small update. For a long time, Alireza Firoozja was attacking Nodirbek with the white pieces. We do not have to go to that game. I'm just simply giving an update. Alireza has just blundered, and it's -4 for Nodirbek, who might win with black and make some progress in that battle for the 5th and 6th place positions. So crazy stuff going on all over the place.
But we got to stay on
No,
this.
but please do not get us off this board. And it looks like Hikaru and Kukesh will also be going to a tiebreak. So
they start the tie breaks once all the games are over.
yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah.
Just
Hadn't
imagine,
missed-
do a separate log as this game is going on, like crashing into the 455. Just imagine. Yeah, they get extra rest.
I
Fabian.
agree. Strong argument there by Levy.
Where does this rook go? There it goes.
Attacks the knight and the king. You spoke about piece activity. King is a piece in the endgame, centralizes itself. Also now defends the knight, again reinforcing the idea of the rook sliding over to that H line, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn next.
Yeah, that was a big threat. Magnus gets his bishop out of the way. So if the black rook slides across, the white pawn will just step forward one modest square, save itself. Protects itself. Normally in these endgames, surprisingly, a bishop should stay far away just from any threats, any forks.
I'll say, in essence, the beauty of black's position is every single piece is on a dark square. So that light squared bishop isn't going to have too much of a threat. It's playing more of a defensive role, if anything.
This is not easy. This is 0-0-0 is so deceptive. I mean, you have so many moves you want to play. Do you move your A pawn out of the way? I don't know, because then I weaken my B pawn. Do I drive in my knight so I can coordinate with my rook? My time is ticking. I have 30 seconds. Like, which of these moves do I play? I mean, and ultimately you roll the dice. Like, that's what you do. Do I bring in my rook? I don't know.
Yeah, for both players, you know, they're probably thinking no one said it was going to be easy. No one said it was going to be this hard.
Okay, he moves his pawn. Now the B pawn's weak, right? Like, maybe now Magnus moves his H pawn 2 squares. Maybe he attacks the B pawn. So many possibilities and no time to figure it all out.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer doing a great job so far, but of course still some twists and turns ahead. Watch out for Magnus as well, running with his king a bit later towards those newly weakened black pawns. If the white king can ever journey that far forward, again, 2 flanks, you have a pass pawn on one side of the board, you have targets on the other.
There's also a big chance of the dynamic happening where Vincent loses that B pawn and Magnus loses that H pawn, right? And you've got this 2 versus 1 on the left side of the board. Is that going to give Magnus some chance to push in this one?
I think Magnus needs to keep his H pawn as long as possible just because knights are short-range pieces. If it's just one flank to focus on, knights are so strong. But if knights have to look at both sides of the board because they are short-range pieces, they do struggle compared to bishops. So I think Magnus wants to keep his H pawn. But as you say, Tanya, it might be inevitable at some point that that pawn drops off the board. Magnus needs to at least ask questions of Vincent. About to make a move.
His hands are shaking when he makes a move. Gives a check. The king's got to run.
Which side does it go to?
You got to go back, forward, right? Which side?
Forward and left, forward and right.
I would go back and attack the rook probably. But you can also go forward and get to the same square. Like you can get to the c5 square just towards your pawns. But both are fine. Yeah, he goes forward. Probably he will continue walking.
It also gets closer to his own pawn on b6, right? As you were talking about.
Yeah.
Defends that if needed. The rook attacking, a double attack right now, hits the knight, hits the pawn laterally. Does the black knight now has to find a good square?
Oh, do not go to d7.
Do not do that.
So do not get in front of your rook. You will get checked, and then you will be paralyzed completely. Did Vincent blunder this move? Or did he have something planned?
He did look up.
Maybe he's going to go in. He's threatening some knight forks.
That's a nice square.
Yes. That's what he does.
Good call, David.
This is going to force the H pawn to move, yes?
That move is a fork, because it attacks the pawn on h2 and a fork.
A fork threatening a fork. And yeah, some dinner for that black knight about to grab a pawn, potentially.
This is super close to a draw, which means Magnus-Carlsen is super close to getting eliminated.
It's crazy. Bishop e2 probably. Just attack the knight, and if it comes forward, you keep walking with your king. That's the only move that I see that you could possibly play here.
Yeah, you either move the bishop or you move the king first, but either way, moving the bishops just feels more flexible. At least you ask the black knight which direction it wants to go.
And be careful, don't pick up that pawn on that flag. Yeah. There are traps in the position. You know, 2 squares in between the bishop and the knight. It takes away all the running squares. The white rook will slide over, and there'll be no way home for that knight. Vincent spots it, keeps it to the center of the board.
He gives a check instead.
Now you have to defend your pawn. There's nothing else, I don't think.
Magnus pausing, trying to catch his breath. Suddenly Vincent's up on time.
It's a swingy game from the time perspective.
Yeah.
But yeah, the next move is rook h8, right? Because white moves up with the king, and Vincent will slide the rook over, and you can't defend your pawn anymore.
all Winston has to do is not to let Magnus get into his head, you know, not to just keep thinking that he's playing against this
instant response.
This beast, and he does it.
Bishop.
As many pawns off the board. Give up that B pawn, pick up that H pawn.
I was thinking bishop f3, like to just set up some scary looking checks, but I don't think any of them work. But just the king comes down. Like there's nothing.
I think Magnus knows, David, right now. This is slipping away.
This is it. I don't think Magnus has any chances remaining at all. The black rook, black king, and black knight are also active. It's actually threats against the white king if you're not careful. I see already some traps that Magnus could slip into.
Nojibek won.
Yeah, perhaps reality setting in, but yeah. Black will win on that board. Nojibek over Alireza Firoozja means he books a ticket into the 5th place match, and Alireza will drop down into the 7th place match. Still awaiting the results of Kukesh versus Hikaru Nakamura. The response from Magnus is on the board.
Oh my goodness, he knows it. And Winston grabs that pawn.
Magnus gives a check.
I'm trying to remember the last time Magnus lost in a match. Very few players have been able to accomplish that feat.
It's been a while. It's been a long, long time. He won the World Cup in 2023 through all those best of 2 game matches. He got past Vincent Keymer there. Magnus has gone back with his rook now, though. And this could be a draw any moment now.
You can actually take the pawn. I think he missed that you can take the pawn here.
And Winston spots it. He spots it, that you can take the pawn, give up the knight, but only temporarily. But then it doesn't work.
No, I was saying knight takes pawn, you pin,
yes.
but check.
Okay, oh my God. I think we're going to see something being played out right now, David, as you're pointing it out.
Yeah, check, and you're taking the other pawn with a check. It's over. Like, the game is over. Knight takes pawn, and Vincent Keymer is a finalist.
It's on the board.
It's on the board. You give a check.
2 moves away from Winston Keymer getting into the finals, knocking down the world #1.
Yep, we're going to see it play out in front of our eyes, but one of the youngest guys in the field. There's the handshake from the 8th seed out of the round robin. He takes down the #1 seed and the #1 player in the world on his trip to the grand final.
He's so happy. He asked him a question, and, you know, it was just, I'm sure they were discussing something. Now they're chatting, but wow.
I mean, an incredible moment. Incredible moment. Some history being made here over the freestyle chessboard.
This moment belongs to Winston Keymer. In the semifinals, to knock down Magnus Carlsen, I can't remember a moment in chess history when that has happened. What a stage to do it in his home ground, in front of his home crowd. You know, it's one thing believing you can do it, it's one thing knowing you can do it, and Winston really showing that he belongs in the finals. Takes down Firoozja, and now Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he's such a modest guy, Vincent Keymer. He'll come in here, he'll talk about the chess moves. He won't talk about the momentous occasion that we've just witnessed, but a fantastic form of defense there, showing he had all the gears. Yesterday, he attacked Magnus, beat Magnus. Today, he was able to dig deep and hold.
And he's guaranteed us a new freestyle chess Grand Slam champion here in the first Grand Slam of the year, knocking Magnus down to the 3rd place match and the opportunity for himself to be that champion. Incredible. But what a match it was. I mean, it's so many back and forth moments. It seemed like Magnus was going to, arrive with his inevitability, as he so oftentimes does.
The most clutch move of the game by far was knight a5, because he was down and out, and then just more life breathed into the position. Magnus had to be really accurate there, and even he felt like maybe he rushed a little bit, and maybe he had this blind spot with the knight jumping backwards. It's kind of crazy to say that, but if he had paused and really sensed that maybe there was some defensive danger, but ultimately he didn't, and Vincent Keymer is a finalist, which is wild.
Unbelievable. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, you know, you think of him, you think of unstoppable, unbeatable, undefeatable, and Vincent just does the unthinkable right now. Takes him down.
Couldn't have said it better myself. That's it for him for the day. He has to await his opponent from the other semifinal, which was a push to a tiebreaker, so not yet certain whether he'll be facing Fabiano-Caruana or Sindarov in that one. But before we get to those tie breaks, we still have one match left to play out over the board, and that's Kukesh up against Hikaru Nakamura. Both of them, again, entering the day in a drawn position. In terms of the scoreline, it means that either coming away with a victory here books their ticket into the top 5, Otherwise, they too will be joining the playoff bracket or the playoff tiebreakers.
This is a draw, though. Actually, isn't this a draw even if black loses the knight and both pawns for the g-pawn?
Yes, I think it is.
Because it's the correct corner, but you can't get the king out of the corner, right? Like, yeah, exactly. The black king can run, and geometrically, if the black king just stays there, I don't think you can actually force the king out.
Let's just show that, like the white bishop dropping back. If black just says, whoops, mouse slip, pawn to h5. This is a draw. You lose all your pawns, but you just run your king back.
This is so disgusting. Yeah.
Right, and the light squared bishop can never shove your king off of a dark square.
And if the pawn was on a5, it would be winning. Would it? Because the king can go to pawn can go to a6 and king can go to a7. So like it depends on the position. I guess you have to stop that. Crazy, crazy stuff.
No way to trap the king. You either stalemate it or allow it to come back to a dark square. Chess is hard, but in the meantime, we did see Hikaru shaking his head. He keeps looking away. This is the game position, simply because white locks down the queenside, the pawn here with his bishop, whereas the king holds the other flank.
I'm sad you didn't finish that line with the last move because, you know, there might be some people new to chess to show them what stalemate is, David Howell. We don't get too many opportunities of that.
There we go. Enjoy, Tanya. Stalemate.
There it is.
It's crazy this is not a win for white. Just like, you're surrendering in the corner, you're down a bishop, you know, and you can't move.
One move away from getting checkmated on that diagonal.
It's crazy, you know?
It's the king being like cornered in his throne room, just one long sword available to him, fending
Any
off
move and
everybody.
I capture you. No, it's a draw.
You'll never take me alive.
Like, yeah, now we get the equal signs. That's quite Now this should be a win. I feel like if you stalemate but you're up material, like it's like depends on the circumstance.
It's not a checkmate, it's a stalemate because it's just a smelly position for white.
Can't you just I mean he can just play this out, I think, even now. He can just play h5 and just do this. I don't think Kukesh will do this. Oh wait, is Hikaru's playing
Hikaru's black.
Hikaru's playing black. I don't think I feel like it's much more comfortable to keep the king on the board, but the knight.
It is comfortable to keep the king on the board, though, as well. I agree with your assessment.
Even
there.
if he's cornered and cowering in fear.
Typically, that's like, I usually like rule number one of chess, actually.
Crazy. I can't believe, Vincent's a beast.
It's just insane. Even I'm still thinking about that. I don't know what the poll result was at the start.
I mean, we took polls multiple times, and every single time it came up Magnus. But the most recent poll we took, which was actually right before that knight a5 move, it was 93% Magnus gets the victory. We are going to a tiebreak, and the next moment.
You know, you see an endgame, and Magnus again becomes a huge favorite. And he really did get that one moment of opportunity, right? He had that king move that you earlier pointed out, but so easy to miss, so incredibly difficult to find. And then Vincent back in the game, just such beast mode. Our first finalist is one I don't think any expected to make it all the way through, you know?
And we are sitting here in a glass cube. We can actually see Magnus outside right now. He does look a bit disappointed, but I think even he will admit that Vincent just had the best 2 days of his career.
You can see him?
Yeah, he's
Where is he?
Yeah, Vincent, full congrats to him. He did it the hard way, but he did it. That's the main point.
Yeah, what a pathway. What a pathway to the finals. Again, you had to take on the guy who had an incredible day 2 of the round robin to launch himself up into first position. You get called out as the 8th seed going into the knockouts. You take down Alireza Firoozja. Now you're up against the world #1. Things are only getting more difficult, and yet you navigate to victory.
Also talk about circumstance. Like, he's only playing here because it's in Germany, right? Like, if you just think about that, right? Like, we give wild cards based on, let's say, role in the chess world or where the event is hosted. And, I mean, he's 100% deserving.
Yes.
But, like, only one person could qualify, right? So he gets the location spot, and then he finishes, like, 7th, 8th, and he beats Firoozja, and he beats Magnus.
Amazing.
And now he's guaranteed. not just the final
Yes,
berth,
yes.
but he's going.
Whatever
to
plans-
Paris. He's
whatever
going
plans.
to the next
He's
Grand
got
Slam.
that ticket
He doesn't
into the
need that
finals.
wild card anymore.
He's got the flight ticket to Paris as well. And just the last few months that Vincent has had as well, right? It's been amazing to watch him because he was part of the World Championship team for Kukesh. He was one of the seconds who came up with some of the most brilliant ideas that we saw being played out in that match, Kukesh versus Ding. And then he went on to play himself in Waikanze, a tournament which was incredibly shaky for him until that very last round, where he in fact defeated the eventual winner, Pragnananda. You know, coming off that last round victory into this tournament, you know, makes it through to the round robin, takes down the guy who picked him as his opponent, and now beats the world number one.
He also barely won that game against Prague. Like, I was watching and I was having a heart attack because at some point it was a draw. It was like +7, and then he blew it for like a couple moves. It was still practically challenging, but now he's here, which is just amazing. So
What a story.
he's locked up $100,000, right?
140,000.
140,000.
Yeah,
Minimum.
second is 140.
Minimum.
All right. That's
Second
not
is
bad.
140. Top is 200.
Not bad. The players deserve this type of cash, and he's locked up prize money and points for Paris. So
Exactly.
wow, he better not party too hard tonight.
He's kind of locked up
Draw.
immortality in
No.
the chess world, right? Where you take down Magnus Carlsen in a match.
Are they? What's going on here? Sorry, I didn't mean to not
that's
respond.
fine.
So
You're-
okay, they're playing this out for
But it's
some
a
reason.
draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. So we will have 2 tie breaks today, and we have a bishop promotion.
Fancy.
I mean, don't they care about the environment, saving paper? They could have saved those score sheets. It's been a draw for a while, but they're going to play it out to the bitter end.
The Bear King and King remaining, where Bishop will sacrifice itself for a pawn. They really are playing this out till the end. No eye contact, no handshakes.
It's customary, I think.
Okay. a bishop
Kukesh should
taking
not
over.
take the pawn.
Yeah. There we go. It's a handshake. A bishop not enough to deliver checkmate on its own. And these two will be going to playoffs as well.
All right, so 2 playoffs ahead of us. So 1 for a spot in the finals and 1 for a spot in the 5th place match.
Wow.
Hikaru telling Kukesh he might have missed the chance. Oh, wow. Hikaru was like -3 earlier in the game. He was completely winning. And he missed something. Yeah, he was just much better earlier in this game. That's why he's so frustrated.
Yeah, and if we backtrack, it was a long time ago that he had the advantage, significant advantage. I think it was back in the middle game when Hikaru's knights were jumping around. Here he gave a check. He was doing some nasty stuff to Kukesh, but ultimately he wasn't able to find the right path forward. And Kukesh fighting back with a draw.
And that's a couple times now within this tournament alone that Hikaru has been in winning positions and unfortunately let them go.
He's watched too many of my games.
Yeah.
Especially in recent tournaments, but it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. He's talked about being able to convert positions and how like he feels age is catching up to him. Form in a tournament. I mean, like when you won the gold as like a team, I mean, everyone's in good spirits. You're fighting, like you never give up, and because you're also so confident, you can't imagine yourself losing.
Yeah, you're
It really
actually
helps.
feeling it even before it happens.
Yeah,
You know, you've got everything going. You're feeling good about the chess, and I think I didn't see the whole video, but I saw Hikaru. I saw the title of it about retiring. Him talking about that,
Yeah,
and he also said in the interview that he doesn't know what's going on with him here.
Well, we know for a fact he's not retiring yet because he has to play in Norway Chess in May. But after that, right, like that's mostly what he was talking about. Also, listen, as a man who once retired from chess for like 2+ years. No, I'm saying like it's a great YouTube title. I mean, the view count on that video is really high. But no, I mean, listen, it's a serious thing, and I don't know what it's like to be a top level athlete and then not feel the same way that I might have had for 15 years. Like that's a feeling that only the people at the top know, and it's harrowing because for a long time, even when the nerves and the heartbeat were all there, like you play the best moves, you make the right decisions, and if you can't do it consistently, it's a struggle.
And we've got more struggle and nerves coming up. We've got a tiebreak set up for that second spot into the final. Sindarov versus Fabiano, a completely different time format in this. It moves over to rapid, James, which means speed and accuracy needs to come together.
And I think there's something very interesting about this, which is that the other tiebreaker that we've had take place in this tournament sports 2 of the players that are now in tiebreakers. but of course came out on opposite ends of that tiebreaker. It was Sindarov who overcame Hikaru Nakamura to get up into the semifinals and now challenge Fabiano-Caruana. It was Hikaru who fell down in that tiebreak, who's now back in one trying to fight for a 5th place shot against Kukesh. So the mental fortitude game, that mental resilience is something that I'm going to continue to come back to.
And it's going to be the biggest factor right now. Fabi said it. He loves tie breaks in these format. He loves the playoff. Now can he really prove it with his chess? Do you think within the break he's had, someone told him, or he did analyze this whole 92 thing, or do you think he was very tunnel visioned about what's coming up?
I mean, I would like to say that he hid away, didn't turn on a phone, didn't turn on social media. He does have a second here with him. Fabiano literally just walked past us a few seconds ago with his second. Spanish Grandmaster Miguel there. And I mean, I think he must have found out somehow, but it's not about that. It's just about the next game.
To let that go.
Yeah, because the way it works is you go, well, I won't use the words that we can use on the stream, but you go like, what the? And then you're like, what? Like, maybe he saw it, maybe he didn't see the exact win, but that's it. I mean, like, you can't. He knows that he was also under significant pressure that game, and he also got away with it a little bit. So now he just has to bounce back. And listen, all this narrative that has been for years, like there's these narratives attached to top players, like Anish Giri makes a lot of draws, which is actual nonsense. Like he has one of the most combative styles, and maybe doesn't put away games, like let's say if you want to criticize Anish for literally anything. This nonsense that Fabiano-Caruana is not a good rapid and blitz player has been said for like some time, and he's top 5 in the world in rapid and blitz, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but that started during that whole World Championship match back in 2018, and I think Fabi did so much work when it came to speed chess after that match, and he's really proven himself to be one of the best in the shorter time format. And these were the two players, right? Sindarov and Fabi in the round-robin portion who were always at the top of the leaderboard. And now they face each other one more time for the big spot.
Exactly, yeah. He said somewhat jokingly that he loves tiebreakers so much he might even, not mind losing so as to end up in a tiebreaker of his own. But we are so very happy to be joined once again in this studio by none other than Vincent Keymer. Vincent, now the 3rd time we've had the pleasure of speaking with you. First of all, congratulations on making it into the finals and doing it by taking down Magnus Carlsen. I feel redundant in asking you this question a bit, but does this feel like the biggest moment in your chess career?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, also getting silver at the World Rapid Championship was a huge moment, but also in terms of chess achievement, what matters most to me, this is certainly one of the biggest moments, yes.
Talk to me about the matchup against Magnus Carlsen, because this one, obviously, we always have the benefit of the computer evaluation, but it did feel like there were a couple crucial moments within it. Did you feel like that there were a couple specific crucial moments? Did you have, confidence from the get-go that that eventual drawn position was yours to be found?
Yeah, I mean, just out of the opening, my position was so great. I was up on the clock and everything was perfect. And simply I got too ambitious in the sense that I didn't even want to let him play. I kind of wanted to finish it off, which ended really, really badly. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to mess up such a good position so badly. And also then I kind of lost my time advantage and everything. And then it got incredibly tricky. And I was already thinking about this is usually the kind of game that you then go on to lose against Magnus. I have done so many times. And in my mind, I still felt I had decent chances to survive. But I was already thinking to myself that how I will be kicking myself if I lose this game from such a great opening position. I missed this b3 move. This was just... Also, knight b6, there's no reason to play knight b6. I think I can just go knight c4 if I want to. I feel this might be better. But, I mean, the whole knight a5, knight d5 thing is not necessary at all. I will have many normal moves which will end up in, I guess, slight black advantage. And, without much worrying. But, yeah, what I did was really, really weird. And here already, even though, I didn't feel like my position was bad, but it got kind of really tricky. e4 was very strong. The point being that if I go bishop e6, he has e5. This is what I missed. Because otherwise, I will, of course, include it. But,
If a bishop takes knight and the queen is trapped, that is...
No, I mean, I saw moves like knight bc4 and then bc, bishop g4, bishop d6, queen b6, but it's not the kind of position you really want to play in if white has a must-win situation. So, but like it was... Of course, he also used his chances nicely as soon as I gave them to him, but that's kind of... You have to expect that when playing Magnus. So yeah, here already it's not that easy to find the great move. Because yeah, I mean, of course, my initial idea was to just play h5. But then knight f6, rook e5. And if you see that there's knight fe4, after which I will have to take on d2. And then this d6 and dark squares, they look so awful. I really was very worried about this. So then if the immediate solution doesn't really work, it's getting pretty tricky.
Mm-hmm. When you played the move d5, did you see king c2? We were curious. There's this ridiculous king c2, and there is some pressure. I'm not trying to be one of these hosts that's like, we saw a computer move, did you see it? But
No,
we were just sitting here, and Magnus played ED, but we were thinking even allowing the en passant was a bit scary, and it ended up being very scary.
Yeah,
because
it was scary, but simply otherwise my rooks, I also felt I kind of tied down. Imagine like bishop d6, knight f6 coming, you also don't feel good about that. So.
It's like you can get mated. Like there's like checkmate.
Yeah, not really mate, because at least my knight d6 is kind of stopping everything, but I need some pieces to move, otherwise I will just be crushed in the long run.
And when you played knight a5, this was the big moment. Knight a5 was basically you either choose active defending with knight a5 or the move rook f8, which is depressing, and probably you go on somehow to get pressured. But you were shaking your head a lot at that moment. Did you think that you were already on the verge of losing and knight a5 was desperate, or did you find knight a5 after shaking your head? Like, what were the emotions there?
I was just annoyed that I kind of forgot this whole bishop h3 idea. Like in my mind, I was thinking that he will play c5 instead of a3. This was my calculation. And then I was happy to have found king d7, which I thought is a nice move, because bishop b7, I go rook b8, followed by rook c8. And then I think I have very good chances of making a draw. So that's why I thought king d7, that's kind of my calculation went, and then suddenly we arrive here, and I see that there's bishop h3 possible either with the inclusion of a3 or without. And here it's obvious that I'm on the verge of losing the game. Because, you know, h-pawns, knights don't really, it's not such a great combination. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of win here, but of course I was trying to fight on.
Yeah, Vincent, apparently white only has one winning move here, and that is c5, but too difficult for humans, we thought.
But does it matter whether to take on f5 first?
Oh, sorry, yes, c5 to take on f5 first.
Yeah, I thought c5,
yes.
that this was...
Now c5.
It's kind of normal, I thought, because like knight to knight c5, then you can take on h7, but I think it's important to go with the king to b1, actually, because otherwise rook h8, rook h2 will be check, so you have to go to b1.
The computer's even more disgusting than that. It doesn't even want the h-pawn. It just says watch fork the king, which we thought was impossible to find. I mean,
this is difficult.
Yeah, it's not possible. But yeah, the nice idea. He must have missed b6 because he
that's also what he said.
Yeah.
And after that, okay, I'm still a pawn down, but compared to the way my position was before, it has of course gotten way better. I had the reactive pieces, and then still it's not over until it's over. But yeah, my chances certainly increased after I got to play b6 here.
Yeah. What an awesome match, Vincent. Just incredible to watch this play out. And for every chess player, we know winning a game against Magnus is a big achievement, but winning a match, it feels like like an even bigger one, a milestone. And you came really close to that during the World Cup. You won the first game, eventually went on to lose that match. And I want to ask you, were there any sort of key takeaways or lessons from that experience that you were able to adapt to better today, to get the job done, to finish it?
Not really, no. I mean, during that match, also I have to admit that I always felt that in that match he was the better player. Simply, he had some one-move blunders, which could have cost him the match. But yeah, in this match, I certainly felt that my quality of play has been quite decent. And yeah, I don't think it's really possible to compare these two matches. They're just completely different.
What's the experience going into the first game against Magnus and then showing up today with a lot attached to it? Because I'm not sure you've thought about everything. Like, you're a finalist, so you secure at least $140,000, you secure at least a certain amount of points, and you secure a spot for Paris.
Yeah,
so
I thought about it.
Were you thinking about it during the game?
Not during the game.
But yeah, so like, you know, yesterday it's like, all right, I'm playing Magnus, let's see how it goes. And today it's a lot more on the line. So how do you approach the two?
I mean, of course, playing a match against Magnus, I felt quite decent about my form or shape in general, so I was hoping to, in the very least, give a very good fight. But playing Magnus, you can't really expect to win the match. So yeah, I was quite relaxed in that sense. I was just trying to play good chess and then see what happens, which of course changed a bit today because winning the first game, you see that this is now, okay, finally a chance to beat Magnus in a match, which is incredible. And then there's a lot more nerves attached to that.
Now, still a lot to play for in the coming days, but of course you secured plenty. We are going to go into the player hall for the position draw, and then I'm going to get your thoughts.
Thrilling day of chess. It has been already, and it's far from done. We have 2 matches going 2 players. First of all, in the semi-final, Sindarov against Fabiano-Caruana. Javakir will play the first game with the white pieces, and then in the placement matches, Hikaru Nakamura against Gukesh. There, Hikaru will play with white. The players will play 2 games of 10 plus 10. If they are still tied, they will move to 5 plus 2. If they're still tied, we will go to Armageddon. And now I would like to call to the stage young Henrik Bittner to draw the next position. Thank you very much.
Wow. 005. So 005.
The players will have 10 minutes now, as always, to prepare. To the players, good luck. To the spectators, please have fun.
Well, there you have it, folks. The first position for our tiebreaker matchups, 2 of them to take place. One in our semifinal bout between Fabiano-Caruana and Javakir Sindarov, and of course Gukesh versus Hikaru trying to book their spot to that 5th place matchup. We're going to get that position up on your screens as quickly as possible so that you at home can start making your assessments while we pick the brains of one of the world's greats when it comes to evaluating Chess 960 positions. Vincent, Keymer, I'm curious for yourself if anything jumps out immediately with position 5 on the board.
Yeah, I just know that today again we had a weird. Okay, this looks like a quite decent position for both sides, I would say. I mean, of course, Queen on A1 will be crucial to get into the game quickly, but.
Can you play your favorite? Ready? I've studied your games. I try to emulate it, but it's not so successful. You can play like Knight f3, English, Rook e1, Castle, d4, c4.
Yeah, I think here we have kind of a problem with the bishop on d1. This is like the only piece that's really kind of annoying. And also it's I mean, either to castle is not as easy. I think basically castling long will never happen for 2 reasons. First of all, there are too many pieces in between, and also queen on the queen side means you will have to open up some, you have to move to have some pawns. So I'm nearly certain either they will not castle at all because some, I don't know, h4, h5 will happen, or the castle king side. But yeah.
Is Fabi versus Sindarov, is there, I mean, both so incredibly strong, but is there one play out of these 2 that you're looking forward to meeting in the finals, Vincent?
I have to admit that right now I don't really care. I mean, I'm just glad to be in the final, and they are both very strong, and I'll be happy to fight whoever wins the tiebreak.
I think that's a good note to let Vincent go relax.
Yeah, I think exactly right, Levy. Once again, congratulations, Vincent. We look forward to the games to take place the next couple of days, and wish you the best of luck.
All the best.
All right, as Vincent goes to rest, we will continue considering what it is these players will bring out when it comes to the first battle in our playoff best of 2s. I think format does matter, and a reminder to people of how things work here is that we will have a position drawn as we just did for this first game. The players have already broken into their pairs, white and black players apiece, and then after this, they will get a new position, flip sides of the board, and have an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Javakir here mingling yet again. He's kind of isolated himself in these kind of initial position analysis sessions over the last few days. But now it's actually Javakir analyzing with the player he kicked out of the running for first place, Hikaru Nakamura. They're analyzing actually one of the moves Levy mentioned, starting with the white c-pawn, going for the English opening in normal chess, but here just trying to control some squares. And yeah, interesting as well to hear Vincent's thoughts, Tanya.
About this position as well, right? Because I see what's on the board. Just as Vincent said, getting the queens out early, finding that activity will be key in this position right now in the corner of the board. We see the pawns that the players are moving. I think they've got the exact same idea in their mind as well. How can we bring the most important piece on the board out as quickly as possible?
It's Hikaru and Sindarov, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty awesome. They just had this really,
dramatic.
I will say, like, just on a personal note, because I have to play a lot of tournaments and make recaps, and then I have to like show up and all the same players in the room. Like, I share my really open and honest thoughts during these games, and then I have to like be in the same tournament hall. And I always do wonder, like, do people find it strange that they like play certain moves and I have certain emotions in my head? Like, Hikaru literally just made videos like, this matchup is making me consider retirement. But now he has to analyze with Sindarov. Like, that's such a fascinating dynamic. Like, I wonder if that goes through Sindarov's head at all. It's weird. Like, playing games and doing all these recaps, I'm not so sure it's beneficial in the long run. Chess is a very private game.
How about that, though? Now Fabi effectively left to his own devices as we have a little peek into Gukesh, who's opting to sit at a board alone. So Fabi doesn't get that opportunity to bounce ideas.
It's like sitting at a lunch table. Right? You know, like, you look at Kukesh, you want to, and Gukesh doesn't even acknowledge you. He just goes on his own, and
And while Gukesh, he's usually like this at the start. Fabi really likes the whole rift that happens, where you can exchange those ideas and kind of come to some conclusions about the position. But yes, I mean, Sindarov picking Hikaru, proving his pick, defeating him in the quarterfinals, and now for this big tiebreaker, sitting and analyzing it with him, breaking the position down. Fascinating stuff to watch. A lot on the line for those two players vying for that final spot into the finals to face Vincent Keymer.
And while these elite players focus on the start position, there we see Fabiano having a ponder on his own, a rare sight here. I'm going to ask you guys to guess. We've left the computer on now for a while. It's at depth 35. That's reasonable. What do you think White's top 3 moves are, according to the all-seeing Silicon friends?
Should I go one and then you go one?
Yeah, sure.
I'll start with B4.
It's not one of the top 3.
Not one of the top.
Looks good.
Anya. Actually, I haven't had a chance to think about this so much. D4.
Wow.
Oof.
Is that the, top move?
That is the top move.
Put me in, coach. I'll smoke these bozos.
Now justify it.
You have a chance to team up the pawns to restrict one of the black knights and also block the queen's diagonal. And there's no easy way for that pawn to be targeted with a knight. Because, like, if the knight moves, you can always play, like, D5. I don't know, like, what I would play after, but I like D4, knight F3, like D4, knight D3, these types of things.
Looking good. And the remaining move to round out the top 3, at least according to our engines, our computers, is this move, pawn to C4, which the players are actually analyzing. We see that on the board there with Sindarov and Nakamura. I guess the justification, it's something you mentioned earlier, Levy, as well, just to bring out this white knight from the left flank.
And queen B1. Like, we've seen this concept of bringing the queen, because I always think, like, I got to get the queen out or diagonal, but actually sliding it over and getting it involved is not so bad. And then if black castles, you just checkmate.
Yes.
Like,
but now my personal favorite, the cool H4.
Oh, nice.
As the 3rd best option.
Yeah. Actually, Chess Base India had a position. They were testing people, one of the clips, and one of the opening first moves was like H4 or something similar. And often when your queen is on the other side and a rook is backing the pawn, it's almost always a good move. Yeah.
And you can probably guess what black's first, best move by
H5?
distance is.
Gotta be H5.
Of course. Yeah, you can't allow H5, H6. Like, that's not good.
Yeah, just to point out to everyone at home, just once this pawn lands, this black rook in the corner is never really getting out. You need to literally shift kind of half your army just to get this black rook out of the way, and then you need to castle. So you definitely have to give queens and rooks in freestyle chess. You have to give them their fair respect. Black rook needs to get out as well.
Watching these two on our screen, Hikaru and Javakir, it almost feels like they're playing the whole position out well into the middle game, at least getting those 10 moves in. And they were playing so fast, just getting a feel of where the pieces belong, the speed of taking decisions, and it's go time.
I also kind of like that, too, because it might be getting them into the rhythm of the game that they're about to play, right? Again, the other two guys most just working with visualization. These two, even with the piece movement, getting a sense of the fact that they're about to go from 90-30 down to 10-10. And we saw how time could become a factor in a number of our classical games. It could be even a bigger factor in these playoff games.
And once again, it's going to be a best of 2.
Yeah.
So it's a mini match, best of 2, 10-10. If it remains a tie, we go into an even shorter time format. It goes into blitz territory with a best of 2, 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. But yes, this is their game 1.
No, it's not. This is not the position.
We've lost the start position.
Yeah, what is? I've never seen this one before.
Yeah,
Have you
I don't know. I think it'll
Freestyle chess?
update once the first move is made.
I feel like E4 might be the best move here.
Test by test, I mean.
C6, the best response.
Yeah. David, you play Karo-Kan, or are you a Sicilian player?
Yeah.
You E45?
Karo-Kan and E5 all the way.
You give me E5 vibes. Like outplay you slowly in a little briar, some Spanish.
One of those. In the meantime, we see Sindarov and Caruana about to fight it out for that chance to win the final.
Yeah, both matchups superbly relevant, but this one more than the other because one of these two players will have the opportunity to challenge Vincent Keymer tomorrow in the final of our first Grand Slam here in Freestyle Chess 2025. And the initial moves are on the board. It is that C4 met by a B6 push on the other side.
It's the English defense, the Owens defense. C4, B6. I just played this recently in a tournament. Back row of pieces look slightly different, but wow, it's a pure Owens with like getting both bishops out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice battery to have, this nice diagonal for the white dark square bishop, the white queen behind it, and likewise black can copy. And actually, this does start to resemble very normal types of openings in traditional chess, other than the fact that the white queen is in the corner and the white knight, I mean, I guess it's just going to plant itself out. This could really resemble normal chess very, very quickly.
Do you feel there's a particular player in this matchup that if we were to, transpose into an essentially, known position, it favors?
Ooh, that's a tough call, right? I would say Fabiano's opening strengths have been stripped away. Normally in traditional chess, he knows what he's doing. He's got it all planned out beforehand. Javokir has admitted in interviews he doesn't enjoy studying openings. He would far rather sleep in the mornings of games.
Yeah. Having said that, he's, won every game that he's played in Bundesliga, which is the iconic chess league. David, you play in it, right? You're playing for St. Pauli with Magnus?
Yeah, that's right. They coaxed me out of retirement somehow.
And this is a fascinating graphic. No wins.
Three draws, and they all happened right here at WEISSENHAUS. Once in their round robin and twice today.
Yeah, but this will change today. Somebody has to come out on top. We cannot just keep playing draws.
I feel like they've never played a classical game against each other. Maybe in a Grand Swiss, but that's like the only... They've never been in a Tata Steel section together. And
Olympiad different boards as well, so very possible.
Maybe World Rapid and Blitz, but not classical. And they have a symmetrical position after 3 moves.
They're trying to thrill us here.
Hikaru and Kukesh are like way ahead. I guess this is the matchup that is higher stakes, so we kind of have to choose one. But I mean, actually, maybe we get both games on the screen. That'd be just don't analyze anything. Just I mean, it's too fast, right? Just tell the audience what's happening. Maybe put the Hikaru board on the bottom right, change the text, but. Yeah, or we can play ping pong.
But to your point, I think now, if ever, if we're going to go to the the matchup fighting for a 5th place slot, this would be the time to do it between Kukesh and Hikaru, because far more moves made out onto the board. Each player with 9 moves.
Theirs looks like a hedgehog Sicilian, which means nothing to the audience, but it looks like a.
I thought you made that up. I'm going to be honest.
Name your favorite animal.
Yeah, I was like Sicilian. I know.
Does it
hedgehog
not? Like
thrown in front of it is.
Yes. And to your point earlier, this position could so easily transpose itself into a standard chess position. Just get that rook out of the way, step 1, and castle on the next move. Connect the 2 rooks, and this really feels like a position out of the Sicilian. The structure that Levy was referring to, the hedgehog, happens when black posts those pawns on the 6th rank. It starts resembling a bit like a hedgehog just waiting to strike in the center. A very classical Sicilian position this is.
Yeah, it's prickly, this pawn structure. If you step too far forward with your pawns, you might just hurt yourself in the process. And the hedgehog, well studied and can arise from a variety of openings in traditional chess. So both players, okay, he actually plays this move. He sets up the hedgehog pawn structure here at Kukesh. He's a bit cramped. The black pieces struggling for air, but if they later unfurl themselves, they could become very, very strong.
And it is a bit of a prickly position, right? The arrows that you're drawing, it actually makes it difficult for Hikaru to push either that E or the G pawn, because the queen and the bishop is a very classical idea in that Sicilian that we're talking about. Lining them up like this, putting pressure on that knight on that side of the board. So it's it feels like this should favor Gukesh to get this out of the opening.
Yeah, objectively, computers always slightly prefer the side who has more space. Here it's white. White with further advanced pawns. White can occupy the center. But in practical terms, it's actually quite easy for black to play. You just curl up into a ball like a hedgehog. And you just kind of wait for the action to happen a bit later. He'll move his rook. He'll get his other rook across when he castles next move, Kukesh. And he's totally fine out of this opening.
We're playing rapid chess, but up to this point, the players have been essentially blitzing moves out onto the board.
I think Hikaru's doing the Firoozja. Just play fast. Nothing matters.
Trust your gut, play the time.
Yeah, and when Firoozja was doing that, he actually had a great position. I think he only got into time trouble and ended up losing against Nodrbek. But yeah, Gukesh is not just somebody you can play really fast against and beat. I mean, he will be game, and he's rotating his knight around. He's going to castle. He'll be stable. So.
And I'll also point out one interesting idea that Gukesh could be setting up is getting to that f4 square, which is further into that white camp. You know, you could bring your knight forward, you could push that central pawn, and then really bring your knight closer to that white king, and then line that up with the bishop and queen on the other side of the board. Tactics start to appear. It's building up. You know, the hedgehog often starts slow, curled up, but in the middle game, we do see quite a bit of excitement once a break appears.
Wow, and big move there from Hikaru Nakamura. Just to update you all, he has actually opened up this diagonal. This is a sacrifice, but bishop takes pawn does look like it might just rebound after the white pawn steps forward, severing the connection, and this bishop actually finds itself trapped. There's probably more to it than that if black, for example, kicks the knight away. But yeah, this bishop might not just find a way home a bit later on, and watch out, this diagonal opening up as well. White also has the battery the other way around. Some big danger for black in the air, but Hikaru going for it now.
Fabi's also just played a crazy move, so that game is heating up.
Yeah, nice little trick on the board here. Let's go back over to the semifinal bout, where it is a much different look in terms of game state between these two players.
Yeah, interesting from Fabiano. He's played a crazy move, as you say, Levy, but he's essentially kind of broken the symmetry. It was actually him with black pushing his pawn, his f-pawn, which has kind of weakened his own king here, I would say. Bit risky. I don't really like this little change in nature of this position for Fabiano.
I just want to point out, you know, that diagonal from A7 to G1 has got 6 pawns across the board and a king placed there. So full action going on there. Also for Fabi, he's got 2 connect 3s. So very interesting pawn formation taken up. We see the knight developed as the last move by Javakir. Again, I do like the setup of the queen and the bishop lined up, and Javakir choosing to trade off that bishop. Like we saw in the previous game in Hikaru versus Kukesh, it can start targeting the king side. So I like the idea of getting rid of that light squared bishop.
Yeah, trying to trade off those pieces.
Now, we put it to our community at large when it came to this all-important tiebreaker for our finals spot. And who did they think would come out on top and ultimately join Vincent Keymer? We also asked it in 2 different places, once on chess.com and once in Twitch. Interestingly enough, the 2 communities disagree. Twitch chat believes that Sindarov, with just a slight edge, is going to be the one to go meet Vincent Keymer in the finals. But over on chess.com, a little bit more favored towards Fabiano.
Hell yeah. My Uzbek people in the Twitch chat, they're probably just watching on Twitch. That's what's going on. Uzbek Sila, let's go. All right, we got the Uzbek support in the chat. It's late over there. Actually, not that late. I keep thinking I'm on US time. It's like 8 p.m. or something. I don't know how much further ahead they are than... Did you go to Samarkand? Either of you? Were you there in Uzbekistan?
Too far away.
No.
It is a bit far, yeah. My grandparents visited. They said it was a beautiful, historic city. So and it's hosting it again.
Yes.
And yeah, maybe the chat just wants to see. Maybe the chat just wants to see Magnus versus Fabiano. You never know.
I think the chat just like doesn't know who these players are yet, but give them a little bit of time, and they will know. Vincent Keymer, now they will know.
But numbers talk, you know. We're talking about world number 1 and world number 2. I think you could have a point, you know, whether it's in the finals or fighting for the 3rd or 4th place. It will be an epic match regardless. But this is just getting started, and it's a pretty tensed position. I don't even know who this favors, but I do see the bar. It keeps moving up, and that gives quite a big advantage. What's going on there?
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Having an update. He froze for a second. I was trying to catch up the moves, trying to guess the moves and reenact. But wow, Fabiano, he's made a lot of progress in the last few moves. The black rook stacked up, the black king castled.
It just looks like a Dutch defense.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's never a good sign for black normally.
Yeah, but you know, in this particular case, I don't hate it. It's a very interesting position, I think, with some very rich ideas.
It's funny, we spoke about the hedgehog in the other tiebreaker, and in this one it starts feeling like a Dutch. 2 very standard chess openings. In standard chess, how will the players adapt not only to going down on the clock with 10+10, but suddenly shifting to positions which almost seem to appear out of standard chess?
Yeah, this is interesting. It's position number 5. We've never had such a low number this whole week, and it's the most normal-looking position we've ever seen. That's good and bad for some of the players.
And again, very different approaches on both boards, but our focus primarily here on the semi-final between Fabiano-Caruana and Javakir Sindarov. But as we're joined by Jan-Henrik Buettner here in the studio, I got to ask you, my friend, did you even imagine a world where this is what we were looking at, a Vincent Keymer final up against either Fabiano or Javakir?
It's insane. Of course, I was outside, and as I said in the beginning, it's for me hard anyway if anyone loses. And for me, of course, starting this with Magnus, I want always Magnus to win, but also like for Vincent, this is like insane. It's really perfect because I would call it in Germany, it's like the Boris Becker moment of Vincent Keymer, you know, so that, you know, when Boris Becker kind of created this tennis boom, and so maybe if he continues this journey, and you know, he's only 20 years old, you know, so that maybe he creates also like a similar kind of uplift for the German chess, which of course is huge in India and huge in Norway, and of course everybody where the players are really big.
Already talking about what a big moment it is for him in his career, but as well, we were reflecting on the idea that this was one of the wild card spots to enter the tournament, and I think that's one of the beauties of freestyle chess, is giving those opportunities to players, and then giving them that moment where they can step up, prove themselves, and create fans across the world.
Exactly, and it's the same with Javakir Sindarov, right? He also got kind of a wild card because he was the runner-up on the online qualification, and he only got the spot because we had one spot available in the end, and so now he makes it all the way up to, he's even still playing for the final. Maybe we have 2 youngsters in the final, which would be insane, you know. Also, if Magnus would have won and Fabi would have won, we had the same, would have had the same final like last year, which kind of also is like would be difficult. So it's all exciting, and I'm like you know, really also talking to his father and to his girlfriend, and like I was like, it has to sink in a little bit. They have to like what it really means. It's sinking in.
Did you have a chat with Magnus after?
No,
not yet.
Not yet.
If there was one player who would defeat Magnus and you would be hoping for it, it would be Vincent.
Yes, of course. I mean, this is, and especially as you said, it's in the German home turf, and we gave last year in the tournament, I think he came in like 7th. I think he beat Ding in the last game, so he was way out of the qualification, and only because we had the same, like the next tournament in Germany, we said we give the wild card for the locals, and so. He just went in there, and then he really performed very, very poorly in the beginning of the round robin, and he just barely made it. Then we had like this insane story of like Ali Reza, who's the superstar of the young kids, you know, and he basically is saying, okay, I pick Vincent, and then he beats Ali Reza, and now Magnus. I mean, there's also just looking at the 8 players that were in the quarterfinals, and looking like from the perspective of Vincent Keymer, you have like 6 out of the top 8 players of the world in front of you, plus this wonder kid who kind of beat everybody, like, and so it's like there's no easy game to come.
Yeah, there's no tougher road, and I think in a lot of ways that means you can't take anything away from him. Exactly. It's very important that the victory, it means so much because of the circumstances surrounding it. And when you take a look at the 2 remaining playoffs that we have, of course, we're mostly focused on this semi-final. Do you have a feeling in the air, or is there an inkling for you that any one of these players is finding their top top level in the final moments?
No, I was watching actually their game very closely with Miguel, you know, the coach of Fabiano, and there was this one thing where he said, like, please find knight e2, knight e4, please find it, but he didn't find it, but it was impossible. Like knight e3 again, no, what is it, f3, and again knight f3, and then repetition, because he was like so big time winning, and so that was it. And then, but also when Javokhir came to the little lunch place that we had, late lunch place with his trainer, I said, you know, congratulations, you really made it. But yeah, but he said also, but I was also winning in the beginning. So it's like the spirit of like both of them are really wanting to go for it. So as I said, like also I was inside land when I did the drawing, and I said to both of them, you know, I just wish both of you good luck, you know. And I'm basically happy with all outcomes. I can take all of it. So but we can already say that Vincent is qualified for Paris. Magnus is of course qualified because he's always #1 in the world, and Fabiano will also be qualified whatsoever. So the question is, because he's #2 on the February ranking, so either he's qualified as one of the top 3, and so it's basically the question of if Javokhir will make it as well.
He could lock it up right here.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Well, David, with that in mind, maybe we return to just the chessboard. I know that the computer's telling us that it's a fairly equal position, but we know never to believe that so much in freestyle chess. So what do you make of Javokhir's chances here in this first game?
Yeah, objectively things roughly equal, but I like Javokhir's handling of the clock. He's got 2 extra minutes, and one key chess detail is that he has an open file. Rooks love these open lines. He's got full access, full control there. It feels like Fabiano is the one trying to kind of get pieces off the board, trying to equalize, trying to draw. Sindarov is going to be the one trying to make the magic happen. So still early days, still in the balance, but a small advantage for Sindarov.
Well, that open line, I think Fabi would be looking at challenging that. But I also want to point out to Javokhir's queen, which immediately has been challenged, which was such an active piece in the position. And before we go into more lines, you know, Jan, I saw online that there was this roundtable discussion held with players joining in from across the world really for that. And you can talk about this as little or as much as you want, but it was purely with the idea of the future of freestyle chess, how the players are feeling. What can you tell us about that, and was that a productive meeting?
Yes, and we actually had it in this room. And so in order so everybody was here. Alireza was not attending because he really asked me to stay away because he had to get over his loss with Vincent in the first game. That was the evening, and he really wanted to focus and prepare for winning this the next day, which of course didn't work, as we know now. So he was not attending, but we had some players dial in, and then also the players. And it was basically, as I said from the beginning, it was not a meeting to decide anything. It was basically for the first time that we got all the players together to basically exchange their views about what's going on in the chess world, and that is what FIDE tried to avoid, you know, by putting all this pressure on the players to sign like this stupid document like by a certain deadline, to avoid that they can talk to each other before that and so on. So we took this off the table by basically saying, okay, so well, in the end, I explained again to the players as well that it was never my intention or our intention to claim a world championship or whatever. So that also the people who have been here last year, which of the 4 of you, only you were here, you know that there was never any discussion to do a world championship or something like that. And it came up from the FIDE side. They basically said, okay, you can license world championship, and this whole stupid discussion came up in the end. And so, yeah, and I just explained, I'm always trying to be very open and honest, and like I'm open book, I have no secrets, and I'm just saying, okay, there's no hidden agenda. And I really wanted to make this a deal, and we had days of discussion. I must tell you, I was with Holly in Mauritius for vacation, but I was basically spending 5 days on the phone with Arkady, on WhatsApp, on whatever, and days, and I was reshaping, and we were actually hammering out like the details of a deal, which I think would have been also good for the chess world in terms of saying, okay, we had the rules and regulations, we had like these 6 pages, and we basically, whenever he had like a request or whatever, I put it in. I had with a yellow marker, so this is this, and we had a press release that we actually wanted to issue next day at 11, and it was all small details in the end. When he told me, yeah, okay, I would have to talk again to the board for the last details, which he did like previous times before. If I'm not available for the next few hours, don't worry, I'm on a plane. And in that moment, FIDE issues a statement like, oh, it's like bad demands from Freestyle. Like, what is going on? So it's obviously, it was something that I was, even before this all came out, in the evening, I was even planning to issue an invitation to Vishy Anand as a guest of honor, because he was probably, I said, okay, I was thinking, okay, now we're going to have a deal, we're all friends again, whatever kind of thing. So, but then it all kind of exploded, which in the end, for us, I said to FIDE in the beginning, if you push this big, it's great PR for us. Like it's now, it pushed it up on a big PR level, and I didn't understand, which was my initial message. I don't understand what you're doing. You're alienating the players, and you are giving us great PR. And so I explained this whole background to the players so that they understand where I'm standing. So we agreed with the players that for this season, because I said, first of all, we can think about naming it a World Championship or whatever, even in December before the Grand Slam final, when we know it. But then the players actually said, no, we have to fix it before, because the further we go into the year, the more it will be one person kind of getting that, and then maybe that person has an own agenda. He wants it to be called this or this or this. So let's fix it before. So this is why I said, okay, they wanted to make that decision. We did it. We call it now the Freestyle Chess Champion. That's the ultimate. That's what we're doing. So we go back to where we were last year, so we don't care about world championships or whatever. So that is out of the way. But by that also the players got together and said, okay, why don't we create kind of an independent body that represents the players, because I can't speak for the players long term, because as good as my intentions can be, everybody will, or many people will assume that I have a hidden agenda or whatever. So I said, okay, you players, you have to do your own thing, so they have to self-organize, so that they can, if the FIDE has a request, they don't have to individually talk to his father or his lawyer or whatever, but have a joint approach to this. And this is what I think that FIDE has gotten out of it, that they got with all the pressure they put on the players, that the players are going to self-organize. In the end, this organization will also then negotiate with us. I mean, if we are putting our contracts out to the players, it's very fair that they are basically evaluating that from them and say, okay, that's what we're going to do. So it's all to the good, all to the benefit. And so that's kind of what happened here in the meeting.
Tremendous insight. Thank you for sharing, and and of course affording the space and the opportunity for players to have those discussions. One of the things that we talked about on day one was the player meeting, even about this event alone, and approaching starting positions. In fact, initially disallowing position 534. Now we want that back in. There was even discussions about tiebreaker and playoff situations, which are coming into effect right here.
Yeah, I think it's great. If you look at it from a perspective as I have started it, I'm similar like you. I'm not from the chess world, so I approach it like anybody else. So I'm like saying, okay, you really want the players to be in the forefront. The players should be the stars. They should be rich and famous. They should get all the attention and so on. If you do this like that, you tell them, tell us what you need, what you want to bet the best chess, and what you really when you enjoy it. And so that's what you get. And I see also not only on the playing field, but also outside of the playing field. We all have a lot of fun, like all together, and the players are all together, and it's really. Also, this thing what we developed here, which I think is always so great, this moment when they discuss the position. Right, this is such a new thing. I mean, it's like when you see now, like today, I was standing next to Hikaru and Javuk here discussing the position. And it's like it gives them also a more social aspect to the whole thing, because in the past I saw like chess players always like play and then goodbye, whatever. So because one is winning and one is losing, and I know from your experience, David, when you lost with St. Pauli, you were devastated on that day. I got a real insight, and what it means is like some chess players tell me, like if you lose a game, you're about to murder your opponent or yourself or whatever. Kind of that. So you're in that stage maybe. So having the understanding also that Alireza said, you have to understand, Jan, I lost the game. I can't focus on anything else. And so because after a game, normally chess players basically say, okay, well you beat me or I lost. It's like so no discussion. But then here in this environment, like after half an hour, they sit together, they have a drink, they discuss, they even play. Funnily, what I thought when people ask me, what do chess players do in their spare time, when they have time and when they are not playing competition? they play chess. I'm like, okay, good. So we have chessboards all over the place. So that's all the fun.
Well, you talk about giving the players everything they need, and what the players need right now across both of our boards is a victory here, at the very least, to give themselves an advantage. Good reminder, it is a best of 2, so there will still be a second match played where the players flip sides and receive a new position. But with just under 2 minutes on the clock here for Fabiano-Caruana, I think it might be time for us to kind of dive back in and walk through, figure out who it is might have those opportunities to win. David?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't jumped in because not too much has been happening, simply put. We talked about the open line earlier. That is no longer relevant. All rooks, queens, long-range pieces off the board. It's simply knights that are going to do the dancing. There's a small asymmetry here with the pawn structure on the king side. White is the one pushing. Javokir Sindarov pushing forward. Will he push again? Will he start jumping with his knight to attack pawns? I think those are the questions. But ultimately, this should be so symmetrical, so balanced, that the game fizzles out towards a draw. Okay, he attacks a pawn. He's trying to loosen up the black chain there, the connect 3 in the corner.
So making some effort. He will induce the pawn to step forward.
This is about to end in a draw. I don't really see this going too long. Yes, James?
Well, if that's the case, then maybe we hop to the other
Let's
matchup.
do it.
Just to check in with that one. It's Kukesh against Hikaru Nakamura. They as well, with Hikaru now just about to hit 1 minute left on the clock. The computer seems to like his position just a little bit more than Gukesh's.
It's an extra pawn.
Yeah. Of course, the computer says +1 because a pawn is worth 1 point. And it isn't necessarily the best pawn right now. It is a bit of a target, it is a bit weak, but Hikaru is hoping that long-term in the endgame, if he can keep it alive, everything else being equal, then this little foot soldier will soon stride forward to glory. First allowing a queen exchange, but rooks behind past pawns, very logical, even if that move, given a question mark, looks like a nice move from Hikaru.
This is yet another advantage for Hikaru that he simply must convert. And if he can't convert this one...
Another clickbait title. I'm retiring.
I I feel like...
Stop jinxing it, Tanya. Stop tempting fate.
That was pretty vicious, damn. I mean...
It's a vicious format. It's a vicious style of game, right? I mean, I will come back to
I need to check out that video, what he really said, but I remember looking at it.
Damn, Tanya. I mean, he might win the next game, and then he doesn't have to...
But this is where I'll come back to Jan Henrik on very much the goals of freestyle chess, right, is to have more games that feel bloody and decisive, right? We want high action. We don't want players reasoning their way to positions they've known before and know how to play through.
Exactly. The last thing, as I said, we want to be as boring. We want to have interaction, fan interaction, and so we want to really create a scenario where everybody has a feeling, has a say in this. You know, have all these quizzes and stuff. Like last year we had a rap competition, right? So we had a freestyle rap, right? So the winner.
We got some bars going.
Yes. And by the way, we still have. We still have a new card set. So we have signed card sets, so we can also auction that off. And also, I'm just thinking about, because I'm always asked what. So you guys guess what kind of animal that is, you know, and if you're not guessing the animal category, you can put it out to the fans. So I have one guess each. So what do you think?
Whoa, oh, it's very tough.
This is really tough.
Also, while we think, I've got one question for you. That's been a pressing question here. The players, do they just have that one jacket, or do they have multiple jackets in the same color?
No, it's all they all have this one jacket.
Okay.
And for example, Nodirbek forgot his jacket in Uzbekistan, and so as you see, it's a different color green than last time because it's my private jacket. I took it from my drawer, I gave it to him. So it's like this time we will basically keep the jackets for the players because they can't have everything in mind when they're traveling around the world and said, I got my jacket. So Kukesh was very good. He brought his jacket, and Vincent brought his jacket, and Magnus has a new jacket, as you see.
Why is he the only one who gets a fresh new jacket?
Well, first of all, he's like has a little bit more insight, you know, because he said, you know, I think it happened actually in Hamburg, in St. Pauli, when we were with St. Pauli and in our Bootshaus restaurant, and we had as a visitor also Frank Rudolph, who's doing the jackets, and then Magnus was saying hello, and he asked basically Frank, can I also get a white jacket, white velvet jacket? He said, of course we can do it. It's like the only one in the world. It's like we get it and so on. So I said, okay, now we have to change the color for Magnus. That's fine. But he's freeing up another color, which is the dark blue. And we also have the medium blue, which is the 2 colors which we are adding for, because we have 12 players in Paris, right? So we have all these jackets. So in terms of that, we can't give jackets new colors to everyone. So we're going to see a different player in the color of a player of today.
Well, speaking of a white jacket, is white about to get the first win here?
Oh wow!
What's going on here? I see that extra pawn is still alive, David.
The extra pawn is still alive. The white knight Hikaru's pieces are jumping towards Gukesh's king. It does look very good for Hikaru, but he still needs to kill a blow. Both sides down at 1 minute left.
He's messed up also a few times. I mean, it was very, very subtle, but his advantage was as high as, I think, plus almost 2 at a certain moment. But Gukesh is fighting back, and yeah, it's going to hurt. I mean, Hikaru has to convert this game.
We're asking so much of these players with less than a minute to think, to find the right move in each of these very difficult positions. Kukesh will throw one out, a couple blitzed moves onto the board here.
This was our first single-digit board, right? 0-0-5, waiting for a 0-0-7 to show up. But this has been so incredibly close to a standard chess position, and even in our main semi-final matchup, I think still heading towards that draw. It just feels like this did not come out of freestyle chess.
And now I see an opportunity to remove material from the board, but my question is there one player that would prefer to do that over the other?
White's rook can zoom up to the top of the board, trade off some pieces, but the black king is actually quite safe. They say a knight is a king's best friend, and the black king's just going to hide out in the corner and watch out. If the white rooks disappear, then the white king actually on the back rank in a bit of trouble. So yeah, still unclear who should be aiming for those trades, James. I agree. It's definitely on the cards. He might give that check, but he might keep it up his sleeve for later.
Another trick that I do see in this position is white lining up the queen right behind the pawn, where the knight has just jumped. You have to watch out. It doesn't work just yet, but there could be a potential double attack with the queen and knight combining to hit that rook and that tender pawn right in front of the black king, which would be a devastating checkmate.
So sneaky, Tanya. I think that's the threat. That's the reason Hikaru played that odd-looking move. He just brought his rook to defend his king, defending a pawn around it. Now he wants to activate his own queen on this nice diagonal.
Once again, we've got the current world champion in Kukesh, one of the youngsters out on the field trying to challenge Hikaru Nakamura. And Jan, again, that's kind of been a theme of the tournament, right? We've kind of been lucky that every match...
Hold on. Fabiano's made a really bad mistake. Before we go back to chatting...
Yeah, that was about to end in a draw.
That was so close to a draw. Suddenly, Fabiano has allowed white to break through. Look at that right side of the board there. Javalkir's king, his knight, the white piece is so active. This cluster here, he's breaking through on this square. And if Fabiano trades off, if he trades, the white king comes in and the G pawn, G for glory, he's going to win Javalkir.
5 seconds. He makes that last move with 4 seconds on the clock.
How do you win? Like, the H pawn is very dangerous.
I think the white knight will at some point just sit back and block everything, and maybe the white king might even start running, but that becomes risky. That becomes double-edged. It might be a race later.
I would be very tempted to just push that F-pawn, make it a connected passer, right? A very well-defended with his best friend sitting just behind him on that G file, and just block out all of Black's army on that side to protect it, and then march ahead with the king.
Oh, this is a classy move as well from Javalkir. Look how he's just fixed all the pawns on the left side of the board, because the white king is the only one that can run to the left there.
Oh, make a move!
No time on the clock.
Fabi, what happened? Did he make a move?
Oh, he did. He did.
Just
slow on the update here on our screens. Yep.
And now the white king slides back, though. Fabiano's pawn is gone. He's a pawn down. And this is just over. The white knight is actually the one hopping this direction. The white king is going to step forward. This white pawn is a new queen.
I mean, what a flip of the script in just one moment.
Wow. It looked drawn for so long, but Fabiano, it was the clock situation. He was down the whole game on time. Just like earlier in the day, in the longer time format, he was also down on the clock. And the tension's just getting to the older players, the young guys. They just look so calm.
They look calm. I'm sure that there's, adrenaline coursing through their veins.
It's 150 right there. We can see it, the heart rate.
Rookie numbers.
Yeah, no 170 just yet. But maybe once you book a trip to the finals, it will shoot up, and deservedly so it would.
But now the knight can displace that black king from blocking the advance of that pawn. The king and the knight assisting that pawn towards the promotion square. Well, he stops it for now. Fabi brings the knight to the center of the board, controlling a very key check in the position.
But everything in the black position is locked, right? We just have permission to walk our white king anywhere we want at this point?
Yep. Fabiano tries to kick that white king away, check that white king, but he's only walking it closer to his own pawns. At some point, while black is distracted, the white king is going to switch focus, and Fabiano's just totally stuck.
He's about to resign, David. I mean, this position, how do you save this? I don't see even a trick set up. The knight can't run away. The black knight can't grab those pawns on the left side because white will end up queening on the right side of the board. Your king is stuck.
You just run your king to the B pawn, and by the time that black takes your pawn, you take, and the king in there is much worse.
Gives a check and immediately responds. Well, he hasn't yet responded, and he does. He comes back with repetition once. Sindarov's got to find a way. He's not going to repeat thrice. No, he doesn't.
There it is. Okay.
Playing for the win.
He wants to keep the game alive. Actually, he hasn't committed to the move just yet.
Takes it back.
He's thinking better of it.
Careful. If you go to the right now, if you slide one square to the right, that will be the third time we've seen that position. It will be a draw. Fabiano will stop the clock, call the arbiter.
He'll immediately do that.
And he has so little time to decide.
Which way is he going? He goes towards the center. No draw just yet. Okay. Fabi captures a pawn.
King has to keep going, and it will.
Apparently he's chosen wrong.
Oh my
goodness.
Only one move for Fabiano to draw.
Another opening.
He found it. He found the only move to save the game. He's tying down the white king. The white king has to stay defending its pawn. The white knight also defending its pawn. Sindarov is stuck. He cannot move a piece.
Can you believe it?
He went the wrong way with his king.
Can you believe it?
Unbelievable turnarounds in this match. And let's remind everyone where they're coming from, right? Fabiano, a one-move victory away in that classical game, ends in a draw. Completely busted in this one, about to save it.
Their hearts are beating in sync with each other. Look at that. I mean, that's the intensity of this matchup. They can feel it. It's a shared intensity.
I love it.
It's not over. I mean, this is so dangerous for black. You just feel like you're going to lose all of your pawns. Like, you can't even take now because check, knight d7, all the pawns fall off the board. Like,
why is this still a draw?
They don't know that either. Like, we know it, but...
And again, I'll cheat. I'll look at the engine lines. There's one drawn line. Every other line gives a massive advantage to the white player.
Good luck to Fabi finding that with 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, the first move is easy. It gets difficult later. He has to eliminate that pawn. He has to just take the pawn with the black king, allow some checks, and pray. Just cross his fingers and hope.
And he's done it.
He plays the first move.
Yeah, that feels like the easy one to find.
Yeah. He takes that. He's been checked. Okay, where's he going with his king?
He moves forward. I can see it on our live camera feed. The speed is so fast, our board isn't being able to keep up with it.
I can feel the tension in this room is picking up. I can only imagine what it feels like inside that player hall right now.
Yeah, Fabiano's king is on f5. It's definitely not on f6.
Yeah. I'll try and guess the moves as they come in. Fabiano's dancing with his knight back.
Pawns are falling off the board.
Yeah, this is... It's definitely not the position because, yeah, his king is...
King is going in.
His king is moved in. It's looking closer and closer to a draw, though. Yeah, this... What David has is definitely accurate, and it looks like the pawns are just simply going to fall. I mean, this is crazy. What a hold.
I'm just going to try and copy the moves on the camera.
Oh, and then you jump in with your knight. And black's trying to get the pawns off the board. But white knight's defends it, right?
But it's a pawn race, and it's a tie, I think.
Oh, that's so clever from Fabiano. He's tied down the white king. If the white king moves, he's going to give up his knight and remove the remaining pawn.
That's...
The white knight can't move. The other pawn falls. If the king moves, the flank pawn falls.
Just
unbelievable. Oh, beautiful.
Wow.
It is a draw.
Wow.
I need some water.
Yeah.
Well, if you need some water, Jan, after that exciting matchup, we will let you go make your way back to the player hall because we're about to have another drawn position and more fireworks across the board.
I have to do another drawing, so.
All righty. Pick us a good one. Pick us a good one, my friend.
Okay.
We look forward to
Trying
it.
to look for 007. Huh?
Exactly
That's the one we want, Jan.
Exactly right. And while Jan makes his way back to the stage to find that next position, we'll check in real quick with our other tiebreaker taking place between Gukesh and Hikaru Nakamura, both with about a minute of time left on their clock. And similarly, an endgame position here, a knight apiece, 2 pawns apiece, and a rook apiece.
Yeah, and I think Hikaru might be the one trying to keep this game alive, but it should be a draw. We said that about the other game, though, so will there be any twists and turns? Hikaru with a big advantage earlier. He had an extra pawn. Now it's just 2 versus 2, all on the same flank. Fabiano escaping. It looks like Hikaru here will also be held to a draw. A shake of the head on the camera from him. And, wow, things literally couldn't get any tighter. They're pushing us right to the edges of our seats.
I'm out of breath. I can only imagine how they feel.
The way they're fighting, I think there's a huge chance that we might go into a second playoff. You know, the 5+2 that comes on after the 10+10 portion. It might be a very long day in the office, not just for us, but for the players as well. Just neck-to-neck battles everywhere.
And in the meantime, this game's still going. I just wanted to point out the discrepancy in heart rate on this one. Kukesh down at around the 70-80 mark for the last few moves. Nakamura up at 120, 130. So calm, Kukesh, but that's probably because it's just a dead drawn position.
I can't believe it. Yeah, Hikaru was a pawn up. And like at this point, after you do this 5 times, it really hurts your confidence. And he just has to find a way to snap out of it because the momentum is totally shifting to Kukesh. Like once you survive, and especially if you know that you're always going to have a chance.
And it's also so uncharacteristic of Hikaru, right? He's one of the absolute best in converting advantages in chess. You know, even the minuscule ones, he finds the way to put maximum pressure on his opponent until they crack from nowhere. And when he gets that advantage, he almost always flawlessly converts it. So it's been surprising to see this by him.
Yeah, that's the thing with form. People talk about form. It's not as if you suddenly stop understanding chess. It's just that killer instinct that disappears. You miss your chances. You start getting in your own head. You don't go for things anymore. You don't kind of trust yourself. And things start to backfire. So yeah, Hikaru, it's worrying for him. That's why he's had this negative talk about retirement and stuff. He's just missing these chances.
No, you're exactly right. Form is a nebulous thing, right? It's this abstract thing. And you heard it in that interview with him yesterday. I don't know what's wrong. I can't figure it out. But I just know that something isn't working. Something's not in sync. But I can't believe it might be the phrase of the day. How many times have we even uttered that today across classical and now the rapid games?
That might have been verbatim my first time. I think the other ones have just generally been, oh my God.
Yeah.
That should be the tagline for Freestyle Chess. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
Crazy. Just an absolutely crazy day. And yeah, Kukesh, just casual, 1 minute on the clock, 79 heart rate. He's chilling.
You know, at some point, I'd love to kind of deep dive into what just happened in that Fabi matchup, because it was so balanced throughout, right? One by one, all the pieces got traded off, symmetrical pawn formation, and just felt like in a very balanced way. They were about to finish game 1, go into game 2, super peaceful, and then all hell broke loose.
Setting up a fork. Not going to let it happen.
No, I just thought I pointed out there was a threat for one move, but ultimately they're just going around in circles now. And I can mention that the last time a pawn moved was on move 56. We're now at move 76. In chess, there is a 50-move rule, even in freestyle chess. If a pawn hasn't been moved, and if there have not been any captures within 50 moves, the game is declared a draw. So still a long way to go, but neither side really making any progress here. Feels like they're both just too stubborn. They just don't want to be the first one to offer that draw and
I
shake
don't mind
hands.
it, though, because at the end of the day, you may as well poke and prod for that one opportunity that your opponent slips up. And, you know, if that's how you book your ticket to the finals and guarantee yourself at least 140 grand, you know what? I'll take it. The pathway to me is less relevant than getting there to begin with.
I really hope this one does end in a draw. Losing from this kind of a position for either of these two players. I mean, Levy, I don't know what the title would that be. It would just be. I don't think either of these two players even want to win that way.
It would be, oh my God, I can't believe it.
I think either player would love to win that way. I mean, maybe in like a casual game, no, but for the stakes of the match, it would be crazy. But no, nobody's gonna win. But this is just very funny, like the stubbornness to not.
No eye contact, no sort of, hey, should we just call this a truce?
And listen, you know Kukesh, like he's not gonna offer a draw.
Yeah, he loves to play on. He loves to decline and deny draws, but this is a bit much.
I also don't. Yeah, but I also
you can't really push for anything here.
Maybe he feels like Hikaru should be the one offering
repetition
the draw?
coming up.
So okay, there was one moment there where the top engine line did want the F pawn to move.
Yeah, of course, but it's not. It's just equal, right? Like
they have to repeat. Do it back and forth.
Are they not repeating? What's going on?
They're going. They're still going. Who do you think is going to be happier, like stamina-wise, energy-wise? Who's happier that this game is going on and on and on?
Well, Kukesh, I mean, when it comes to energy, I think the younger generation always has a slight advantage in that. You know, stamina. We saw it in the World Championship match as well. Kukesh just wanted to keep the games going. So from that perspective, I would say it favors him. But just the position. I mean, nothing can go wrong.
Fabiano and Java here are the happiest that the game is going on.
Yeah, they get some more rest.
They get to recover. They have a little snack room in there. Got some chips, some pretzels.
Well, we have 50 more moves to go.
Oh,
the count has been reset.
Yay! I mean, you all know me. I love a good endgame grind, but this one does feel a bit.
They might break your record for longest game ever played. How many moves was your game?
Only 236.
That's that's disappointing.
That wasn't the record, unfortunately. I thought it would be the record, so I offered a draw. I could have played on another like 49 and then given up my knight fortress, another 50 moves. So I could have gone 350, but I just thought the arbiter was looking at me, giving me evils.
Yeah.
What is the record for the longest game?
I have no clue. I thought it was David.
It was 269, but that was back in the days that there was no 50 move rule. It was a 100 move rule.
Okay.
But then it was apparently recently broken in a London League match. But I'm not sure whether that's
you
officially.
Brits, huh? You and your deviant ways.
We have nothing better to do, simply.
The weather's too bad and the food is too bad, so you just play chess for 300 moves. Like, what, football matches aren't exciting? It was a Saturday. There was no Premier League, so. Oh boy. Oh man. This is 86 moves, yeah.
But what's really going on here? I mean, what is stopping one of them to just sort of...
I think if Hikaru offered, Kukesh would agree. But I think it's actually Hikaru. He's been the one setting up the knight forks. He was the one who pushed his pawn. He didn't need to. I think Hikaru is playing for a win. He's won this in Title Tuesday probably 100 times in his life, but over the board against the world champion.
It is different. Like,
different. Yeah.
You know, you can sort of say... quite a lot different in a lot of these positions in this tournament, even that he was winning, but he wasn't able to win in a time scramble online with a mouse. It's a different game. I don't think it's to the point that it's as significant as poker online and offline, but like there's something to be said for that too.
If this turns around and if there are twists and turns ahead, I would have seen everything. I don't think my heart could take it if this goes any other way but a draw.
Yeah, Gukesh is getting down to 30 seconds, and his heart rate is spiking.
Gives a check, and he can go back now if he wants. Attack that pawn, force the king to come back, and he does it. Finally, are we going to see a repetition?
You can play like king h4, rook f3, rook e6, and even that I think doesn't. Wait.
Whoa, that's a trick.
Oh,
that's a trick.
Oh.
Has he just set it up?
Okay, but Gukesh is not going to blunder that.
But you got to show it.
Show it. Rook takes pawn now, would walk into rook takes knight. Apparently this is not winning yet, but the whole idea is that if the king now is tricked into coming forward, you give a check, you fork, and wow, how is this a draw? Apparently this is still not winning for white, but definitely never going to happen.
I thought you have to take that pawn, and that's how you hold in the end.
Yeah.
Rook f6 and king g3.
Yeah,
ooh.
That's when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's how you... Wait, Kukesh played rook a1 with like 5 seconds on the clock, by the way.
Ooh, let's go back to the game.
He doesn't go for it.
Okay, he went the other way.
Because you're not evaluating that piece down endgame as something you hold. You never go into that.
Never, ever, ever.
Okay, now Hikaru could get mated, so
Checkmate in one being threatened.
hold your breath.
You have to do something here. You either have to run back with the king, right, or you trade off knights, but trading off knights is tantamount to a draw offer finally. Pure rook endgame, there are no more tricks, no more knight forks. But going back with his king would repeat the position we had earlier with Gukesh going back and harassing these newly pushed pawns.
Or even rook h1, right? Like, it's probably even, yeah.
Do you think it's some sort of mind games and a power statement here where, you know, it's a complete dead draw position and yet you keep denying all these repetitions on the board and say, yes, I'll make you sweat it out, but I'll draw on my terms. I'll show you who's boss.
I don't know. That's like a really hype way to describe it, but I really have no idea. Like, maybe.
That's how to become GM Levy. You just need to play forever.
Yeah, well, preach the same to Tanya. We just have to play. Don't you have 2 norms?
I do have 2 norms.
You gotta come on.
I have a long way with the rating to go, and that's where I always feel like that's the very difficult part, because you consistently have to play well and gain ratings.
If you play in the right tournaments, anything is possible.
I need some advice on that. I'll hit you up on where is the right tournament on my
Clearly,
rating.
I have not figured it out myself, but. Yeah, when you see me at 2470, you know, in 6 months, then maybe.
Hey, Hans had that offer for you, right? And I only bring this up because you mentioned you'd love to see Hans in this tournament, where he'd be willing to give you some lessons on your road to GM. Did you take him up on that?
Not yet.
Are you considering it?
We'll have to sign a contract where he has to make 1 less mean social media post about me, or just minimum 1 a month. And you know, we're gonna have to work out the details. Also, it's not something that I would film. You know, I would love the chance to sit and chat with no cameras, no crazy interviews and viral moments, and we can discuss it. But
Levy, tell me this: you're really serious about your road to GM? You really want it? And what if it came at the cost of not creating content out of it? Would you still do it? Would you still pursue it?
No, obviously, I have to run basically 2 businesses, which is the channel and also Chesley. And also the unexpected, which I've discussed in my videos, like the unexpected turn of events that actually it's like a gigantic stage. All my games get broken down, and yeah, it's a lot of pressure. But is it something that, like, maybe in my 30s I do just play, enjoy? Yeah, I really like training. I really like playing. But I just want to, like...
you got? You got 2?
That you
1.
did not need to ask that. You could have just left it at that.
Okay,
really feel good. And I have almost 3, but I have maybe 0. I don't know.
We got 1 GM in the house, so we got to ask him, how do Levy and I become grandmasters, David Howell?
Thanks for leaving me out of that.
Oh, and James as well, sorry.
Yeah. James, my pathway might be a little longer, but you know, I feel...
How about we discuss this over dinner later? A nice glass of wine, and I'll make you both
He's
GMs.
basically saying you guys are never becoming grandmasters. That's David's way of saying
I
that.
think you both genuinely could. It just takes time, right? It just takes a lot of sacrifice. And
You're an Olympic champ, you know?
Well maneuvered, my friend. Nice political maneuver right there.
We'll talk more.
Yeah, or maybe we won't talk more. But
I'll send you my secret Caro-Kann notes, Levy, and we'll work it out.
I've lost so many great positions in the Caro-Kann. I'm not sure you, Hans, God, Kramnik, anybody, you know, in that order can help. So it's well, the first sign of life, by the way, black is minus 0.1. Oh, never mind.
Well, he just hung a pawn.
Yeah, there's a pawn hanging.
I guess rook b6.
Or just maybe trade. I thought rook f2.
Yeah,
oh, knight g5.
What is going on? I guess he wants to...
Is there a trade on a...
I mean, he's playing for a win, Hikaru. He gave that pawn willingly, so he's not going to trade off rooks. He's hoping, again, for this trick we mentioned that doesn't even win for white. He wants to take this knight and land a nasty knight fork. But, I mean, even if the knight just moves out the way, I don't think he's winning that Hikaru Nakamura. He's just going to try and grab this pawn. 2 versus 1.
This is so crazy. Like...
The fact that they're playing on, right?
Yeah,
and the fact that Hikaru's just giving up a pawn. I don't know which one's crazier.
We should mention to people at home as well, if all of the pawns disappear, even if one side were to lose their knight, it is a draw. Rook and knight versus rook is a draw. But
well, he walks into it.
He walks into it, but he's going to get rid of white's pawn with a check this time.
Yes, he can take that with a check.
And
there we have it.
100,
boys and girls.
100.
Alrighty. And in the end, it will be a draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Gukesh.
In 103 moves.
In 103 moves. They gave us a moment to breathe. They gave the other semifinalists a moment to breathe, as each of these 4 players is going to have to step back out onto the chessboard at least one more time. But we can relive some of the big moments for these players through these 2 rapid games. Or not. We can look at us instead.
I mean, lucky audience, right?
I know, right?
It's late day productions. They went out. We're on our own. We can put whatever we want up on the screen.
Well, I want to pull up how did or not. We're back.
Thought we'd put JamesChess.com profile up.
No, let's not get my chess.com profile up. Let's wait until I get home and take some of the learnings from this incredible tournament to maybe assess some of my gameplay and how it's improved.
I'm actually really inspired to take part in one of those Freestyle Fridays whenever we can. I think it's going to be a lot of fun after everything that we've seen here.
We've learned a lot over this last few days, so have the players, and of course on this semi-final day, it's going to go right to the wire.
So much on the line for each of these 4 players, and while it took us a little while to get to that drawn position for Hikaru and Gukesh, Sindarov and Fabiano as well are staring down a drawn position. A reminder that it might not even end here in the Rapids. If we remain in a drawn position, we will go to Blitz as well. But as the players take a moment to rest, we're going to rest ourselves, toss you to a break. On the other side, we get into that second position here in the Rapid best of 2. We'll see you here in just a bit.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format, changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world. Only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move 1. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only 1 competitor will become the 2025 WEISSENHAUS Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Firoozja, and Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome back, everyone, to the absolutely spectacular WEISSENHAUS Resort here in Germany, where we are fast approaching our second starting position for these rapid tie breaks between our semifinalists in Javokir Sindarov and Fabiano Caruana, and of course, our two players who are in the bottom bracket fighting for a shot at 5th place, Gukesh and Hikaru Nakamura. They will be swapping sides of the board this time around. Just a reminder that both of those games the first time around ended in a draw, so any of these 4 players coming up with a decisive victory, boom, that's it. They're moving on. If we draw again, though, Tanya, we have the opportunity for the first time in this event to go all the way down to blitz.
And if that gets tied, then we've got a format in chess which is so dangerous that we've named it the Armageddon. So at the end of it, we will have a winner. But the biggest story, let's remind everyone, has been the major upset. Vincent Keymer taking down the world #1 to go through to the finals.
But it's all about how you show on the day. What's your form? What's your confidence? Who's got the momentum? And who has the understanding of the starting position? So back into the player hall we go one more time to see where it'll all play out.
First 2 games both ended in draws. Next up, Kukesh and Fabiano will be playing with white. If they are still tied after this game, we move on to the blitz. 5 + 2, 2 games once again. So we're going to draw the next position now, and I would like to welcome to the stage Sam from the Financial Times. Please give him a round of applause. Number 328, thank you very much, thank you. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare as always. Good luck and enjoy.
Position 3 to 8 will be the battlefield for our players in this next bout. Back into the 300s for us, and I'm very curious to see, as we have kind of talked to a couple of the players here on the couches before, while none of these positions are known or, you know, even necessarily recognizable, what kind of similarities maybe will be found, right, between one position and another? And as we're learning slowly over time, these chess 960 positions, the closer they are in numerical value, the closer they will appear in terms of how the pieces are shuffled on the back rank.
Absolutely. And like you said, we've had a few in the 300s, but only one with a single digit. And that's the one that turned out to be the closest to standard chess. That was the previous game, and we saw these positions develop, you know, into those familiar middle games and patterns. This one, I'm interested to see where the pieces are placed, where they've been reshuffled and put, because it's the final 10 + 10 game.
Well, your wish is my command. Hopefully we can get this board up onto the screen so that we can evaluate position 3 to 8. And once again, the players will pair off, or have the option, I should say, to pair off. Javokir Sindarov and Hikaru back over to their side, hunched over the board and working together. Jury's still out on whether or not Fabiano and Gukesh are going to go with what suited them in game 1, you know, visualizing on their own, or whether or not they'll actually pair up this time to trade ideas.
First thing that strikes out, it's not 1 but 2 undefended pawns in this one. The ones on the H line and the B lines, and one of them, David, can be targeted immediately on move number 1.
I have a feeling, Tanya, we're going to see castling on move 1 for one of the sides. I'm not sure both of the sides, but the white king and the white rook can just be swapped around. So you can castle, and that actually deals with the threat against one of the pawns. So, for example, as you mentioned, Tanya, 2 weak pawns here, the H and the B pawns. And yeah, you can target this pawn by pushing 1 forward, but black can defend by simply castling and defending. That's a pretty cool, chill move there. And
that is awesome.
Yeah, interesting to see the knights. I've just pushed it back to the start position. Sorry about that, but interesting to see the knights on the corner if we bring up the start position yet again, 3 to 8.
And I saw the players on our screen as well. I think they're looking at those lines, exactly the ones that you wanted to talk about, you know, opening up the bishops and the diagonals, targeting the undefended pieces. And I wonder, again, you know, should we do a little bit of a prediction of the first move? What do you think, David, eventually we're going to see by the players in the semi-finals matchup here?
I'm going to say castling, just because
you think white castles straight out?
I think white castles.
Wow.
I just have a feeling.
I'm going to go with 1 c4, which is the pawn in front of the rook on the left side of the board, opening up the bishop, moving 2 steps ahead. What's your prediction, James?
Well, I was gonna, I think c4 too, because I do think the castle's coming in. I just think it's the black player that's gonna respond to it with the castle.
And here we see solitude for Fabiano-Caruana. He was on the brink in the previous game, it's got to be said. It looked so quiet for so long, but he was always on the back foot, we should mention. He was always slightly worse, as we would say in chess. Tiny, tiny disadvantage. He was just trying to draw the whole game. And after a bit of luck, some twists and turns, he was able.
Hasn't that sort of been the storyline of their entire matchup, David? On day 1 of the Classical as well, Javakir missing that opportunity at the end of the game eventually draws out. On day 2 as well, you know, Javakir pushing, it was a balanced endgame, but getting that, well, that was today itself, but sort of getting that push, a huge push that was... and a lot of time pressure for Fabi as well, until that very last moment where it could have turned around. But for the most part, it was a Javakir-Sindarov show. And then in game 1 here as well, an equal middle game, an equal end game, and then Fabi goes wrong. And it all comes down to this one. I mean, that final spot could be decided in the next 20 minutes.
Here's the other reason why I think, well, I don't know if it's c3 or c4, but why I think it's more that is not only are you attacking the one undefended pawn that we've pointed out plenty on the right-hand side of the board, we also give an opportunity for our queen to come out the opposite direction and target the other undefended pawn on the b file.
That's a very good spot, and maybe we bring up the board and show that. So first, starting with this move, pawn to c4, attacking here. I was actually expecting the king and rook to swap round to castle, defending this pawn, but it does look like the players there on our cameras, they are mostly discussing the move, bringing the black knight out to blunt this bishop. And as you mentioned, this is actually a really nice idea in most normal chess openings. If you can attack a pawn, you should attack a pawn.
Computer's less impressed.
Yeah,
but
not sure why, though. Maybe black just ignores it. Maybe black pushes a pawn, kind of counterattacks. It's not just the fact that this pawn is hanging on the edge of the board. It's more the fact that the white rook is trapped afterwards, so no time for white to get greedy. And maybe then it's the fact that the white queen's slightly misplaced, whereas black suddenly threatening some sneaky stuff. Actually, a checkmate already on the board. Yeah, this is so difficult. I mean, that's maybe the most natural move to my eyes, kind of bring the white queen out, and how can that be a mistake? But apparently so.
Very interesting.
Freestyle chess is complicated.
I do love it, though. I mean, we've already made this comment, but once again, we're seeing it play out on our screens in front of us. The speed at which these two guys in particular are essentially playing little mini games from this position with each other, you know? And just using that as a tool to explore ideas.
Yeah, okay, it looked like they're definitely discussing this position. Now they've put it back, and they're actually talking about the pawn stepping forward 1 square. Something else you discussed there, James, to go 2 or to go 1 on the first move. It does feel instinctive to just take space, take squares as quickly as you can. But yeah, fascinating to see these mini blitz games almost played out between the two, between the pair here. And also nice to see former enemies become friends. Of course, Sindarov knocking down Hikaru to another bracket a bit earlier in the tournament.
And it feels like the way they want to really defend against that H-pawn weakness is by developing their own piece, you know, putting that knight on an active square. And that could be perhaps one of the things that might discourage a player from getting king to safety by castling early on. Once the knight jumps there, it can further move across the board. And if there's a castle, you know, then we will have those weaknesses to start targeting as we get our board back up again. But meanwhile, we can see the players. They are deep in discussion. David, James, I just see your idea appear on that analysis board. The queen coming out diagonally, and now Hikaru getting greedy with that pawn.
So considering it, but now the question is, will they identify what the engines seem to dislike about the position or not?
Yeah, they quickly seem to rule that one out, and they go back to scratch, back to square one. Also fascinating to see some players go so deep into the weeds, kind of being adamant that certain moves are best, whereas the likes of Hikaru, he seems to be quite willing to take back the first few moves and start from scratch, clean the slate, and be like, no, let's try something else, let's try something new.
What are we predicting, chat? Does this go down further, and do we get a blitz playoff, or will both these tiebreakers get decided in this final rapid 10+10 game? I would love to hear it from them. James, get some predictions in. And do we have the predictions for who's making it to the finals right now?
That's a good question. We'll have to run them all. So I'll leave it up to the mods to decide which one is most important in the pecking order there. But it's important to note that, yes, I mean, if the question is, will we get a blitz? You have two opportunities to do so, right? So two different games that you can evaluate as to whether or not you think we will end up getting pushed there.
I'll predict we get one Armageddon today.
One Armageddon? So you're even going all the way through the blitz at this point.
It doesn't necessarily have to be two draws, right? It could be two decisive games, but trading punches.
I think we get one blitz. I think we're going to get robbed of our Armageddon, though. And maybe that will end up playing out in the finals. Maybe we're saving the Armageddon for the finals.
I think it ends here and now on both.
On both boards?
On both boards.
Wow.
I think the players are getting impatient. We saw it Hikaru and Kukesh. They're so determined, both of them, to play to the death, that I think one of them takes a big risk at some point. This one, I mean, it just feels like the draws we've been seeing have been so unstable. It feels like it's been back and forth, up and down, handshake.
Yeah. Just on the edge in these matches between these two. I will point out, though, last year, WEISSENHAUS, it was the semi-finals match between Fabiano-Caruana and Levon Aronian that went down to the wire, went down to that Armageddon, one of the most epic matches that I have ever experienced, watched, commentated on, and it was eventually Fabi who booked that ticket to the finals.
Well, we can try and will it into existence. But it's up to the players on the day. With those handshakes exchanged, we eagerly await that first move to be tossed out onto the board.
Okay, it is Fabiano who will start with the white pieces. He pushes his C-pawn, as expected, unleashing the white light squared bishop. This is also what Sindarov predicted on his analysis board with Hikaru Nakamura, and Sindarov on the brink now of a game-changing, life-changing result, bearing in mind the prize money. I doubt he's ever won this much prize money in his whole career, let alone in this 1 week.
And for these youngsters, that just means so much, because it goes right back into the game to sort of step it up to that next level, because he's up against Fabiano-Caruana, and that's the level you really want to get to, right? One of the absolute best in the world for over a decade, but Sindarov has been really putting him on the ropes in this match. Well, the whole tournament, what a star he's been.
Yeah, and here, sorry, I've started actually with a different game. That was my bad. I actually clicked on the wrong board. They were mirroring each other, the two boards there. And for a second, I was like, wait, black's made two moves, white's made only one. But that's because white has already castled.
There it is. There's that castle you were looking for. And now black will follow with a castle of their own.
And yeah, black doing the same. So very stable stuff here. Ooh, Kukesh though going for it.
Well, stable, not so much anymore.
F for forward. He's pushing his F pawn, Tanya.
Hitting that knight, it's an idea. It's been stopped right now. And while this gets stopped, a really fascinating start on our semi-final matchup there. There has been another pawn that's crossed, you know, the halfway mark, David. If we go back to the Fabi board.
Yeah, let's jump over to our semi-finals. This one looking relatively symmetrical, although Kukesh with a bit more space here. Actually, Fabi doing something that Levon Aronian talked about with us all those hours ago today, pushing his pawn as far as possible down the board to try and limit the black knight that's in the corner here. Now it only has one path into the game, into the center. He's also trying to take away squares potentially from this dark squared bishop, but very brave, stepping this far forward when your pieces haven't moved. Can backfire. That pawn is a bit of a target and can just simply be traded off in the near future as well. So Fabi starting very energetically this semi-final tiebreak game. Ooh, en passant allowed. He's trying to bypass now Sindarov.
I think you let it go.
It's kind of nice to have that pawn, right? We speak about space advantage, and that's what occurs when you're able to push that pawn across the halfway mark, c5, and he does clamp down on it. He does make that even more solid, now opening up the pathway of his own bishop. We can eventually also see a further expansion on the left side of the board with pawns moving forward, trying to look for more space.
I feel like the pawn structure going forward feels so obvious for the white player, right? You know, launching all the pawns on the left-hand side of the board, continuing to reinforce, and we already have our king pretty safely over here on the right side of the board, still tucked behind his three soldiers.
Yeah, and normally it's all about pawn chains. It's whichever side your pawns point towards. Here, the black pawns point towards the center, the front pawn being the kind of the central pawn here, the most far advanced pawn. That normally means that black wants to strike in the middle of the board. So black's going to strike in the center, trying to explode there, whereas white normally wants to stabilize. And because his pawns are likely to point towards the left flank, he wants to play on that side of the board first, bringing his knight out, Fabiano. Interesting that he hasn't castled yet, whereas Sindarov has, so Fabi a bit more flexible.
And this last knight move, right, it does stop that expansion, and I wonder if it gives Javakir the time to actually prepare that central break that you were earlier pointing out to, push that pawn in front of the rook, reinforce that defense, and then strike out. He first starts with improving the position of his pieces. But David, I want to double down on what you just said, because I think that's such an interesting point, and I call it the sort of the pawn pointing theory in chess, where you've got this chain, and the top of the chain, it's like kind of directs your play. So if we see white, the top of that chain is that c5 pawn, you want to start attacking, expanding on the left side of the board. For black, it's in the center of the board. Or if you had one more pawn, if you just put that e pawn even further, let's say you had a longer chain, it would direct all your play on the right side. So it's sort of like a North Star guiding your next moves.
And there we go.
Challenging for a pawn break towards the center of the board. Do you take it, is now the question that Fabiano's left with. Just the one option with his own pawn here, but obviously disrupting his own pawn chain in the process.
To take or not to take is the question this time. And if he ignores it, then, I mean, both sides win connect 4 here, to be honest. But black's pawn chain pointing towards the center, meaning that the attack likely to happen on the flank that the kings sit on. I mean, there's more pawns coming as well. It's going to be a total pawn storm that Fabiano is going to be facing, especially towards your king. That's a bit uncomfortable. So I would probably eliminate just to try and balance things out in the center. And then both sides will have good squares. But especially for Fabiano, a nice knight kind of planted in the center of the board will control pretty much everything. So I think that's the decision he's going for, unless he's in the mood to risk it. But that would be extremely risky, Tanya.
It's incredibly scary to allow that pawn chain to form, and you know, the black knight also beautifully placed to step towards. Well, the white king hasn't yet castled, so we might even see a reality where that pawn chain does come into existence and white decides to rush his king to the left side of the board. And then, you know, the attacks kind of fall apart. But I would still be scared, terrified actually, as white, to give black that kind of free hand, that kind of space in the center, e-pawn, f-pawn, all the pawns coming forward.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wow.
That's a choice.
That is a brave choice. Maybe not the best choice from Caruana. He wants to attack. Look at the white bishop, look at the white queen lined up. But black's most natural move is to close things down anyway and blunt this bishop sitting on its starting square.
Yeah, getting that bishop involved in the game feels impossible after that point. You'd have to reroute it all the way over to the d1 square just to eventually get it involved.
And I don't really know his idea. He can't really blow open the pawn chain. He can't break the 4-pawn connection because black's just throwing pawns forward as well. This is very weird from Fabiano. His king is not safe either. Provocative, but is it good? He's just asking Sindarov, inviting him forward.
Very strange. You know, this queen adventure that he's gotten himself into, why you usually want to do that when you've got assists into the attack? I don't really see that either. You know, you're making yourself vulnerable for the queen to be hit at some point if the bishop ever lands on that square that's diagonally next to it. And this is what Fabi has in mind. So he is inviting that en passant.
I think that's one move that will not occur. Taking en passant is not bad in itself, but it does help white. Firstly, this white bishop breathes a sigh of relief. If we're talking to pieces, this white rook is super happy as well, lining up against the black king. So yeah, talking to the white pieces, this is exactly what Fabiano wants. So we will not see that move en passant. Let it go, as you said earlier, James, with another pawn.
So where do we go then, right? If that's already a decision, right, or rather, you know, kind of a known quantity, that means black still has time to make a different choice.
The reason you also don't want to make that choice is then the concept of assisting that queen, it actually comes into play. Why would you allow your opponent to free hand at that? And I would also want to do one more thing, which is stop that f-pawn from moving further into the game. You know, gaining more space, hitting that knight which is there, which he allows. I'm kind of surprised. Is that pawn going to step one step forward right now, hit that knight, and the white knight can eventually reroute itself to the square which has been vacated by that pawn?
Yeah, the white pieces could be coming, but I'm not sure exactly how black should react. Just to point out, taking this knight is not a threat yet, so black does have one move. For example, if black just makes a random move, taking this knight, you would think, oh, I've won a piece, but whoops, discovered check. And
wow,
the white queen.
Completely forgot about the king there.
Me too.
Well, and that's where, having not gotten that castle in earlier, whereas black opted for the castle, would have provided you the safety there.
I have a feeling Fabiano doesn't want to castle on this side, though. I have a feeling Tanya might have been right. He might move his bishop out the way and go the long side later on, because actually, because we're talking about that theory of pawn pointers and the North Star, black's pawn's pointing towards this side of the board. If you go the other flank for the white king, you might just be safer later on, a bit more shelter there. It's so blocked that 32 pieces are likely to still be on this board in 10 moves' time. It's just about who can maneuver their pieces to better squares, better flanks.
And speaking of flank, I just realized something. You know, we were talking about two undefended pawns because all the action's happening on the right side of the board. That second undefended pawn can also become a target, and Fabi decides to wait on it, but there are these knight jumps which can be thought of, and it wasn't so pleasant for black to actually defend that pawn in that moment. Now with the knight retreat, which is, by the way, eyeing that white queen, coming closer to its own king, he's also vacated a square for the queen to defend that weakness.
Yeah, maybe he just forgot about that one for a moment, Fabiano. Maybe both players forgot that this pawn was undefended. The base of the chain is often the weakest. If you can undermine, erode the base of any pawn chain, the whole chain tends to collapse. Okay, got Fleetwood Mac in my head again now. Don't break the chain. But yeah, it looks very tense. I've got to say, this one, Fabiano feels like he is in almost must-win mode the way he's playing. It feels like he's putting pressure on himself to back up these risky double-edged decisions.
And doesn't want to go to the blitz. Would like to lock it up here and now. Return to the finals as he was just this time last year, but perhaps with a different result this time around.
And the heart rate's matching again. There we go. Level on the heart rate monitor.
There's like a symbiosis. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Maybe they're just seeing the exact same moves, evaluating them the exact same way in their nervous system.
Feeling each other's energy, feeding off of each other.
Yeah.
Knight drops back.
Yeah, it's such a maneuvering game because the structure is so closed, right? We don't have any pawn breaks, open files, open lines, open diagonals just yet. So it's about finding the right spot for your pieces. And in fact, Fabi does get the king on the other side. So away from that North Star guiding that perhaps that attack that black could have set up on the right side of the board. Now, one thing's confirmed. You know, you've got opposite side castling. The kings have decided their safe spot. Who's going to be able to get the breaks in faster? Will the G-pawn start rolling in time, get that knight out of the way, push that pawn in front of the rook and start your attack? Or will Javakir be the first to break on the left side?
Yeah, this is fascinating. Both sides have castled away from their opponents' kind of pawn chains. So white normally wants to attack on this side, but he will not because his king has gone that way. Wow, he's undeveloping his pieces here, Sindarov. He's put his rook back on a square. It would normally start traditional chess on.
I'd tell you this much. I hate to be a bishop in this game, just with how close the position is. But as we're keeping our eyes on this, I think it might be an important time for us to jump over to Hikaru versus Kukesh, as I did just see the evaluation bar fly in one particular direction. Don't know if it's something that's so obvious to the players as it is to the computer, but perhaps we can understand why it is that Kukesh is given a solid advantage here once we get to the live board.
Yeah, big moment for these two players. They want those tour points. They want that cash on offer. And been an up and down journey for both of the players so far this week. Hikaru Nakamura not quite at his best, not displaying the killer instinct that we normally associate him with. He's on the back foot in this game, but we see a double question mark appear for Kukesh just on this last move.
Okay, so let's walk it back because there was an advantage, a pretty solid advantage held just a moment ago.
Can we walk it all the way back?
Sure.
And just build up to this moment really quickly, David, and then you can tell us why this is a bad move.
Yeah, so we're at move 16. Let's quickly go back to the start of this game. We saw a pawn push a bit earlier on. Black's knight coming out to block this diagonal. White now castling the king, Kukesh getting his king safe. We saw black do the same, And now both sides pushing forward their F-pawns. Both sides bringing their knights out from the corner, a bit of symmetry. And now a hit on this pawn forced Hikaru onto the defensive. And it is Kukesh to occupy the majority of the center. Here, Hikaru going for what we call the stone wall structure, trying to block things up, just trying to lock the middle. But Kukesh jumping forward. Maybe a move missed by Hikaru. 2 pawns attacked. And suddenly black on the back foot, that is for sure. White pushing pawns on all flanks. There was a trade now. This is actually a sacrifice from Kukesh. He allowed a pawn to drop after this trade. But his whole idea was to pin a knight potentially. And Hikaru now walking into danger. Very greedy move. Knight takes pawn. It feels like this might not have been the wisest pawn grab, because here now Hikaru has to face this move, opening up the center by Kukesh. Now there's maximum pressure on this pinned knight. He cannot move it. The black queen would drop. And now here for white, there were actually several strong moves. Apparently best was simply just pushing a pawn forward, just creating this little chain, and black can barely move. This pin is almost eternal, and black in big trouble. He brought his queen out instead, and this is a mistake, although a very natural move, and met by a return mistake.
Yeah.
A double question mark is a blunder, and I think in this position is just a missed opportunity by Kukesh, having a very strong alternative right there. But I'm going to tell you honestly, David, out of the 2 moves, the one that was played and the best move, the one that was played feels like the most natural one. You get your queen out, you're also targeting a big weakness that Hikaru has in the position, the pawn in front of the black queen. You know, you've got the bishop pair, it's an open position, bishops are long-range pieces, knight beautifully placed. It still feels like immense pressure that Kukesh is putting on Hikaru.
Immense pressure from Kukesh. Hikaru, just to point out, the reason this was given a double question mark mistake is that black could have played this sneaky move, pawn to h5. It looks a bit mysterious. You're attacking the queen. But now if you grab this pawn, you walk into the eye line of the bishop. The black knight will jump out the way, and the white queen a bit embarrassed. And likewise, if she stepped anywhere else, this pawn might simply have dropped. If she retreats to the square, she wants to, then suddenly the black knight jumps out the way, breaks this pin with gain of time, a hit on the white queen. So just a momentary, opportunistic idea there, just exposing the slight lack of coordination in Kukesh's pieces.
That's really awesome, because I was trying to work it out, and the point is that black is really struggling to get out of that pin. That knight is tied down there, so that window of opportunity to force the white queen to a less ideal square and then get the knight out of the way would have saved black a lot of trouble. And I think the edge for Kukesh lies in this, to just hold on to what is the position. At some point he can think about trading those 2 knights, creating an absolutely destroyed pawn formation for Hikaru, who will be forced to recapture with the pawn, getting that double pawns, far too many weaknesses, nobody to challenge that dark squared bishop that Kukesh has. There's no counterpart for Hikaru right now in the position, and you've got all these strategic pluses that you can fight on forever, even if there's no knockout move.
Yeah, and heart rate discrepancy again. 130 against 80.
And what widely different positions we have between the 2 games. Again, such a locked position between both Fabi and Javokir. Not a single piece of material has yet to leave the board over there. But here, a number of pawns and a minor piece for each player off the board. And so, yeah, Hikaru does have that material advantage by the point. But positionally, slightly better here for Kukesh. Still, both players aren't necessarily seeing those winning ideas that are predicted by the computer.
Yeah, and here Hikaru, the question is whether he sees this idea of trying to kick away the white queen from this very active post. He might not get another opportunity here, by the way. The white pieces are pretty much all now perfectly lined up on the diagonals, on the open lines, and all the black pieces caught in the crossfire. I'm going to say Hikaru in big trouble. He needs to be accurate here and now.
It's such a tough move to play, right? You're weakening your own king's side. You're weakening sort of the defenses around your own king. That knight, which is protected by the pawn, also you're leaving the defense of that. You're at least optically walking into a position where the pawn can be cancelled. I think can be picked up, and I think from a human perspective, an incredibly hard move to play. Instead, Hikaru plays a very active rook lift, targeting a pawn on the left side, also eyeing the knight in the center.
Ooh, and that persuades Kukesh to trade off. He goes for it now. He captures a pawn. He was down 1 pawn, but look at Hikaru on the camera. He leans forward. That means he smells something. He senses something. His queen is hit. The queen needs to try and defend this pawn, but how to cling on? What to do here? Has he missed something? I mean, Hikaru on the camera is so expressive right now. He feels something in the air. He's about to move his queen. He pins this white rook, and suddenly, a bit awkward for Kukesh. There's a threat against this pawn as well. The black piece is coming to life now.
Yeah, he finds the top engine move to keep the position stable.
Yeah, it's just that compensation you're talking about. I don't know if white actually has the time to pick up that free pawn, which in a sense forks the two rooks, but black will capture the pawn you're highlighting, hitting white's queen, not giving time to pick up one of the two rooks. As Gukesh navigates this, can we quickly check in with the other board? It's really heating up. You mentioned in that one, no pawn trades, no piece trades, but I think we're going to see some of that happen very soon with lines opening up.
Oh, good. Then we'll get there just before the action kicks up between the two. As you can see, yes, still every single piece of material on this board, but that can't persist forever.
21 moves, no exchanges, no trades so far. And for Fabiano, he's done a great job, by the way, of blocking the flank where his king sits. The white king has no open lines around it, whereas the black king might be feeling the heat on this line any moment now. Fabiano also has the option, if he wants, to pretty much force a draw, force blitz. If he pushes his pawn forward, kicking away this knight, the position is just going to be blocked forever. There's going to be no way for the pieces to get into each side's camp. He doesn't go for that. He opens up lines, but okay, will this backfire? Now he has a weak pawn of his own. The black queen, black bishop lined up. So Fabi has to deliver checkmate now to justify opening up this line.
He's going for more, right? He's opened up that file. He can think about doubling up on the rooks. They're beautifully connected to make that plan happen immediately. You could lift that rook up. Also on the way, defend the weak pawn that you were earlier talking about. And it's going to be a fight. Is that pawn weakness going to be justified? Will he have enough resources? I will point out one very thematic way for Javokhir to defend these kind of weaknesses is laterally by one of his own rooks to make sure that pawn in front of the king stays protected with either the rook from the left side or the one next to the king stepping one step ahead.
I think for someone at my level, the rook g3 move that you highlighted and doubling the rook, all that feels very obvious. But then as soon as one of those defensive tactics that you mentioned, Tanya, whether it's laterally defending or even pushing the pawn forward right in front of the king, I think sometimes it can be hard to figure out how to ultimately change your point of attack and take advantage of it. But we can put that to the side for now because we have an h1 move.
What is that move? What is that? I mean, what is that?
That's weird. Don't do that at home. Don't put rooks passively behind pawns. But I think Fabiano just realized his rook was not stable. Let's just go back one move. If he'd slid it up the board, there might have been moves such as pawn to h6. And now the knight coming to the edge of the board would make this rook retreat or shift. And suddenly there would be pawns up for grabs. Actually, after the rook came forward, maybe knight here anyway. I was a bit scared originally of the white rook coming up, but I just realized there is a pin on this diagonal. So you could take this rook and win the white queen next move. So maybe just scared that his rook would run out of squares. It would fall victim to this knight. He put it on a very safe square, but a very passive square. And he's shuffled his other rook across now.
It feels like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that now we're kind of committed to sending our h-pawn down the board because we lined up two very heavy pieces behind it.
Very likely at some point. I agree. You just want to maybe prevent the black knight from jumping in. But yeah, this pawn will be the battering ram if you struggle to attack with pieces alone.
Light squared bishop could finally make it to d1 like we talked about way earlier in this game. And there it goes.
You're talking to your pieces, James. You're listening to Levon's advice.
I'm developing a sense of communication.
Now for his pieces, the bishop coming now after the rook shuffled up, the bishop dropping back. I've got to say, like, despite the fact that this position should be equal, it feels easier for Fabiano because he can play against the opponent's king, whereas the white king's super safe.
And you could set up for your next freestyle game, right? Bring that other bishop back as well and reroute itself to greener pastures on the right side of the board. The most defining factor about this position for me, James David, is that how all of Javokhir's attack has been completely stopped, simply because there are no pawn breaks possible, imaginable on that left side of the board. So that gives Fabiano a free hand on the other end to go for Javokhir's king. He does step up with the rook, so looking at some ways to line the queen and perhaps set up a full battery. And to your idea, James, the h-pawn also joins the attack. It won't stop just there if allowed to move forward next.
I think we found your type of position, James. You found all the key ideas, like pushing the h-pawn, bringing the bishop back to this diagonal. It's very blocked, it's very slow maneuvering, but essentially it's just about understanding where the pieces belong.
I know that so many of these pieces are not where they would be in it, but it just comes from ideas of the London system, where a lot of times you're trying to attack along that side. And that's kind of why that feels familiar to me. Maybe the first time I'm seeing a position that feels at least somewhat strategically familiar, even if it isn't, you know, the position that you would actually see on the board.
Pattern recognition is important at all levels. And I agree, you've got the foundation of the London system. You've got a couple of pawns in the center on those dark squares, kind of helping everything connect. It feels like Fabiano's outplaying Javokir here, Tanya. It feels like Black's pieces have now actually all gone back, setting up for the next game. Javokir's not done anything really for the last 7-8 moves, whereas Fabiano's improving all of his pieces. The H-pawn's coming, the hero pawn.
Javokir will just have to sit and defend this position for his dear life, right? And that's one of the worst kind of defenses. You really want some counter-attack, counterplay, but where are you finding it? And it's Javokir who sets up for the next freestyle position. All the pieces lined up on the first rank.
I have to jump in and we have to go to the other board because production has just notified me. A big blunder on that one. Hikaru with a 4-point advantage at the moment against Kukesh here, as determined by the computer. And you can see Gukesh's time as well is very, very low. Hikaru, though, the one to make a move. He's going to take a moment and really identify what is that winning move in the position, if he can even find it.
Only one move. Tanya.
How is this not checkmate? You bring the rook in with the check, you bring the queen in with the check once the white king steps up. David, as they say, you know, as we say in commentary, if that's not mate with the queen, rook, and the knight lined up against the white king, I don't know what is.
Yeah, we learned about that the other day, right? 3 is the magic number. You have the black queen coming in soon. First, you deliver a check with the rook. The black knight is hovering nicely around anyway. He finds the first move. Next, he's going to bring the black queen in. And actually, when the black queen goes, you don't even need to deliver checkmate. You can even just capture this white rook. Probably you can keep attacking. But now the black queen is nice and safe. You can just take this piece. The black king hides in the corner. Will he play it? It's very tempting to take this pawn, I've got to say, but the white king will capture this knight and kind of walk to safety. Maybe the white king will start walking into the center. Hikaru with a winning move.
Hikaru has to find it, right? He can get really greedy and pick that rook up, but again, you're so tempted to give checkmate to this king. You're looking at all the options. Can my queen give a check to the white king? Can the knight go back, retreat to that h5 square and give a check? But for Hikaru, what is the best move here?
Knight takes rook, the only winning move. You have to be greedy. But look at Hikaru on the camera. He's looking for checkmate. That's a man who wants to end it here and now. He doesn't want this game to continue, but he needs to be materialistic.
There's the saying in chess that if there's a checkmate or you can win material, go for winning material. Because when you go for checkmate, you could be wrong. You know, long variation, wrong variation.
Money in the bank.
And the speed at which Hikaru played earlier in this game is of benefit to him right now. All right. When we jumped to the board, he had 3 minutes of time. He still has 1 minute and 40 seconds to figure out what the next move is. Again, it's kind of weird that the right move is the greed, but you're so focused on the attack that you have lined up against this king. You don't want to get blinded with bloodlust here.
Yeah. Has he forgotten that you can take this rook? Because shaking his head, I mean, it's a nice kind of backup plan to have. Maybe he'll let his clock run down to 30 seconds. No, he does take the rook. He finds the best move, Hikaru. He has a rook for Gukesh's bishop, but more importantly, the white king out in the open. Hikaru on the brink now.
Well, the king at the back rank, right, it doesn't have any running squares. For Gukesh, does he have enough time to set up his queen to give some checkmating ideas, line it up on the F line, or will Hikaru's queen and rook be faster to Gukesh's king on the right side there, out in the open? You know, it's not so easy. I mean, I see the bar, but the move that you're pointing out with a big threat, a checkmate in one coming in, how are you dealing with this?
I think Hikaru actually needs to switch gears here. I see many moves. Maybe the easiest is to actually just trade off the queens. You do have the rook for bishop. Still some work to be done, though.
He plays it.
Has he? There we go. He plays it. Queens are off, so Hikaru will not get checkmated, but can he win his rook versus the enemy bishop? The one problem is, this pawn is attacked. Not so easy to defend it, and the white king is coming into the center. It's not over yet, but it is not over. Gukesh fighting hard. Bishops are so tricky. My favorite pieces. Especially as a pair.
So are we concerned about dropping that, or do we just start putting pressure on the other loose pawns for the white player?
Yeah, I think both moves are probably fine. I would just want to eliminate this white pawn on the edge of the board. I think that's the only counterplay that white would have. There we go, he blocks things up. And now if the white bishop moves to try and grab that pawn, the black rook will switch as well to eliminate its counterpart. As long as he gets his king into the game at some point, Hikaru, he's basically playing with just 2 pieces. White is playing with 3. So although he's up a rook for bishop, the black king in the corner is not as good as the white king. So still some work to be done. But there we go. Your move.
White king, though, jumping into the fray, trying to be the difference maker in this one here for Gukesh as he fights for life against Hikaru. Hikaru, of course, is going to play calm, cool, and collected.
Hikaru really has to convert this one. I mean, this is material advantage. You know, it's something tangible in the position. It's not a positional, strategic one that you're fighting to eventually translate into one of those material advantages. He's got that extra exchange going. He's looking at those pawns, by the way, defended right now by Gukesh. But Hikaru can't let that story go on again, where he gets a great position and fails to convert it. This one has to be the change maker.
It feels like that a4 pawn is falling for sure now, though, because of the commitment of the light-squared bishop to the opposite side of the board.
Yeah, first he's going hunting for the other pawn, the pawn that moved first in this game. Hikaru gets up. He's got 1 minute left. He stands up.
Yeah, he senses it.
That's brutal. That's absolutely a brutal thing to do. Let me tell you that when both of you are playing with a minute on the clock, to get up and leave the board, that's sort of just saying that, you know, I got this. I know I'm going to win this position. It's just a matter of time. That's the message it sends out.
Yeah, rook lining up against both bishops also. Of course, we have that diagonal where he's targeting that light square. The king right now just kind of cut off from the defense of either of those pawns.
2 seconds. He made that move with 3 seconds on the clock.
Gukesh drops a pawn. And, okay, he's going hunting himself for pawns. But, oh, there we go. It's a skewer of the bishops. It's a handshake. Gukesh resigns. Nakamura takes the win. The bishop's about to be dropping there. Wow, Hikaru, finally, so many chances this whole week.
Yeah,
capitalized.
It has been a tumultuous week for Hikaru Nakamura. At times, looking like he could compete with the best and maybe challenge for a top spot. And then in other moments, falling just short of the very high bar that he sets for himself. But in the end today, in the playoff tiebreaker, he does manage to come out on top and at least buy himself a ticket to that 5th place matchup. But we have to go back to the marquee tiebreaker between Keymer-Carlsen and Javokir Sindarov. Both of these players are fighting for a top 2 finish in an opportunity to challenge Vincent Keymer.
Okay, and we jump in. It's still a very blocked position. Light squared bishops have also departed the board, though. And here, it might depend on Javokir Sindarov's plans long term. The king in the corner, still a bit vulnerable. But the Black Knight is the MVP right now, defending everything, controlling everything. White still has one really bad piece. The white bishop is terrible.
It feels as if Fabiano has maximized all his pieces, right? Everything sort of idly placed. You can only jump around. There are no more pawn moves available in the position. But Javokir, the way he's placed his pieces in defense, he's not giving any entry points. That queen can't go anywhere. The white knight also stuck. You know, it's one of those positions with all the pieces, so many of them on the board. I won't be surprised if we see a repetition going on here. Or do you think one of them will be ambitious about their chances?
I think Javokir might be ambitious.
Wow.
At some point, he might bring his queen in, trying to offer a trade. If it goes to an endgame, then the Black Knight definitely dominates the white bishop. And I think he might have another sneaky idea in mind. Maybe at some point, the Black King will just run away. Okay, he goes for the queen exchange. I was going to say, the Black King might run away, and then he'll open up that flank.
It might be the repetition, right? You go with your queen forward, you hit that knight, which you're talking about, the big crowning jewel in Black's position. And is Black going to be forced to bring the queen back, or is he going to then slide his rook to defend that knight now that the Black queen is beautifully placed for penetration on the light squares?
Yeah, do you let her in to your position? If the white queen dodges this trade, then the Black queen has access. You've basically given it a key to your house there. I'm not sure whether Fabi worries too much. The white knight is a great defender. What would you do, Tanya? Queen's on or off?
It's actually terrifying to imagine that queen coming on, but then I also see that there is no assist to that attack as well. I do like the move of hitting that knight, but then the thing is, what is the follow-up once the rook does defend it? How do I keep the pressure on that Black king? Not easy questions to answer, and Fabi decides it's best to not have to answer it, get the queens off the board. But now it's the good knight versus the bad bishop dynamic.
Yeah, black has a very good knight, so just guessing Caruana's plan. Trading off your opponent's best pieces is normally a good idea, so he wants to retreat his knight, bring it round, and trade off that beast.
Wow, the famed quadruple knight move in order to make it happen. Yeah. And you can see there immediately Javokir repositioning that rook in defense of that knight, expecting the wanted trade there out of Fabiano.
Yeah. Does he go for it now, or does he first just keep the tension? White does have one isolated pawn. In an endgame, that could be key. White's h-pawn, it looked like the hero pawn earlier trying to attack. Now in an endgame, it might have stepped too far into enemy territory.
Right, if the knight or if the rook replaces that knight, now you're double attack on that pawn.
Yeah.
Again, I look at this position and all the points you guys are making, you know, all of Javokir's pieces do look better than White's. But if Fabi does exactly what I wanted to say, just sit, you know, shuffle around with his king, the only way to make progress feels that you might have to break with that G-pawn at the right time. Because how else are you improving your position? Are you actually putting pressure? Because once again, black sort of just maximized piece play completely.
Yeah, it's up to Javokir here. If Javokir wants a draw, he gets a draw. He can just do nothing. But for Fabiano, I think he's the one, just like the last game, who would jump on the offer of a peace treaty here, of a handshake. He brings his king across. He's just freeing up his knight and bishop to move. He's going to protect the base of his pawn chain with the white king.
That bishop doesn't have too many happy squares to move to. You know, those two pawns on the left side of the board, the way they're placed, they're kind of causing a wall for that bishop, even if it did slide back at some point. Javokir, I think he's preparing, David. He's preparing for that G-pawn to advance forward at the right time. He's going to reposition his rook so that it's ideally placed when the break appears. He could do it now because the rook move that we just see from Fabi pins that H5 pawn.
He keeps moving, though. Will he miss the moment, Javokir, to push his pawn forward? I think Fabiano's idea is to line up his rook and just kind of overprotect his isolated pawn on the edge of the board. I mean, for Fabi, this is so distressing. He keeps trying stuff, and Javokir just keeps fending off all the threats, and it always ends up in a position where it's kind of one-way traffic. It's what we call a two-result game. It's going to be a Javokir win or a draw, most likely, unless something crazy happens in the next few moves.
And as a player, that is super frustrating to deal with, right? When you're kind of left on the defense every single time. And again, the thought comes back to that one moment, that one final moment that would have actually finished the entire match off that Fabiano had in their second classical game. Well, right now, in their first game here, they've got this king coming on to the right side of the board. How do you make progress if you're Javokir? He's always ambitious. He always wants more from his position. But what's next? He's lining up.
He's lining up. He's getting ready to break out, to open up one flank. It's just too cramped right now, too blocked. And Fabiano, he's just got to brace for impact. You just put your pieces on squares where they will be ready for lines to open. There we go. He lines up his rooks. It's this weird standoff. All rooks on the H-file, battle stations. And it looks like he's poised, ready for action.
It really is, right? It's Javokir playing for that G6 break, and it's Fabiano playing against that break. Getting ready, getting into that best battlefield position that you can when it does arrive. And indeed, it does happen.
So this is the moment for Javokir to strike. Technically, two options to take this pawn.
Yep. En passant, you can capture, or you can just take the pawn where it stands. Do you allow that pawn to live? I don't think you can avoid capturing that pawn. It might just step further forward. I think you have to capture it in one of the two ways and hope that the rest of your structure is solid enough.
Well, as we are in an explosive moment here in this game, we are very happy to be joined by none other than Hikaru, who did manage to come out on top in his tiebreaker. So congratulations for that, my friend.
Thank you.
Buying yourself a battle for 5th place. But as we congratulate you on that, we're kind of in a tense moment here between these two players. You were huddled up with Javokir playing the same side of both positions as him, and so I'm kind of curious for yourself what you make of the situation they've wound up in. Very different than your game.
Yeah, it's very messy. But I mean, one of the things is you kind of learn certain tendencies of players. And Fabiano, I think it was on day one, he said something about the c4, c5 idea. Not this exact position they started with, but he was trying to imply that if you get c4, d4, and black goes c6, d5, and you get the c5 push, that white's better. So I'm not surprised that when I saw this opening. But the current position, I mean, it looks like a great position for black. I mean, Fabiano maybe can save this, but it feels like it should be one way. It's kind of funny because like all my games against Javokir were one way and I should have won them. And now it looks like he's in the exact same situation. So let's see if he can convert this great position that he has right now.
And Hikaru, about your match, you got the win eventually, but what are your initial impressions? Were you frustrated you couldn't get it done a bit earlier?
I mean, it's hard to judge because my match was, it wasn't quite the same as the first one. And to be fair, I had to play a tiebreaker right away, so I still don't know whether I missed a clean win or not in the game. But it felt like I had something, and then very quickly it felt like there was nothing. So it was a situation where we're talking about like, 5 minutes at most where I thought maybe I have something, and then I never saw it. And so like I can't really be that upset, unlike say the game against Javokir, or the first two games I should say. So it was just very tense and very tough. And then I think the tiebreaker, I was really upset at myself in the first game because I allowed him to castle his king when I had this bishop on b4. I mean, old me would never have allowed this bishop b6, bishop c5 stuff. And I think if I don't allow that, I win that game and the whole match is smooth. But then we got in the second game, which was very, very dynamic. But I would say probably the biggest weakness Gukesh currently has is that when he gets low on time, I don't think his intuition is that great. And he simply couldn't work through the calculations, and I ended up winning.
Now, to that end, we had Levon in the studio earlier today, and one of the things he mentioned about freestyle chess is just how much at a top level you study and learn pattern recognition, but that does not feel like as much of a useful tool when approaching chess 960 positions. So for yourself, you kind of in your answer there, talking about I have an intuition for something. Maybe I do think I'm better, but the patterns aren't there to make it so concrete. How do you feel about the way that this format kind of tests different skills of each of the top players?
I mean, I think it's really most of the games, at least the tiebreakers, come down to the opening phase, and I think it's a matter of who handles the nerves better. In the classical games, it's very tough. I would say that one of the things we've seen in this event is a lot more blunders, and I strongly suspect that's because everybody's thinking a lot harder than they usually do. When you play normal chess, the standard variant, you pretty much can play 10, 15 moves. There's no thinking. I mean, you're very fresh, at least for the first half hour to an hour of the game. And here right away, you have to use a lot of your brain power, if you want to put it that way. And it's really tough. I think that, honestly, I mean, I'm more tired playing these games than I am playing regular chess. I mean, I can't think of a single game I've played where it went like 3 or 4 hours and I'm tired. But here, after every game, I'm really, really tired. So it's definitely a slog, and I think that everybody's feeling it. I would say this last game that I played in Blitz, I was just hoping it would be decisive. I did not want to have to play anymore. I was just kind of just hoping that I could play move by move, and luckily I won.
And as if it wasn't enough, we kind of put an extra demand on the players, as is typical in chess, but in tiebreak scenarios, a complete time control switch, right? And so just for yourself, stepping out of classical, knowing, okay, now I'm looking at 10-10, potential 5-5 and Armageddon, we noticed you and Javokir almost playing, it felt like mini blitz games. I know you're exploring ideas, but do you feel like that in and of itself helped you find a rhythm here, transitioning from one time control to the other, while the other two gentlemen actually sat at their own boards, visualization, maybe a little tougher for them to start generating that speed?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think it can only be to your disadvantage if you don't analyze together. You're saying Fabiano and Gukesh should not analyze.
Yeah, they sat at their own boards.
I don't know why Gukesh isn't analyzing with Fabiano. To me, that's just insane. I mean, whether I'm analyzing with Fabiano or even if I'm not, I look at his game and I just try to follow what he does. I just believe in Fabiano, so it's much easier when you can do that. But I think when you're trying to look at stuff for the game, you're hoping for certain type of ideas to occur. But more often than not, on move 2 or move 3, that doesn't happen. You just have to figure it out. And I would say that, to Gukesh's credit, he is from the newer generation, and I very much felt that this idea he played at the board in the second tiebreaker game, at first I thought it was complete nonsense, but it's actually very much in the style of Alpha Zero, where you sack a pawn, you get the 2 bishops, and probably at some point I was in a lot of trouble. So to Gukesh's credit, he came up with one of these nice ideas that, I mean, I'm not sure if I spent half an hour, I would have even considered in the game.
Hikaru, meanwhile, this was a really blocked and a level game, and I see the bar still says it's pretty much in the level, but a lot has happened happened. Pawns have fallen off on either side of the board, and we see a check. What's going on here? I want you to break this down.
I think we'll get a draw. We're gonna get a. I mean, it's like it's a 50-50. Do you gamble here with King G2, or do you play King E2 and make the draw? And
you gamble.
I mean, no, but King G2, Bishop F4, and now your king's cut off the wrong side. So I mean. It's a situation. It's a 50-50. Either you gamble here, but I mean, if I'm Fabiano, I'm going King E2. I mean,
taking the repetition.
I don't know how you can play King G2 here because, I mean, you're the hero or the zero completely. Okay, he goes for it. Okay. Wow. So I mean, this is what I'm saying. We got this exact position, and I don't know.
Wow, brave decision there, and then we see the trade that you were pointing out. But again, it seems like the computer says it's still in the balance. Is that because White also has an incredibly strong passer?
Yeah, I mean just E3, E2, I guess, and it's gonna be a 2v2. Maybe Black has some chance to win because the king will get closer to the pawns, but I mean it's gonna be well. Let's see. So E2, Rook E5, King D7, D5, Rook C4, and yeah, that'll be a draw.
And the big story,
more.
More chess coming up. That's what we like. But the big story for today has also been the major upset with Vincent, knocking down Magnus for a lower fight and going into the finals. Not something many would have predicted at the start, with Vincent clearly being the underdog. What do you think has been working so well for the younger generation here, Hikaru?
Yeah, I mean, I think I didn't look closely at the game today, but it felt to me that Magnus did not get a game from the start. It felt like he had a position where there wasn't an obvious idea to create an imbalance, which I think is why he played this D4 move versus I think everybody else played some kind of E4 very early. But it just felt like he never got a game. It always seemed kind of under control. Although to be fair, somewhere around the time of this A3 Knight C6, I thought Magnus had some chances, but then when I looked, it was a draw. So for Vincent, I mean, I'm very happy for him. He's someone who's sort of been on the cusp of some really good results in recent times. You look at Tata Steel or a few other tournaments, he starts off very well. He's kind of faded at the end, but he's someone who I think the future is very bright for him, and I'm really excited to see how he does both in the finals here, but also just in regular chess as well. He's first really strong German player, I mean, in a very long time. Frankly, I'd say in like 80 years almost since the great world champion.
In the meantime, this game looks like it is fizzling out towards a draw. That whole variation you mentioned there, Hikaru, playing out with the pawns disappearing. No way for either side, you think, to play on?
I mean, now it's going to be a draw. I mean, B3 is the only try, but Rook C3 and all the pawns come off, and the players can go again. I mean, if there's anything I would say, though, I think certainly this format, it's very advantageous for the younger players. I definitely find that I'm much more tired, and I think for someone like Sindarov, who's what, 18 or 19, I mean, I'm sure he still has a lot of energy. I'm sure Fabiano, just like me, is probably gassed at this point. So probably a small advantage for Sindarov if I had to pick someone. Also, and the other player, I mean, you could say that I was winning some games against him, but he defended quite well. And against Fabiano, I mean, I don't think he's given I don't think he's given Fabiano a chance in this match to really win. I mean, I haven't looked at the tiebreaker games, but the two classical games looked straightforward. So, I mean, he's also been very, very impressive. And I'm probably rooting for Fabiano because then I can just follow and copy Fabiano and tomorrow and the next day. But if not, I mean, well, I guess Fabiano's still going to play anyway, so I can still follow him anyway.
It's a good point. That's an interesting element of kind of the whole freestyle chess format, right? Is outside of the first two who are eliminated and do play for ninth, y'all are locked in the entire week long. The final pieces come off the board. The handshakes are extended between these two players. They will go to the blitz.
We also saw the toss there, so Javakir getting the black pieces to start with in their game one of the 5+2. Who does that favor as the time format gets lower?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick someone, I think it has to favor Javakir. You know, I think Fabiano's weakness, if there is a weakness in his game, is definitely in quicker time format. So that should be a slight advantage for Javakir. But I think, especially playing 5+2, it's literally going to come down to the openings. Whoever gets the advantage in the opening and has the initiative will probably win the match.
And there we see the action shots from this round just passed, including yourself, Hikaru, as you wrapped up that win. But we go on again. More chess today. in the blitz tiebreaks this time between Fabiano-Caruana and Sindarov.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes the way Tanya wants, we're going all the way
I'd
to
love
Armageddon.
to see an Armageddon happen right now. And you know, Hikaru, one of the things we often talk about in the studio is the clash of generation that we're seeing, whether it's traditional standard chess or even in freestyle chess here. And sort of you, Fabi, Hikaru, you, Fabi and Magnus belonging to this well, to this one generation that's still holding on, you know, fighting to show that, hey, we're still the boss here. How is it when you're playing against the younger kids and getting this win in against Kukesh right now, especially given the year that he's had, him being the world champion right now? Does it make it extra special then?
I mean, I think the first thing is I just want to prove that I can still play, regardless of whatever people want to think out there. I mean, the main thing is that I'm competitive. And as long as I'm competitive, I'll feel pretty happy regardless of the outcome. But definitely, you know, I can feel it. Like the resistance they put up in these games is a lot tougher, I would say, than I'm used to. I mean, especially when you play in events like Title Tuesday online, where it feels like people just completely collapse. Here, you see the kids, they just keep fighting forever. So it definitely is pretty tough playing against them. I think that, you know, eventually they're going to overtake us, but I don't think they're quite there yet.
How far do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I think it depends how much longer Magnus will play classical chess. I think in classical, probably it'll be at least another 2 or 3 years. But I would say by the end of the next cycle, I think that Gukesh, maybe Pragnananta, maybe Arjun, and a few others will be on par, I would say, with either myself and or Fabiano, or even surpass us.
It's a fascinating, you know, thought, right? The changing of the guard and when the torch gets passed from one generation to the next.
Yeah, but you know, it's natural. I think it's always easy to hang on or want to think you're going to be at the top, but I mean, eventually everybody's going to fall off. And you know, I've had a front row seat to it because I've had the pleasure of watching like one of the GOATs of all time, Garry Kasparov, play a lot of tournaments in St. Louis over the years, and just seeing the way he plays and seeing how he's not quite as good as he once was. You know, it's a reminder. And so when you see it firsthand, then it's much easier, I think, at least for me, to kind of deal with it and not be super bitter or super angry about it and just be like, okay, that's life, it's going to happen, versus thinking, you know, something's wrong with chess, for example.
For sure. I think, you know, another interesting thing about, you know, freestyle chess and what it was born out of course, is something that you had a major hand in, which is, you know, the massive chess boom in the digital era. And that alone becomes an interesting idea for, you know, how much more access there is to the game of chess, and therefore the kinds of, you know, chess greats that it might produce in, say, another decade's time, as people are just discovering it and having that level of access and learning from, you know, chess greats like yourself online. I
mean, I think like one final point I'd make is I remember back in 2020 or 2021 during the heart of the boom, you know, I was saying then that I felt like probably, you know, 10 years down the road, you're going to have some kid who was watching, like myself, or watching XQC, and someone who will have watched chess in 2020 or 2021 will eventually go on to become a very strong chess player. And so I'm waiting for that to happen. I have no doubt there will be kids who were watching those crazy streams on Twitch back in the old days, but it's just amazing to see the general exposure that everyone has to it. Also, I think with chess being included in the Esports World Cup, that's also going to be very beneficial. And chess is doing great. I think just to make a general comment, you know, when you look at the esports landscape or the org landscape, definitely it's seen a big downturn from 2021 and 2022 specifically, but chess continues to grow. And so I think when I compare chess versus, say, a lot of the other esports or everything that's happened online, chess just continues to grow, and it really speaks volumes why chess has been around for so long, and why in many ways chess is like the original esport from thousands of years ago.
Heck yeah, it is. No, I'm 100% with you on that. I know you talked about how much these days can take out of you, so I don't want to take too much more of your time. One final question is your matchup tomorrow. It will be Nodarbek Abdusattorov that you're stepping up against in that 5th place match. Just any opinions you have on how you guys match up stylistically and what you expect out of it?
Yeah, so Nodarbek and I played a match. It was sort of like game 45, so it was a 45-minute match. We played a 4-game match in Reykjavik, Iceland in 2022 in Fisher Random, and I won that match 3-0, although really the first game kind of determined the outcome. And so I think it'll be exciting. I mean, my general sense, I felt, was like both Nodarbek and Alireza, they were kind of struggling. I felt like the quality of play was a little bit down, maybe because they weren't in the running for first place. But, you know, you still show up, you still try to play decent chess, and I think I've done a relatively good job in the slow portion, so I'm looking forward to it.
We're really excited to watch that one. And Hikaru, before we let you go, one last question from me. Have you thought of your recap video title for tonight?
Well, I mean, there are a couple things I would say about it. The first thing is there's a good saying from business, which is, work smarter, don't work harder. So I actually don't do a lot of that stuff. My general philosophy is you outsource a lot of these things. You have people that you trust who can do some of these things. So, I mean, I'm only doing the recap and all the hashtags, the titles, and everything else. I have people on my team who handle that. So, I think with everything I've done, you just can't do it all. And so for me, I have other people who do that. I'll do the recap, I'll go eat dinner, and then I'll just, figure it all out.
Love it.
Lovely. With that, we will let you go. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy that fantastic food over in the castle here at WEISSENHAUS, and enjoy the rest of the chess that we have left to play over the board. We wish you the best of luck tomorrow as well. Thank you, Hikaru. Just a few minutes away from that next position being revealed, and for the first time in this tournament, we will be going to the blitz portion. So, pressure continues to ramp, and it's a Javokir Sindarov who seems to be the guy who's just going to continue to push people. From round to round to round. He's the one who keeps extending things. He's the one who keeps pushing people into situations that might feel uncomfortable. And he's giving himself that opportunity to punch his ticket up to the top and fight Vincent Keymer. On the other side, it's Fabiano, the last, defender of the old guard right now, trying to also return to the grand final as he was just last year, just this time maybe taking the top slot as opposed to falling short.
Yeah, what a scene that was. You could feel those emotions running through Fabi right there as they wait for the positions. He was standing right next to his second here, Grandmaster Miguel. And, it's come down to that 5+2 portion, right? So much on the line. And as Hikaru said, that it might even favor Javokir given his form, that is. And, David, I want to ask you if right now, you're with the player. Let's say I'll put you on the spot of being Javokir's coach right now. And there was one thing that you're telling him. With everything on the line, going up against the world #2, what would be your advice to him?
Well, I've been a second, Tanya. There's a reason I'm not second any longer. I think it's just good luck. You can do no more than that.
Trust yourself, and we have to get into the arena right now to see what that first position will be.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, one match has ended where Hikaru Nakamura beat Gukesh, but the semi-final continues. The players will now play 2 blitz games of 5+2. Fabiano will start with the white pieces. We're going to proceed to the draw, and I would like to call to the stage Atusa. Please give her a round of applause.
958.
Thank you very much. Number 958. Players, you still have 10 minutes to prepare for your games. Good luck, and for the spectators, please enjoy.
Thanks for Mr. Jan. He was invite me also his club, but I never reached 2730 rate. And also, okay, I will do my best. In a qualification, we are playing some rapid games, and I was just excited from chess and just play for fun. And okay, I think I was a little bit stronger for fun, and yeah, finally qualified to this tournament. And okay, I was really excited to play here, and I cannot wait to start this tournament. Yeah. In classical chess, in general, everyone was prepared a lot. So, but here, okay, you was playing in every game another position, and I think you was playing without prepper and just with your mind, and this is one of the best things in freestyle chess. here is even very good, yeah. And I think we are playing in amazing time, not cold and not hot, so very beautiful place. I also enjoyed, and of course conditions also very well. So thanks for the organizers. I also enjoyed here. I think for everyone it was like become world champion. Yeah, for me also to become world champion. Yeah, it will be very interesting because the players like Levon and Magnus Carlsen have, I think they was also played many games in freestyle chess, but okay, for me, if I will choose, of course I will choose to play against him freestyle because it was more interesting and I will more excited from this game. And I hope, okay, we will play very beautiful games in this tournament. I don't know. I cannot tell who was favorite, but okay. We will see after the tournament. I don't like to tell about myself, but okay, just in one word, maybe. I'm a crazy tactical player, yeah?
Tactician?
A tactician, yeah. Chess is life, I think, yeah, for chess players, sure. I think because I was first time playing super tournament, okay, freestyle, it doesn't matter, to play against like these top players like Caruana, Magnus, Hikaru, and yeah, I was really motivated against him to play just chess, and maybe it will help me. For every players, I can say just excite from this chess and, if possible, play very beautiful games.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Freestyle Chess Grand Slam 2025. Where that man on your screens there just a moment ago, Javakir Sindarov, going to look to do the unthinkable, take down Fabiano Caruana, and book himself a ticket into the finals. We are on position 9-5-8. This is time controls 5-2, so a complete switch up once again for both of our players. And now, unlike in that previous tiebreak round, they don't have someone to bounce ideas off of. They are going to have to analyze these positions alone.
Two lone warriors inside the playing hall right now as all the matches do come to an end. And there we see Javakir by himself trying to work it out. And it's more than just what you start with, right? This is freestyle chess. This is where you need those extra minutes, that time on your clock to work out the first few moves, because you could be completely busted within the first 5 moves. And 5+2, you barely have any time. How do you walk this tightrope of trying to be precise and not burn the clock?
Yeah, and I just want to point out something about this start position, because earlier in the day we had a position, I think it was position number 5, where it's pretty much the total mirror image of this one we see in front of us. Here we see the rook, king, rook position on the left side. Earlier, that rook, king, rook position was on the right side of the board. Now the white queen starts on the right corner. Earlier, she started on the left corner. And so pretty much starting from 0, going up to 5, isn't so many positions. Here we've gone from 960 down to 958. And right. Essentially we've learned that, yeah, this...
Well, and in essence, right, and those positions go in a circle. So yeah, 958, 960 would return to 1 in terms of like closeness. And that's where you see exactly that hop to the other side of the board that you're talking about.
Yeah, and literally just one set of pieces different from that basically kind of reverse image, the left, right, becoming the right and left. And interesting to see these patterns re-emerge consistently throughout freestyle chess. We'll break that down when the games begin, of course.
Yeah, there's the handshake. Soon the clock will start, and the players will have to start making moves. Hikaru just a moment ago said it's all about those few initial opening moves, especially in these tighter time control games. So.
And another thing that stands out to me about this position is that there is indeed one undefended pawn, and this time it's at the center of the board. Most of the positions that we've seen has got that side pawn that comes into attack, and Fabi's ready with his first move. He does start, I believe, with the e-pawn moving 2 steps forward, also creating that space for the knight to come into the game, the bishop to open up next, and I think this one move makes a lot of sense, and for now, Shabakir, he mirrors it.
Yeah, we will get the board up in a moment, but yeah, first we do see a very quiet start to this game. I think it's a good strategy, especially for the older player here, to just get a position, just to survive the opening, and Fabi hoping to use his greater experience later. Yeah, with no time on the clock, you don't have time simply, you don't have those extra valuable minutes to dig deep and understand the specifics. So you just need to normalize things as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so pawns meeting in the middle, and again, folks, as soon as we have the live or the board that we can draw on, we'll make all this very clear to you. But e4, e5, then we had a g3 push there from Fabi as well, opening that diagonal for his queen to protect that e4 pawn in the center of the board.
And I think what Fabi wants is to expand further and try to get those pawns moving forward on the right side of the board. As we see on our camera, Shabakir has responded, but this time with a piece move, so developing, bringing that knight to the center of the board. And there it is. The strike does happen. Fabi continues to expand, play with pawns, gaining more space, but falling back on development.
Wow, very brave, pushing only pawns on these first few moves by Fabiano. He wants action. Shabakir calmly just defends. And yeah, I mean, interesting to hear Hikaru's thoughts as well, that this format favoring the youngsters. Maybe influenced by the fact that Shabakir got past him in the quicker time formats.
Also, energy has got to be playing such a big role right now, right? What a day these two have had. Battles gone down to the wire in their classical, then the 10+2, and now taking it on in the 5-minute with only a 2-second increment every time they press the clock. And the match continues, the pressure rises, so much on the line for these two players.
Yeah, we should mention they did start today's action 6.5 hours ago. Wow. Over 6.5 hours ago. So, I mean, this is pure stamina right now that the players are relying upon in order to find that energy to get the wins.
Yeah, the engines in those brains working at max capacity at the moment. A pure chess, as they say. Nothing known about these positions, calculations, and intuition.
Fabi on our sofa just a few days ago said, you know, he loves the playoffs, he loves the tie breaks, he loves Fischer random freestyle chess with little time on the clock. Be careful what you wish for. It's now come down to a 5+2. You already got the 10+10, and here you are.
And here we are. We have the boards back, so we're going to bring that up and show you all of the action that has been happening. It looks like here, Shabakir Sindarov with his last move, getting ready to castle the black king. Soon in the near future, he will get his king to safety, but first there was a big hit. I'm just going to say here, Fabiano has an advantage. That is clear, because the white queen at least has some vision. The black queen cornered. Nobody puts Queenie in the corner like that. Looks great for Fabiano.
It's really interesting because where Shabakir has placed his rook on that last move, it actually physically stops black from getting that king to safety by castling on that side of the board. Overload of the rook happening. You know, you can't have two rooks on the same square. So, so the castling will have to wait for him. Meanwhile, the knights come out for Fabiano, just getting that piece play going towards the center, putting some pressure on the central pawns, also eyeing a further tripling down with the D pawn potentially moving 2 steps ahead next.
Yeah, big moment. Okay, the black queen wanting to come out. She's opened up. But this move you mentioned here now, Tanya, tripling up in the center. Not only is that a fantastic move to break out while Fabiano's ahead in piece development, having brought 3 minors out. But if a bishop ever lands on that diagonal, watch out. That black queen's still a bit of a target, a bit trapped in that corner of the board.
Yeah, it feels like Sindarov realized how much power he was leaving out of the action in trapping that queen and wants to find a way for her to get involved. But does give a small opening here for Fabiano.
He's trying to open up his own dark squared bishop, right? He's hoping for ideas of that bishop landing on that same spot where Fabi's light squared bishop has come on that h6 square as well. Could be an idea to put pressure on one of the pawns and in the center of the board. Could be a way to get some counterplay going.
Yeah. There you have it.
played. And now big moment for Fabiano. There is pressure on this pawn. He does not want to break that tension, though. He does not necessarily want to rush and capture it in the center, because then the pawn structure would become totally symmetrical. And that would level things out. That would give Javokir some breathing space. I have a feeling if Fabiano is feeling ambitious, he might just leave that pawn as a gambit and just get his king, his rook sorted out. He can bring his king across one square. The rook will leap over into the center, castle on the queen side. King's Gambit style. Give up a pawn to get the center.
Love it in practice, but I feel like if it's my own game, I'd be so scared, you know, to gambit away material so early on with so much on the line. Big bucks, the final spot there. And he first brings out his bishop. He's targeting the knight at the center of the board, threatening to destroy Javokir's pawn formation.
Great move. It's still a gambit, we should mention. Black can still grab a pawn, but the idea of Black's central structure being ruined by a trade bishop for knight, I think just unthinkable for Javokir. So he might have to burn a bit more time, move this knight away. He's got a few squares to use. But Fabi on the front foot in this blitz game. Clock's level looks like everything he could have hoped for from the opening, at least for Fabiano.
In this time control, it can so quickly become a bullet game. I mean, we're already down to 2 minutes on the clock, and the opening moves have barely gotten on. We're just starting the middle phase of the game.
Yeah, David, I noticed you highlighted only retreating moves for the knight. Is there something that's stopping us from jumping forward to c4 out of danger?
No, nothing stopping.
Okay.
Good spot. I just missed it. And Javokir does not miss it. He is the type of player who will jump forward if given the opportunity. The knight might have to retreat in the near future. It can still get kicked away by some pawns, but then it will retreat and protect its king, simply. So this is a safer, better path forward. Always go forward if you have a choice. I think that's good general wisdom.
And will get kicked away. Now tucks it right back onto that square that you pointed out, offering a trade, but this time now with the option to recapture with the a-pawn, right, while unlocking the rook at the same time.
Yeah, the black rook would have been unlocked, so not rushing to trade.
Whoa.
Instead, going for the knight with pawns.
Ooh.
I love this idea, you know, often stated by the top players, given the starting position, the rook on the left side just gets developed without making a single move, and that pawn is coming towards Javokir's king, who's lost the right to find safety on the right side of the board because a move by the rook has been made earlier. That a-pawn, and this is Fabi saying, come for the gambit, take that pawn on the king side, well, the right side, because I'm coming for your knight, and then that pawn moves even further. This looks incredibly dangerous for Javokir. Look at the way the pieces are set up. The black king boxed up by its own pieces.
Yeah, watch out, that white queen might later swoop in on this diagonal and deliver a nasty checkmate. So yeah, this a-pawn, just a really strong move. If you start in freestyle chess with a rook in the corner, always push your pawn forward if you can. And black couldn't push forward himself because the black knight would have then been captured, wrecking the black pawn structure. Fabiano's on the front foot here. Oh, that's a scary move to have to play. Opening up his own king, Javokir, here.
This is terrifying. And you know what's going on in Fabi's mind? Can I give up my bishop? Can I get that bind on that black king by pushing my own pawn one step forward and creating checkmating ideas as long as the black king is entrapped there, but it's too much of a risk to take.
Ooh, he trades off a set of pawns. Not what Fabiano wanted. Now rooks have disappeared, so neither king is going to castle in this game. Both kings are fixed on the flank they sit on. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Fabiano has something better, something more risky perhaps. Now he's going for the central strategy, trying to break open lines. Watch out, the white queen, the black king here, sitting on the same diagonal.
Sitting on the same diagonal, it could shift its diagonal. It could find itself closer to the white rook to then get into the left side of the board. So there are all kinds of ideas here. I do like the space that Fabiano has, the center that you have. It still feels like immense pressure on Javokir.
Yeah, this is the best position Fabiano's had in the last, any of the speed tie breaks at least. He was on the back foot in both of the previous 2 games. Now he's fighting back. He blocks the center. This is actually reminiscent of Vincent Keymer defeating Magnus Carlsen yesterday. This pawn structure in the middle of the board, the 2 white pawns just clamping down, gaining space. And now, oh, as you called, Tanya, the white queen has inroads into that black king position. That is terrifying. Backed up by her knight, you might still need an extra piece there. You need 3 attacking pieces to deliver the killer blow. But all the signs point towards an attack.
And Javakir trying to get his own queen closer to the king to get that defense going. Eyeing that b4 square as well. Start targeting, because there's the black knight that's ready to assist the attack as well. Not sure who's getting to whose king first, because the ideas of the knight jumping in and a checkmate on that b2 point is coming up.
Well, pieces are now being traded off the board. Both players now below 60 seconds on their clock.
He's going to pick up the bishop, but he pauses. He pauses just to check if he can throw in an in-between move of capturing that pawn, hitting the black queen. But he needs to be careful, because ideas of the queen jumping towards the white king, you know, what we've been pointing out earlier, would be incredibly dangerous.
Whoa. So as opposed to taking, he's going to look to threaten the queen in a different way.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Very aesthetically nice there, that move. Throwing a pawn away in order to totally blow up Black's pawn structure. But it does come at a price. It does cost a pawn. And Black's light squared bishop that was previously just dead is now suddenly in the game. Oh, that's risky from Fabiano. I don't think he needed to do that. I think he just wanted to play it because it looks nice and pretty, and Black's pawns are ruined here, wrecked. But both players now under the 30-second mark. This is going to heat up.
And they're always so in sync with their heart rates, right? Now in the 140s. I don't know how that's possible. I've never seen that happen before.
I'm telling you, it's a connection. It's a connection through the pieces, through the board. I don't know what it is, but there's a symbiosis here, and they can both feel it.
From day one, right? Being at the top of the standings, just always first and second, first and second.
That's what I'm saying.
The journey
These guys
together.
were destined to meet each other here in the semifinals. But already, time ticking away on the clock. Javakir Sindarov, a tough decision to make, and you can see the indecision in his fingers there. Does eventually commit to a king push. Now we're making space for our own king here to jump up to b2 and maybe slide that queen over.
Okay, first a trade of knights from Fabiano here. I think we might well see that move in the near future. He swings his queen across. He's ganging up on some weak pawns. How fast is Javakir twiddling that piece in his hand right now? The nerves kicking in.
As fast as he's moving the pieces on the board, he wants to trade off as many of them as possible. He brings the rook to the open line. Is there a way for Black to line up the queen? A big check being threatened right now.
The computer hated it. What just happened?
Fabiano's blundered. He's let the Black rook in. Now Black's pieces are pouring forward. This might just end in checkmate.
But he's got 7 seconds on the clock. Only 2-second increment every single move you make. Is that going to be enough time to work it out?
King is on the run. More pieces fall.
Check.
Check has to move.
Fabiano resigns. That was a double attack. The white king would have had to walk into the path of its queen. The white rook was about to drop. Turn around. Javakir Sindarov is on the brink of the final, taking down Fabiano. Fabiano just let it slip there. He was in control, but 2 or 3 careless moves under time pressure, and it turned around.
The players will each separate. There's still one more game to go. Job's not done yet, as we've been saying all tournament long. But I think it's important for us, after we see how we got to this point from the players' perspective and the emotions on their faces, we're going to have to walk it back and break it down, because it was all happening so fast.
Yeah, so fast, so furious, those final few moves. But it was the younger player coming out on top, showing the energy. It was a blunder from Caruana, but you saw the heartbreak on his face. Wow, one final game remaining, potentially for Sindarov. Caruana needs a win now with the black pieces. It's not going to be easy.
That is incredible pressure on the world number 2. And David, again, I would really love to recap those last final few moments, because everything turned around. It felt like Fabi was on the push, you know, getting all the good moves in, getting the pressure in. And then suddenly, it was a Javakir show coming for the White King.
Yeah, I must admit, I was riding the roller coaster of the evaluation bar, and so I need some logic put behind each of these moves for me to understand exactly how it did swing so quickly.
Deal, James. I'll try my best.
Thank you.
Try my best. This was the final position. We'll break it down in a moment. There was actually a double attack here to end things, but it all started going downhill around here. Fabiano Caruana, just a few moves before, just half a dozen moves before, had a good position here, jumping in with the white knight towards the center, actually bringing it towards the black king would have given an advantage. There were other moves as well. He pushed his pawn forward. This was fine, but here he started trading off pieces unnecessarily. Here he could have actually got a big advantage with the white pieces. If he had spotted a way to attack the lone black king, he could have brought his knight across, the queen sniping from afar. Here, Fabi would have been the winner of the first game of this tiebreak. Instead, he traded off knights, and look how after this queen moved, Maybe here trading bishops would have been wiser, but he dropped his bishop back, and suddenly the black pieces are the ones using the open files. The white king actually caught in the crossfire, and this was the big blunder. He stepped his king up 1 square, allowing actually several tactics, including this one, the black queen coming across. There were stronger moves, but this is good enough. Threatening a check and a checkmate in the corner once the king retreated. He stepped back, another blunder from Fabiano, 2 mistakes in a row, allowing the black rook in simply. And here there was nothing to do. This is a skewer. The white knight had to throw itself in the way. But after the black knight started joining the attack as well, 3 being the magic number, 3 attacking pieces now for black, Fabiano found nothing better than moving his king forward. The black queen coming across, threatening a nasty check. He dropped back his king again, indecision, and a couple of moves later, this was it. Rook takes pawn. He walked into this check. There's only one move because the white knight is pinned. He had to step forward if he had continued, but then the rook would have fallen. Fabiano instead resigning.
Yeah, incredible finish and incredible find for Javokir. I mean, again, we talk about, for every mistake, there has to be a capitalization of that mistake on the other side. And it's the young gun who, under time pressure, does find those couple crucial moves down the home stretch there and puts himself 1 up in this blitz playoff.
What is happening in our universe? I just don't understand. Vincent marches past Magnus to make it to the finals. Javokir Sindarov takes the lead in the 5+2, putting Fabiano-Caruana in a must-win to take it to Armageddon. This has got to be a glitch in our matrix.
It kind of feels like it, right? But, the video in which we talk about the road to freestyle chess, it says the revolution of chess starts now. And it's kind of feeling like a bit of a revolution with the younger players banding together and showing up the old guard.
Yeah, forget universe, it's the youth-iverse here in WEISSENHAUS. The younger players coming out on top.
And Fabiano-Caruana right now has got to be feeling the pressure. He has to win the next game. Victory is the only way to force an Armageddon, the absolute sudden death. As we see, it's getting set up, the lottery. What is going to be the next position? And right there is his second, his trainer, his good friend, Grandmaster Miguel. It all comes down to the next game. And what a moment it is for Javokir. What a tournament this is for Javokir.
Seriously. I mean, we talked to Vincent Keymer earlier about how he felt his performance was and whether or not he, this is eclipsing or becoming his, best chess or tournament result in his life. And he says just about, comparing it to, only one other silver medal for Javokir Sindarov. He might already say that he's eclipsed, his highest moment in chess, but still has the opportunity to climb higher.
Incredible stuff. And David, you being the level of player you are, our resident grandmaster here, I have to ask you, back against the wall for a player like Fabiano, a player you know extremely well, have probably played a couple of games against, I'm sure. What do you think he's thinking right now? How is he getting ready for this do-or-die battle that's coming up?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Simply, he needs to go on the front foot. But with black, it's going to be an uphill struggle.
One position remains. Can Javokir get it done? Let's head into the Blair Hall to see what the battlefield will look like.
Playoff, Javokir Sindarov has won game 1, so Fabiano-Caruana is now in a must-win situation to draw the next position. I would like to call to the stage from TV2, Sverre. Yeah, give her a round of applause. Thank you.
We're going to get hard-pressed to create more drama in this next game, but it's starting position 339. 339.
Thank you, Sverre. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare. Good luck. Enjoy.
Position 339 stands between Javokir Sindarov and a berth into the finals for Fabiano. His best hope is to force an Armageddon with a victory of his own in this one. We saw it on that projector screen in the back. First thing we noticed was the cornered bishops. And of course, as soon as we can, we'll get the full position up onto your screen so we can analyze as best we can while the players do that themselves. While they were doing the draw, it occurred to me, I was like, blitz time control so fast. I'm impressed they can even get that entire lottery system reloaded in time with all 940 options remaining before the players finish a game.
Yeah, I'd like to think we have the whole staff here, all the other players, all the seconds, all the parents, just scrambling to put the balls back in together.
Exactly. Well, there it is up on your screen. So again, this corner bishops, we do have king and queen centralized. Of course, they are flipped from their normal positions. And then the rooks kind of centralized as well around them.
And the knights at the starting position, two undefended pawns one more time. Lots of interesting dynamics here, but to me what stands out is, like you said, the king and the queen next to each other, but the king ready to get castled on move one.
Yeah, it's nice symmetry as well. It's as if like a beginner has set up this board. It's like, oh, which way did the king and queen go around? Does it go bishops, knights, rooks first, or is it rooks, knights, bishops? And yeah, both sides can castle on move one. I think this gives Fabiano, I'm going to say, good chances. I don't think the top players are such fans of all bishops in the corner because it's likely those bishops will get traded off quite early. But just the fact that it is a bit weird with heavy pieces in the middle of the board means that firepower comes quite quickly into the game.
Yeah, so while it has the aura of a standard game, probably not likely to play out as one.
No, and Fabiano, he doesn't look as kind of hunched forward, studying the chess as we've seen him in previous games. Looks like he might be trying to reserve some energy for when the clocks begin.
I also think there's an element of playing the black pieces here, where I've heard a number of players kind of comment that, while yes, you can explore a number of opening ideas to a certain degree, playing black, and maybe even more so in shorter time controls, you're just going to have to be reactive and let your opponent kind of dictate what the pace or the flow of the game is going to look like.
Yeah, I think whichever bishop white opens up, black will kind of open up his counterpart bishop here. So if white pushes a pawn on the left flank, black will do the same. White pushes a pawn on the right flank, black will do the same. So as you say, reactive, and maybe not trying to second guess himself here. Try to second guess Javok here, who's super focused.
Exactly.
Wow, look at that.
That's what I mean. I think he was actually one of the players that had made that commentary where he feels much more of the onus is on the white player in these positions to come up with deep ideas, and then for the black player, a more responsive game.
He's totally locked in right now. This next blitz game for a 19-year-old Javakir is worth $40,000. You make it to the finals, you're guaranteed 140 there, right there. So much money on the line. And it's not just about that, right? He knows he's so close to victory here. He just needs a draw. He's playing against Fabiano-Caruana, who he's had on the ropes pretty much throughout their entire epic matchup. For Fabi, there's only one answer. His task ahead of him. A draw just doesn't cut it. He has to find a way. And David, you were pointing about playing mirroring chess, opening up the bishops according to how white chooses. Maybe white starts with a central pawn. You reply the same way. But with the black pieces in this setup, how easy is it going to be for Fabi to open up the position and get those chances?
I don't think it will be easy at all for Fabiano. Despite the fact the heavy pieces are in the center, it's more likely white who's going to kind of set the first traps, set the first threats. So Fabi, it is just reacting, surviving the early stages. He got his chances in the previous game. I think he just needs to wait and be patient here.
And I think it's very likely both players will have their chances in this game. If the last game is evidence of anything, it's how, again, quickly things can turn on a dime in this one. Just find that one opening, look for that one mistake, land that counter punch, and you can drive it to victory. Back on the front of Sindarov, though, as you mentioned, wow, $140,000 guaranteed would be beautiful. It's not just that; it's 18 circuit points for a second place finish, and it's also that guaranteed spot to the next Grand Slam, putting yourself back in the running, for another title.
And here we see Javok here reach the board. He's playing for a lot of money, life-changing amount of money for someone so young. And in his rating range, that is pretty much more prize money than you earn in 3 years on the circuit in kind of open tournaments. So just the chance to fight against the very best is nice enough, but yeah, such reward that will fund his chess development over the next few years.
And I will tell you one thing, both these players are very aware that it's Vincent Keymer who's waiting in the finals. And you know, sure, Vincent's had this top form tournament. He's played incredible chess, taken down the biggest titans that there are in the chess world. But at the end of it, at least on paper, it's an open battle completely, you know. You can actually fight for so much more going up in that. It'll be a 50-50 match regardless of who makes it through, even on paper. And right now, it's this final game. I think Fabi, to me, looks definitely more stressed out of the two.
He looks more stressed, and yet his heart rate is managing to stay a bit lower. You know, where they have been in lockstep throughout the course of the game, stepping up to the board. It's Sindarov who's feeling his heart pound out of his chest right now.
That's the thing in chess. The closer you get to the finishing line, the harder it becomes, the more nervous you get. And we're off. Handshakes.
Well, your prediction comes true.
Both players opening up their bishops in this right-hand corner. And Fabiano already maybe not making the best move, but a very logical one, developing his knight, maybe his queen. Actually, big threat. The black queen trying to jump out with a check. And there is an undefended pawn in the corner. So already Javalkir having to pause. That's sneaky from Fabi. Very sneaky.
And it's a trap that's so easily missed because, again, patterns, right? In our brain, we're thinking the king is placed there. So he's got to be a little careful right now. It's not something you get to see often. And wait, he is allowing it.
He's giving it. Yeah, I wanted to push b3 just to defend against that square.
Yeah, and that's very clever because now a queen check, just to show this on the board, would allow now b3 with more power, attacking the queen and actually attacking this undefended bishop in the corner. It looks like you lose a pawn. This is actually why he stepped forward his pawn in the center, because now a check, this is devastating unless the white king can run. And now Fabiano has to evaluate this, but it doesn't work. So he's actually setting a trap back here, and Fabiano avoids that, of course, pushes a pawn instead.
Very tricky stuff so early on. You know, it's so easy to go wrong in these games. And now we see Sindarov, I believe he's made that move, putting the queen in front of the king. Just laterally also defending that undefended pawn if it's ever required. The knights will come out next. But first, Fabi's knight comes into the middle of the board.
Yeah, at least he's got a non-symmetrical position, Fabiano, for now. He's developing his pieces. This looks almost like classical chess, traditional chess. I'm assuming that both sides actually want to bring their king to the right sides of the board. It just feels safer. I don't think you should be castling into this side. For black, it just looks scary with the white bishops just kind of staring at you from afar.
Would also be so incredibly tempting as black to push that pawn in front of the queen towards the center, gain more control, gain more space, 2 steps forward right there. And he does make a decision.
Okay. Javalkir thinking.
Under 4 minutes.
Yeah.
How do you respond? Do you continue development? Do you fight the idea of black expanding in the center? It's already tension.
Yeah, you can sense the indecision from Javalkir, right? Like, he knows that he's totally fine here with white, but you have so much choice. You can push a central pawn in 2 different ways. You can push another pawn. You can bring your knight out. There's no right or wrong. He's, okay, just staying very flexible. He's going to park his knight on this square. And yeah, this actually resembles the English opening in traditional chess, where we get the exact same pawn structure, a white pawn on this square, a black pawn in the center. And we often get this kind of tension between the bishops as well. So yeah, the player's trying to gravitate towards more known waters.
Familiar territory, right? That's where your brain wants to take you. And you're totally right. Once the kings do find safety, it starts appearing like your standard chess position. And he's expanding on the left side of the board. Javalkir is, while for Fabi, it's more control at the center. I'm just wondering who is going to be faster with the break, because for white to get safety on the right side, you're looking at those further pawns moving up the board, right? The F pawn can start attacking as well. Looking at some breaks there, the rook beautifully lined up for that.
Yeah, the one problem for Fabiano, the reason he's thinking is he doesn't know what to do with this bishop in the corner. This is the one problem piece. He opens it up. He offers this trade. And now it makes it less appealing, actually, for the white king to go this way if it will lack its defender of the light squares, the guardian of the light squares on the corner here. So great move there from Fabiano. And Javalkir says, yes, please, to the exchange.
So he wants it. Do you think that now he's committing to castling to the left-hand side? Or not castling at all?
Yeah, I think both kings are going this direction. Just feels that way. And there we go.
There you have it.
Javakir, for a second, he showed indecision, like, where do I put my king? Where do I? He didn't need to touch his rook. The rook lands on the same square it started the game on.
It's really interesting, expecting Fabi to do the same for his own king, and then it just starts feeling that who's going to be faster? Is it going to be Javakir on the left side or the king attack that we see Fabi set up with his pawns moving forward? I will also point out, with that trade, Fabi set up for a break on the left side of the board as well, a very thematic idea of pushing that a-pawn 2 steps forward, trying to get an open line, an inroad for the rook on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, if you showed me this position, I would guarantee it was from traditional chess. I would never, ever say it was from freestyle chess.
Interesting.
But I think that might be a good thing for Fabiano. Okay, he trades a set of knights. Now he's coming on with his own knight. White has some doubled pawns. Very difficult to actually defend this one. It sticks out a bit like a sore thumb here. You need to defend it with your knight. That's the only way to keep that pawn on the board. But then the white knight is moving away from the defense of its own king. So watch out. The white king, a bit of a target.
I'm expecting at some point Fabiano to blow this open with that f-pawn moving forward and trying to sort of ruin the pawn formation that Javakir has defending his own king, trying to get to those light squares which have been weakened by the trade of the bishops. You know, find an inroad for your queen. If we just push that f-pawn up to f3, the queen, where you're pointing out there is a kiss checkmate that we can already imagine appearing on the board.
And I assume that threat of that f-pawn is the reason why we can't defend with our e-pawn, and the knight is the requirement.
Yeah, the knight is the requirement. Stepping forward, the white pawn is desirable, but that square is covered twice by black, and it was only covered once by white. And wow, Fabiano takes a timeout. Very surprising. He covers this square. He stops the white knight from leaping forward to attack any pawns. So he's locked down that left side of the board. Play is now going to switch to the flank that the kings sit on. And Fabiano will aim to attack there. But look at the clocks. He's 2 minutes up, Fabi. He's been playing quickly, instinctively. It is so typical that players freeze when they're this close to their goal. I've been there myself. On the brink of like a game, kind of a life-changing result, you suddenly get nervous and you slow down. That could come back to haunt him, Javakir. He's only got 1 minute and the game's only just beginning.
Yes. So now he goes for that e-pawn push because the knight that he had previously moved now double defends that spot. Fabiano decides, I'm not looking for the trade, I'm going for an f4 push.
And that's a big push now because you really can't allow that pawn to move forward right now. We were talking about all the checkmating ideas. There's also a black knight ready to assist that queen once it does arrive on the square that, David, you're highlighting. Knight g4 as well to follow. So now Javakir going on the defense, takes control, stops that pawn from moving ahead, also gets the queen closer to the white king if required.
Yeah, the white queen can slide across now. Just for everyone at home, it was not advisable to capture a pawn in the center. It would have just opened up the white king too much. And indirectly, the black rook would have been defending as well. So the white queen could not have got involved in any captures there. But, okay, Fabiano quietly improves his bishop. He's trying to line up, but it does feel like Fabiano's been a bit slow here, Tanya. It feels like, okay, he's been fast on the clock. On the board, he doesn't really want to initiate any pawn storm, any attack against the king. Maybe he might have missed his opportunity.
But I do like how he's keeping the tension, and especially, you know, as Javakir's clock ticks down, maybe those big decisions, those big pawn moves will come when Javakir will have only seconds to deal with it. He comes down with the knight. Javakir knows there's this one weakness in Fabi's camp. It's on the C line. It's that backward pawn you really want to start targeting by doubling up, maybe even tripling up on this open file to distract Fabiano from getting into the attack.
Now with that knight retreating, though, there's no longer the threat of jumping in and hitting that pawn on the 7th rank. I wonder, is just as quickly as we swapped pressure to one side, we might swing it back the other way.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we'll see Fabiano push his pawn forward, just try to lock up that side of the board. We could see, for example, if Fabiano pushes his pawn, Sindarov try to lock up one flank. Remember how blocked up one of their previous encounters was with no trades in the first 22 moves there. This one, there have been some trades, but Javakir would love to lock things up and go for the draw that he requires to get to the final. Fabi allows things to lock up.
But it really looks like the kind of position you want if you're playing for the win from Fabi's perspective. You know, it's going to open up that line, that access to the white king. He sidesteps. Javakir wants his own rook to first take that spot. Fabi does the same. We can see a potential trade-off on this open line.
The one problem for Fabiano here is that his knight doesn't really have anywhere to jump. The black bishop is pretty much entombed behind its pawns. That's what we call a bad bishop. Most of black's pawns, especially in the center, are on the same color complex, so you're basically hemmed in. And white has a pawn break.
I was just about to say the same thing, and I think that is the key point in this position, that when that pawn break arrives is when white gets the inroads. If that knight gets to any of those light squares, it's going to be a complete stallion, a beast on the board.
Fabiano might be going out here. Fabiano, I think he might have already missed his opportunities. He played these slow moves, like pushing a pawn forward. He didn't go for the attack. He moved his bishop earlier. Now we see a trade of pawns in the center. But the black pawns are so weak, and the white rooks are getting ready to stack up on this open line near the king's side. It's just so ugly for Fabiano. He's got weaknesses on both flanks. And this one, Sindarov's done everything right. Just so harmonious for the white pieces. And okay, Fabiano trying to create threats. There was a pawn attacked, but the white queen simply stepped up and guarded it. What else to do? The black minor pieces, those are the problem pieces in the position. There's nothing to do with them. They're so locked in behind this pawn chain, this pawn structure in the middle.
Yeah, and his 2-minute time advantage from earlier is completely vaporized. Both players now approaching that 30-second and below mark.
Yeah, this is getting super tense. You know, black's queen is eyeing that pawn, not allowing the white queen to capture the pawn on the left side of the board, which is hanging right now. You really don't want to lose that f3 pawn in the position. Fabi just has to sit because all of Sindarov's pieces are ready. The bishop is tying down Fabiano's rook to defend that central pawn. The two rooks lined up, also tying down the black knight to defend. At the right time, Sindarov will strike with the d pawn moving forward, further opening up the position.
Fabiano is frozen, by the way. He can barely move a single piece, so Sindarov not wanting to take risk, he can just move, he can just wait and wait and wait. I don't see anything that Fabiano can do to attack. A draw is enough, so just try and lock the position and sit still. I think that is the strategy. Both sides, though, at 15 seconds left. Who can hold their nerve?
Anything can happen. And I think that's a great strategy for Sindarov to just let Fabi come at him right now, because there really aren't any inroads, and he's doing that. He's just shuffling around with his bishops. But where is Fabi's breaks? Where are the counterplay? He tries to trade off one pair of rooks to ease the pressure, attacking a central pawn.
Now the white queen sliding. That is scary. Fabiano on the edge here. He needs a miracle to save this. He's got 5 seconds.
Shavakir Sindarov is about to make it to the finals, it appears. The way he's playing, the position on the board, complete control. Or maybe more twists lie ahead.
Yeah, absolute time trouble for both players. 5 seconds on the clock. We're seeing the evaluation bar swing one way and then the other. But there's not enough time for these players to think at the levels of an engine. They're playing on pure intuition at this point.
There was actually one move blunder by Sindarov. He walked into some bad squares with his queen, but now he's got full control. The white queen has gone snacking on pawns on the queen side. Fabiano, this is desperation.
A little bit of counterplay.
Desperation. It's cost him a knight.
It's paying off because Sindarov, he just made a big mistake. Is black's attack coming through?
What's happening?
It's checkmate in 2
He's
minutes.
about to win. And that's it.
What?
Look at the heart rates.
And just as the first game gets blown open and turned on a dime, we have the reversal from Fabiano-Caruana to even it up 3-3.
Wow. We go down to the Armageddon.
You called it. You wanted it. The players delivered on it. High intensity moments. There's a collective breath and exhalation, I think, both here in the studio and probably in the player hall as well. We're not done yet.
A complete roller coaster as we get the action shots of those final moments, which ended in complete chaos and a checkmate given by Fabi and relief on him. And there he is, you know, he survives to tie the match and take it to sudden death. But there will be a winner.
Wow, for the last 20 moves of that game, by the way, Fabiano was dead lost. According to the computer, he was out of it, no chance. But he tried one last gamble right at the end when Sindarov had no time on the clock. The gamble paid off. Sindarov walked straight into the trap. And we have Armageddon chess coming up.
An incredible last-ditch effort. And yes, Armageddon to be played for the first time in this tournament, which introduces a whole nother element to this game when it comes to determining what your bid will be for time. For those of you at home unsure of what Armageddon is, it's now a best of one. Each player is going to have the opportunity to bid for the amount of time that they're willing to play as the black player. In exchange for that, all they have to do is play for a draw at the very least in order to get the victory. Whoever bids a lower amount of time, below 5 minutes of time, will ultimately get to play the black pieces. The other one will be relegated to white, but need the victory.
So the lower bid wins. Both players will be putting in their bids. And if you play with black, a draw gets you through. If you're white, you start with 5 minutes on the clock, but you must win. You have to win on demand, and there will be no increment. I believe until move 60, that's when 1 second gets added to the clock. But in Armageddon, it's very few times that you actually end up reaching move 60. This is just delaying the inevitable. What is with Fabiano-Caruana and semi-finals at WEISSENHAUS? It went down to an Armageddon against Levon, and he does survive to take it to Armageddon against Sindarov.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see if conventional wisdom, remains here from standard chess Armageddon to freestyle chess Armageddon, because the way that the tournament has played out, I feel like almost every game ends decisively. So playing for a draw doesn't feel like the kind of advantage that it would normally be considered. I almost maybe want to play the white side of it and just have maximum amount of time.
Makes sense, and we'll see the player strategies. They're currently bidding, Tanya, for the time they will have on the clock.
Can we get a sneak peek at what Sindarov is bidding as we see the arbiter? He just wrote it down
crafty
right
camera
now.
work. They're going to keep us waiting on bated breath to get the reveal of the bids.
What if both players just say 5 minutes?
That's actually a really good question. I don't know what happens.
This was actually brought up in the technical meeting. What happens if both players bid the exact same time, 5 minutes to start with? And I think they decided they'd allow it to happen thrice. And if it happens for the third time, black starts with 4 minutes on the clock, white starts with 5 minutes. So that's a 1 minute deficit. And white must win. A draw means black goes through.
Right, but how do you determine who plays black? If we both bid 5 minutes every single time because we both want to play white, how do we ultimately determine who is playing black pieces?
Coin toss.
There was something said about this in the technical. I'm trying to remember, James. We will get a confirmation.
We'll get the answer for you.
I think it is a toss of colors at that point.
It might be.
It's a toss of colors, but we will get a confirmation. This was actually brought up by Magnus Carlsen. It was very entertaining to watch this being decided, that if 3 times it repeats, will they have a toss? I do know it would be 4-5.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have a chance to replay the final moments of that previous game just to show the checkmate. I mean, that was crazy action. And here we see the final position. We'll break this one down in a moment. But I just wanted to show where it started getting a bit scary for both sides. We actually saw the mistakes creep in around this moment. It looks like black can do nothing. White has full control. Actually, white is the one with a winning advantage due to pressure on this line. But for a second, he did make a mistake, Sindarov. He actually allowed a trick here. We see this play out in a moment. Knight takes pawn would have attacked the white queen, and there would have been a devilish fork here, and Caruana would have held the advantage. Instead, Fabiano, with no time himself, missed it. He brought his bishop forward, the white knight stepping back to defend. And now we saw Sindarov bravely going pawn hunting. But the white queen off on vacation over here never really returned to the defense, as we saw Fabiano at this moment, after 2 of his pawns dropped, totally gambled. Knight takes pawn, but he would have been eliminated if Sindarov had enough time to realize he could have slid back with his queen, pinned the knight, won the knight, and ended all resistance. There would have been 0 counterplay. Instead, Sindarov instinctively grabbed the knight, allowed the black pawn to push, suddenly the white king under fire, and we saw a capture, a necessary capture by the white knight. The black rook jump in. What Sindarov had missed was that this check could have been blocked, and now here he could have saved the game by moving his rook out the way. Instead, he brought his queen back, and this check ended it. Resignation because a block.
Queen went snacking, was late returning to the party, and Fabiano pounces.
And amazing. Javakir was setting up ideas of checkmate of his own, but just 1 move too late, which cost him for now. And now it goes down to the sudden death. So it is indeed going to be a toss if it is tied 3 times. But that never happens in any universe, right? Where both players just bid the same amount of time.
Yeah, well, in the universe we live in right now, I feel like anything is possible. But we're heading back into the player hall, not just for the lottery, but for the player bids themselves. Oof. Let's see who will be playing the white pieces.
Can any of you hear what's going on?
Well, as we're getting a look into the stage there without the audio, it'll be my opportunity to explain to you that the bidding is just about to take place. So, of course, each of the players is submitting a secret ballot. Again, bidding anywhere up to 5 minutes for the allotted time that they would be willing to pilot the black pieces. The trade-off there, again, is that all they need is a draw in order to achieve victory and move on to the next round. For the player playing white, they are required to find a decisive win.
And I think we're going to have the reveal very soon, as the players right in front of our eyes are actually writing down their bids to turn it around.
5-5, I'm calling it.
And the big question is, how low can you go in your fight to get those black pieces, to have those result odds? And okay, that's not, my eyesight's not good enough for that.
That's all right. We'll have that information delivered to our ears soon.
Okay, I reckon 459 versus 458.
No way.
That would be awful for the player who starts with the white pieces with just a 1 second advantage, or 2 seconds.
Well, the
Then you got to play the result odds.
pads are being taken back, so that tells me that at the very least they didn't put up the same number.
And here we see the drawing of the position. Shout out to Leah there, who will be picking the ball, picking the position we start with. And yeah, both players won with black, we should mention, in the previous two-game mini-match. So having the black pieces may be an advantage.
But the Armageddon is so much about flagging your opponent, you know. It's shameless flagging. In fact, it's highly encouraged. There's no increment on the clock. It's a big one coming up. It's the sudden death. You don't want to close your eyes. You don't want to miss a thing.
Well, it's a clean 500 when it comes to the position. That's almost 2 on the nose. 500, 5 minutes for the white pieces. We're still waiting to find out who it is that's playing white and who's playing black, and what the bid was that ultimately won black. 415 for Fabiano-Caruana was the winning bid. So he will be playing black. All he needs is a draw. Obviously, a decisive victory would work as well. For Sindarov, it's win and you're in. Anything else and you're done. And you've only got 5 minutes to do it.
I really want to know, how much did Fabi actually win by? What was Javokir's bid? Because that'll give us a sort of an insight into how much the players really wanted the black pieces right now.
Oh, that feels high. That's nearly 20% of his time that he's forfeited there, Fabiano-Caruana, in his bid to get black. And I mean, yes, he won with black, but a draw so unlikely, as you mentioned, James, it feels almost reckless. That is the borderline. That is so close.
Your answer?
Maximum.
445 was the bid on the other side. No.
Sorry.
415 for Fabi. He's the one who got black. It was 445 for Javokir.
He wanted the white pieces. This is my feeling, David. When you go down by just 15 seconds, you'd rather play white than compromise on too much time to get those result odds. Anyway, you know, you understand that it's most likely going to be a decisive game. It's freestyle chess. You can't shut down the action here.
Yeah, there's an interesting mind game, and actually now the 445 bid makes a lot more sense, because if your opponent also wants to play white and is going to bid 5, then fine. I'll take the better odds, the draw odds, and just sacrifice the smallest amount of time. So there's an interesting calculation there about how much you're willing to give away to play black, but while still probably preferring white in Javokir's case.
I think we're going to see pieces fly off the board in this one, in the time scrambles with no increment. The players, look at that. They're locked in. They're zoned in right now. We're getting ready for our first moves. This is the position that we've got in front of us. First thing that stands out to me, rooks at their starting places. One of the bishop at the starting places. Every pawn defended.
Yeah, bishop, queen, knight. Actually, 5 of the 8 pieces start on their usual traditional chess squares. So they can rely on some pattern recognition. Interesting also to see the players studying the position just opposite each other. No more sitting separately.
It's so cinematic, though. It's so perfect.
Oh, it just feels like this is building up to something crazy. That's just been the pattern of the day, right?
They've had this whole journey, right, from in the round robin, kind of analyzing together, just bouncing off ideas together, then going their own solo ways when they've got to have a fight against each other, sitting on separate boards, working it out. And now here they are for that very final battle, because it's inevitable now. And here they are working it all out, facing each other right before the start. Yeah,
we had position 005 earlier. Only makes sense that we should get position 500 now. position 500.
That's
Who
great
will
call
it suit?
too. The reversal there. You know, we've been doing it all tournament long. We've been turning questions to our audiences on what they think will be the results, and it's an Armageddon. It all comes down to this. One of these two players following this matchup here will be meeting Vincent Keymer in the grand final. The other will step down to face the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, in a bid for 3rd place. So for you at home, let us know, who do you think's coming out on top? There is no opportunity for a tie and a continuation. So it's either Fabiano Caruana or Javakir Sindarov. Let us know in chat, and we'll update you with the results in a bit.
And we will remind everyone, for Javakir Sindarov, he has to win. He starts with the white pieces. Fabiano needs only a draw to make it through to the finals, but he starts with a time deficit. He starts with only 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. For Javakir, it will be the base time of 5 minutes and no bonus time.
Oh, wow. You can feel the tension. You can see that the players are just trying to calm their nerves. Fabiano started, when he sat down with a heart rate of around 80, is rising every second he sits there.
I think we need a commentator's heart rate monitor. I think I'd be touching like 150 right now.
James would be 45.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. That was an older version of me.
In the meantime, Sindarov full of concentration. He wants to start fast, start hard. He wants an attack. He does. Okay, he opens with his bishop's pawn here. We see an early trade in the center. Not best, apparently, by Fabiano, but immediately trying to clarify the situation. He just wants to have an easy position to play now that he's down 45 seconds on the clock. But don't try it at home, guys and gals. Queen coming out early and retreating early for black.
Look at the speed with which the players are going. Sindarov trying to keep his edge on the clock right there, just bulleting his way. And now he takes the first pause in the position. None of the pawns for white have really moved forward, so still sort of capsulating the pieces behind them. The knights are out on the board. David, fascinating stuff, because we also see a c-pawn that can become a target here once the queen lines up against it.
Yeah, but the first real think of the game so far is Javakir Sindarov, and just like that, only 20 seconds of his lead in the time remains and is ticking down.
I'm going to say this is very clever from Fabi, because now, by having a very strong pawn, the black pawn, unless it is a target, he clamps down on what white can do with his pawns, pretty much limiting Javakir Sindarov to playing with pieces. Both kings now have committed to the right flank. And again, this position is normalizing, but this black pawn has such a powerful clamping effect. Trading off this pawn would only lead to symmetry and a draw not enough for Sindarov. So already the kind of Armageddon situation here playing a role in their decision-making.
I like this move. It's opening up a square for the bishop to line up on the longest diagonal, targeting that white king. I can imagine the queen and the bishop as well, setting up those sniper lines to the other side of the board next.
Ooh, watch out, yeah. The white queen and bishop lining up could be dangerous, but first Sindarov says, okay, let's go for symmetry. Let's trade off these pawns. He's arguing that his knights are slightly more active than black's knights. Only one of the two black knights is out in the game, so a slight lead in development, meaning a bit more activity, a bit quicker for Sindarov.
Whoa, he offers a trade. That's a surprising decision, right? And a must-win.
Fabi takes it.
And Fabi's actually up a few seconds on the clock. This is huge developments and great news for Fabiano Caruana and his fans out there. He's got a totally equal position on board and clock, and he only needs a draw. Queen's off the board.
I'm very surprised with that decision for an early queen trade. As white, very often here, you want to keep as many pieces on the board. Force Fabi to think, play every single part of the game to the maximum. The opening, the middle game, and the end game. There's no increment in this format. Well, only the queens are off the board, so it's a queenless middle game, as we like to call it. The rook's now connected, coming to those central files. But the symmetry in the pawn formation, 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2, objectively should be balanced.
Yeah, black's rook is stuck, though, there on A8, and so Sindarov can beat him to the open c-file.
Yeah, that's the one problem for Fabiano. I think he's just tried to clear the path for his bishop to come out in the near future, and then his rook will eventually exit that corner. But first, there is a hit. It is Sindarov first to create some threats. A nice knight jump. I thought Fabiano would stop this, to be honest, because knights on f5 will thrive, as they say. And Fabiano needs to survive. He needs to defend this pawn. Push the pawn. He's allowed a check.
Sindarov gives it, but that knight, it almost feels like it's trapped. You know, it's got this helper with the other knight, so there is this square in front of that black bishop that you can run to, but precarious position of the white knight.
Yeah, he's taking risks now, Sindarov, but often risk-taking, being creative, especially in dry positions like this with queens off, it takes time. You need time to work out how creative you can be, risk-reward ratio. And, okay, he slides his rook across, very logical. Fabi steps back, blocking the open line, threatening this bishop. Knight for bishop trade would really suit black because the black bishops look like beasts on these diagonals. Great start to the game for Caruana, you've got to say. But I'm not making any bets yet. The last two games have had such last-minute turnarounds.
Exactly. We've seen them decided in the final 20 seconds of the previous round. Does slide that bishop out of the way, doesn't want the trade. Now he jumps to that highlighted square from earlier where the knights protect the knights, but now we have the rook sliding over as well onto that c-file, just completely loading pieces onto the c-file from each player.
And forced backwards, but this knight is
First
undefended.
blunder.
Look at that, a blunder. Fabiano grabs the pawn. He's about to go a pawn up. The white knight there, undefended, drops off the board.
Blunders back.
He's a pawn to the good.
That's a very healthy extra pawn on the left side. It's a 2 versus 1 majority. It was a gift given at this stage. Unbelievable. What a miss that was. How do you come back? And not only that, he has to win this game. A draw isn't going to be enough. He's setting up some tricks. The knight jumping forward, hitting that black rook. Fabi creates a space for the rook to run to on the square that's just been vacated.
Yeah, this move is given a question mark, but it was the safest option for Fabiano. He just wants to control squares. And Javokir here actually has some cool sacrifices at his disposal. Rook takes bishop, followed by the white knight jumping in, but that would only lead to maximum a draw. And a draw not enough here. He's down to 1.5 minutes against 2.5 minutes. Everything's stacking up now against the youngster. Javokir in trouble.
This is complete control on the board and the clock, and it's Fabiano-Caruana who's got more time. He started with a 45-second deficit on the clock, and now he's got about a 45-second advantage right there, and up a pawn in this position, attacking another one. Fabi falls back with the knight, hits the bishop, drives it away.
Yeah, the bishop steps back. There is an attack against this corner pawn, so Javokir threatening stuff there. Fabiano happy to advance, kick away the white bishop. It's all a bit loose on this c-file. That's where all the action is happening right now with these pieces. And Javokir, desperation, he gives up a knight.
Wow.
Wow, that knight was almost trapped. No way home. He gives it up for the highest possible price, but Fabiano can just take it and should be able to cling on to his extra piece.
This is absolute desperation by Sindarov. He is threatening. He has pinned that knight. The other bishop can slide forward and hit the rook, which is a defender of that knight as well. So there are some immediate threats that Fabiano needs to deal with. And he pauses. He's trying to work it out. 2 to 3 precise moves, and he's got this in this bag. Fabiano does.
Yeah, look at those heart rates, again, mirroring each other as he drops back with his bishop. Fabiano, again, maybe not the best move, but good enough to control squares and minimize the risk.
But now can you go with your bishop, hit that rook, which is a defender of the knight, is what Sindarov is looking at right now as he calculates where is his best shot of getting Fabi to at least burn the clock. He first trades, allows the bishop to defend, now lines up.
Now he lines up. He's trying to pin the black knight, not because the black rook is undefended, but because after a trade of rooks, the light squared bishop would then be dropping. Fabiano needs to unravel. He moves his rook. What a cool move. He gives up his knight, but he will return back with the black rook to pin white this time if the knight is captured. Sindarov, desperation. He moves his rook up.
It's going to be about flagging. This one will be Sindarov under 1 minute. Fabi touching the 1 minute mark. His only hope is to keep the speed going, but Fabi in full control right now.
Full control. He's actually making use of the fact that there's a checkmate threatened. The white king has nowhere to run. There would have been a back rank checkmate if white had taken his eye off the ball there. The black rook coming down, so the white king had to run away. There was no time to pick up this black bishop, which will now save itself. It's going to be a knight against 2 pawns. Black has the knight. Sindarov has the 2 pawns, but white's pawns are nowhere.
And looking at time check, only 2 seconds differentiates these two players.
Ooh, what a move.
Oof.
Knight attacking the bishop, knight fork threatened, hitting the white king and rook at the same time. It's a handshake.
Wow.
Sindarov resigns. Fabiano takes the win. Gets through to the final.
The old guard holds strong against the youngster in the end. It took him all the way to the Armageddon, though. What a performance, what a tournament run this has been for Javokir Sindarov. But Fabiano-Caruana does manage to repeat his performance from last year and make it back to a finals.
Unbelievable. Javokir's dream run comes to an end in this one. He will fall down in the bracket. He will play Magnus Carlsen against for the fight for the third place. But for Fabiano-Caruana, it's his moment, bouncing back in that final 5+2 game. And there we see he's getting the congratulations in. It's celebration for him. Heartbreak for Sindarov. The hugs are coming in. What a moment, what a fight, what an epic battle this really was. Went down to the wire, and Fabi showing absolute class in the end, bouncing back and then taking it in the Armageddon.
Incredible finish, and a smile creeps across the face there for Fabiano. Probably a mix of elation, relief, any number of things, exhaustion, all hitting him at one single time.
And the most impressive thing will be getting words out after that 7-set Grand Slam match, essentially. Fabiano taking it by the skin of his teeth. He was so close to elimination just so many times. But the best warriors, they stand tall, they find a way.
Just walking back through it. And walking back through it, the position was drawn, the pressure was on. We had that all-important time bid for the black pieces. Fabiano, with 4:15 on the clock, didn't even need all of it, still managed to find himself in a winning position. Javokir Sindarov doing his best to give himself a fighting chance. Couldn't quite find it this time around.
And what a beautiful Armageddon that was by Fabi. He kept it under control on the clock. One mistake by Sindarov, you know, one sort of lack of that focus for that one move. Getting those tactics in sharp, tactically sharp. At this hour of play, Fabiano-Caruana was fantastic stuff. And for Javokir Sindarov, I just want to say, what a tournament, what a run he's had. You know, he's still got that fight for third place on. But let's just point out, he played Hikaru Nakamura in the quarterfinals. Picked him as an opponent. Semifinals, plays Fabiano-Caruana. That's world number 2, world number 3 right there. And now for this fight, for that third place, he's going to play against none other than the world number 1. Yeah. That's the 3 titans of chess in one tournament.
Yeah, what a gauntlet to run. But in the end, Sindarov's chances came to an end. His chances to win this Grand Slam, at least, came to an end in this final position. I just wanted to highlight Fabiano's brilliant move from a few turns ago. Here, he resigned simply because his bishop is hit. There's a knight fork threatened. He could have continued and tried to win on time, Sindarov, but he didn't want to battle on in a lost position here. Black's bishop clearly superior to white's pawns. Instead, he did resign, but it was just a few moves back in this position where it did feel like Sindarov had counterplay. There's an awkward tension here between the rooks, also between the bishops, but the clincher was this cool, calm and collected move from Caruana, sliding the rook across. Double exclamation point given, because it is a sacrifice. Bishop takes knight would have seen the black rook slide back, winning the white bishop, which cannot move. If it had returned, we would have seen that the black bishop, the dark square bishop, saves the day by protecting this rook. And either way, all roads leaded to Caruana being a piece up.
And now he stares down Vincent Keymer.
Wow. Yeah, what a final that's going to be, but just incredible. What a day of chess this has been. I mean, a 7-hour marathon sees Fabiano-Caruana on top. And how many times was he on the back foot in this match, right? Starting from that classical portion, Javokir Sindarov putting so much pressure on him. But in the end, it was fabulous, Fabi.
He was made to work for it, but in the end, he does come out on top. The rest of the results you can see there on your screen. It was Keymer with 1.5 to half a point taking down the world number 1 to get his bid into the finals. Firoozja Abdusattorov fighting for a 5th place matchup. And of course, Abdusattorov comes out on top there. He'll be facing off against Nakamura tomorrow. Firoozja-Gukesh, they're fighting for 7th place as well. So tons on the line with still 2 days of this tournament to go, and all 8 players still fighting for something.
All fighting for something, all in recovery mode after what's been a dramatic day, I've got to say. I mean, they literally started now 7.5 hours ago. And I mean, for those two, they just need to get their food in, hit the bed.
It's just amazing stuff. I mean, I'm just thinking we had one of the biggest upsets in the chess world, one of the biggest moments for Vincent Keymer, and that already feels like it happened about 5 years ago because we've had such a marathon day of chess after that. And for Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keymer, they make it through to the finals. They make it through the Paris Slam. They're going to be fighting for the big bucks tomorrow. But of course, the fight continues for those tour points, for money across the players and the lineup that we've got.
And as the fight continues, we want to continue to hear from you at home. Who do you think was the player of the day? I think it's a tougher call today than it maybe was just yesterday with so many exciting games across each of the chess boards. But make your voices heard in chat, exclamation point, followed by the name of the player that you believe was the top performer, or maybe just had a brilliant moment that you appreciated.
I think the fight, if I'm going to be honest, will be between Keymer and Fabi.
Yes.
I mean, these two have been the superstars of the day, right? Vincent winning his game against Magnus, winning the match against Magnus. But Fabi, how do you pick between these two? After the marathon day, you know, just bouncing back in that final 5+2 game, coming back from, well, a dead loss position, turning it around to take it in the Armageddon. I don't know, David, most valued player. A hard one today.
The story is incredible for Keymer. I maybe want to give the edge to Fabi just for the endurance. Oh. Just for, you know, keeping it going 7 hours late into the evening here and still finding that last ounce of gas.
Yeah, another gear. That's what the top players, they all seem to show, those clutch moments. I'll say Fabiano as well, but, I mean, Vincent could have been, yeah, could have been a key candidate as well. I mean, I'm struggling to get the words out. I don't know how the players...
It's not up to us. It's up to you. You guys let us know. The vote is really close, and they're still counting. So if you want to be the vote that sways it in the end, get those fingers a-tapping on them keys.
Who is your MVP? That is the big question right now. And, you know, I hear you. I mean, the endurance, the energy, the comeback that Fabi showed. But also, let's not forget, Keymer is surviving that endgame against Magnus. I'm equally confused right now. I'm waiting. I'd really love to see the chat poll on this.
We'll get it soon enough. While we wait for them to tally the remainder of those votes, why don't we just take a look at the matchups that we have tomorrow? We looked at the results, and we were kind of playing them out in our minds. It's better to just put an image to it. I lied to you. Apparently that graphic's not quite ready yet. They're going to slot the player profile pictures over within that beautiful tree, and then we'll take a look at it.
And can we meanwhile also just talk about Sindarov taking on Magnus for that fight for third place? You know, just the road that he's had. What an incredible run it's been. Again, getting to play the world number 1, world number 2, world number 3 in just a matter of couple of days. It's such a massive opportunity for this Becky youngster. What an experience.
What an experience, but that was an expensive defeat, we should mention. There's no guarantee he's in the next freestyle event now, Sindarov, so it was a heartbreaking moment we just saw. He was so close to $140,000 minimum plus the next event. Yes, it's a great experience. Yes, he'll come back even stronger, but yeah, that game, I mean, the margins are so small at this level.
Yeah, you know, and now he's still now playing for $100,000 in third position, but can fall as low as fourth, like we said. And so it still has his work cut out for him. We do have the results of the MVP of the day, and chat has disagreed with us. They're going with Vincent Keymer over Fabiano Caruana. So the story of the 8th seeded player out of the round robin having to go through the number 1 seeded player in Alireza Firoozja and then overcome Magnus Carlsen to be the first one to make it to the finals.
Yeah, a worthy winner.
Very much so. It was a hard choice, and you really couldn't go wrong with either of them.
One of the hardest things to do in chess is to beat Magnus Carlsen in a match. And this 20-year-old, he did it today. So I think extremely deserving of the MVP.
He did it today, and along with Fabiano's marathon run, they set us up so beautifully for what promises to be an incredible grand final between the two of them. And, of course, a bunch of other matchups to boot. Let's take a look at that beautiful tournament tree before we shut things down here and go rest up ourselves for some more action to happen over the board tomorrow. Up there, that marquee matchup between Vincent Keymer and Caruana, Carlsen and Sindarov, of course, in that third place match. You jump below that, it's Abdusattorov versus Nakamura playing for 5th, and then Firoozja versus Kukesh for 7th. That does it for us, though, here today, y'all. We really appreciate you sticking it out with us, as it was a marathon, but these players delivered exciting games from start to finish. We're back here tomorrow, as always, same time, same place. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.